D'accueillir nos ministres ce matin. Merci de leur réserver un accueil chaleureux. Mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander de vous lever, s'il vous plaît, pour accueillir nos autorités. Bienvenue à tous. Nous sommes heureux de retrouver ce matin, dans le cadre du Dakar Epidemic Forum, célébré avec les autres activités du centenaire de l'Institut Pasteur. Nous sommes heureux de retrouver ce matin Son Excellence le ministre de la Santé et de l'Action sociale du Sénégal, Dr 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, sous vos applaudissements s'il vous plaît. Madame la ministre de la Santé du Cap-Vert, Dr Philomena Mendes Gonçalves, bienvenue. Le professeur 𝐈𝐏𝐃'I𝐬, ancienne ministre de la Santé du Sénégal, présidente de la Fondation 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐏. Le professeur Michel Sidibé, ancien ministre de la Santé et des Affaires sociales du Mali, envoyé spécial de l'Agence africaine de médecine. Bien sûr, le docteur Amadou Alpha-Sall, administrateur général de l'Institut Pasteur Dakar. Monsieur El Hadj Assi, président du conseil de la fondation de l'Institut Pasteur Dakar. Nous voulons également saluer la présence de Madame Ada Faye, directrice financière du Fonds mondial, ainsi que les représentants de l'OMS, de l'OAS, du Fonds mondial, de la FAO et des autres institutions partenaires ici présentes. Vous pouvez applaudir quand même. Et pour terminer, je vais vous demander de réserver un chaleureux accueil à Monsieur Peter Piot, au professeur Peter Piot, président du conseil scientifique du Pasteur Network. Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Si messieurs et mesdames les ministres nous le permettent, nous pouvons nous asseoir. Alors, pour ceux d'entre nous qui commencent les activités avec l'Institut Pasteur Dakar aujourd'hui, il est important de rappeler, comme je le disais tantôt, que ce Dakar Epidemics Forum a quelque chose de très particulier pour sa 3e édition, puisqu'il intervient dans le cadre des festivités du centenaire de l'Institut Pasteur Dakar. Alors, pour marquer ce centenaire, une série d'événements a débuté depuis ce lundi, ici même au Terroubi, et ce sont des activités qui incluent différentes choses, notamment un symposium scientifique. Nous aurons également tout à l'heure une visite sur site prévue. Donc, après la photo de famille, certains d'entre vous se rendront à Mbao pour voir en fait l'inauguration d'un nouveau centre mené par l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar. Donc, je vous le rappellerai tout à l'heure. Ce jeudi 12 décembre, la journée est dédiée au Dakar Epidemics Forum. C'est un moment phare donc, de cette célébration avec 5 objectifs clairs. Discuter de la mise en œuvre d'une stratégie de surveillance intégrée en Afrique, discuter des possibilités d'utilisation de l'IA, notamment dans la surveillance et la modélisation des maladies infectieuses, préparer les épidémies et la durabilité du financement de la riposte, notamment dans les pays à revenus faibles et intermédiaires. Et puis, c'est aussi l'occasion, n'est-ce pas, d'avoir une plateforme de fabrication pour la lutte contre les épidémies et d'en parler tous ensemble. Et enfin, c'est aussi l'occasion de partager l'expérience et les points de vue de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar sur la surveillance régionale et la préparation aux pandémies. Alors, sans plus tarder, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, nous sommes donc ravis de vous accueillir ici aujourd'hui. Moi, je suis 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, je suis journaliste, directrice de 𝐄𝐲, une structure de communication et d'événementiel, et c'est avec une véritable joie et une vraie fierté que je suis ici aujourd'hui. Alors, pour continuer notre programme, je vous propose donc de commencer par une minute de silence. Nous avons perdu, en fait, l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar a perdu cette année un collègue proche et éminent scientifique qu'on voudrait saluer ici ce matin. On voudrait rendre hommage au professeur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨, expert incontesté en socio-anthropologie, qui a brillamment mis cette discipline au service du contrôle des épidémies en intégrant une compréhension fine des dynamiques culturelles et sociales dans les stratégies de prévention et de réponse aux épidémies, notamment Ebola, Covid et autres. Il a été également un pionnier dans l'engagement communautaire. C'est quelqu'un qui a su établir des ponts entre la science et les populations, en plaçant les communautés au cœur des solutions durables pour faire face aux défis sanitaires. Et enfin, sa vision humaniste et son approche interdisciplinaire ont non seulement enrichi le savoir académique, mais ça a permis également de sauver des vies en influençant directement les politiques et les pratiques de santé publique. Mesdames et messieurs, je vais donc vous demander une petite minute de silence en hommage au professeur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨. Je vous remercie. Et sans plus tarder, je propose donc de passer aux remarques préliminaires. Pour cela, j'invite Monsieur Tierno Baldé, le coordonnateur du pôle régional de l'OMS, à rejoindre le pupitre, s'il vous plaît. Sous vos applaudissements, bien évidemment. Merci.
Merci bien, madame. Euh, Excellence, monsieur le ministre de la Santé. Excellence aussi, docteur Alpha Amadou Sall et tous distingués vraiment invités ici. Et là, j'assis docteur Michel Sidibé, docteur Socéphale. C'est avec vraiment beaucoup de respect et beaucoup d'humilité que j'ai la chance ici de venir m'adresser à vous, mes anciens patrons ici, mes anciens directeurs et puis mes mentors. Donc, je salue votre présence ici. Et je viens prendre la parole au nom de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé pour véritablement vous souhaiter la bienvenue dans ce fabuleux symposium organisé par l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar. L'Institut Pasteur de Dakar est pratiquement le partenaire le plus important pour l'Organisation mondiale de la santé dans la prévention, dans la préparation et dans la riposte face aux épidémies en Afrique ici. On a commencé cette collaboration depuis maintenant près de 20 ans avec le docteur Sall. On s'est retrouvés dans les fins fonds de 𝐾𝐤𝐢 pendant l'épidémie d'Ebola. On a continué ce travail en République démocratique du Congo pendant la COVID et aujourd'hui nous sommes là et nous sommes vraiment fiers d'être là tous ensemble pour pouvoir réfléchir, travailler ensemble, collectivement, pour définir les meilleures stratégies pour une surveillance intégrée des maladies et des événements de santé publique. Comme je le disais, on m'a demandé de venir parler ici. Je me demandais vraiment qu'est-ce que je vais dire, mais je crois que ici, l'Organisation mondiale de la santé a mis en œuvre ici, a mis en place, il y a environ un an, un hub régional des urgences qui se situe à 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐿, dans un écosystème autour duquel on a l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar, on a toutes les autres organisations qui travaillent dans la préparation et dans la réponse aux urgences. Donc nous avons là vraiment une véritable belle opportunité pour construire ensemble, une fois de plus, des stratégies efficaces et qui peuvent faire du sens pour les populations. On vient de rendre hommage au professeur 𝐀𝐚𝐥, voilà, c'est ça, le professeur 𝐀𝐚𝐥, que j'ai rencontré à Béni et qui se présentait comme étant le fou des communautés. Je l'ai rencontré, mais il était inspirant, ce monsieur. Et j'en parle parce que il faudrait que l'on puisse essayer de transformer les chiffres que nous avons en quelque chose qui fait du sens pour les communautés. Que l'on ait des données, des informations qui peuvent changer la dynamique des choses qu'on est en train de faire. On ne peut pas tout simplement continuer à construire des éléments, des outils. On parle beaucoup d'intelligence artificielle, c'est probablement quelque chose de très prometteur, mais il faut qu'on essaie de faire du sens de ça. Parce que vers la fin, c'est l'humain qu'on a au centre. Ce sont des humains que nous sommes en train de traiter. Et ici, une approche de surveillance collaborative est absolument indispensable. Au fur et à mesure, aujourd'hui, on a énormément de partenaires et d'organisations qui développent des outils probablement qui sont utiles, qui sont probablement pertinents dans des milieux académiques, dans des milieux de pratique, dans des milieux institutionnels. Mais comment faudrait-il mettre tout cela ensemble pour que ça fasse du sens, pour que ça soit utile? Et je crois que ce symposium-là, qui définitivement marque le 100e anniversaire donc, de l'Institut Pasteur, est une belle opportunité pour cela. Et nous sommes là pour écouter, entendre, vous, les éminences grises, avec doté de toute l'expérience qu'il faut là, pour voir comment est-ce qu'on va aller de l'avant dans les prochaines années, dans les prochaines décennies. Pour conclure, je voudrais juste mentionner vraiment la disponibilité de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé. Et je vous ai parlé du hub régional des urgences qui est ici, qui est une plateforme autour de laquelle tout le monde est véritablement la bienvenue. Lorsqu'on parlera de surveillance collaborative, on a de l'espace, on a un centre d'excellence sur les data et les innovations. Donc, il faudrait vraiment que l'on essaie tous de travailler ensemble là-dessus. Nous avons commencé, mais avec beaucoup de respect, permettez-moi de réitérer ce point-là. Et ce n'est qu'avec ça, en étant tous ensemble, les ministères, les communautés, mais aussi toutes les autres organisations internationales qui sont basées ici à Dakar, mais qui quelque part couvrent toute la région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et d'Afrique centrale, que nous pourrons arriver à quelque chose. Sur ces mots, une fois de plus, je vous remercie véritablement pour cette opportunité. L'OMS reste présente ici. Elle reste pour vous. C'est une organisation d'États membres. On n'est rien sans vous et on voudrait véritablement vous avoir avec nous pour pouvoir construire l'avenir de l'Afrique ensemble. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur 𝐄𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨, merci beaucoup d'avoir rappelé l'importance de que cette opportunité-là représente pour un travail collaboratif. À présent, mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander d'accueillir sous vos applaudissements le docteur Amadou Sall, administrateur général de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le ministre de la Santé du Sénégal, Dr 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Président du Conseil d'administration de l'Institut Pasteur, Monsieur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents de ce centenaire, professeur 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬 et professeur Peter Piot, chers collègues, chers invités, chers partenaires. Je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer toute la joie et l'immense plaisir que j'ai de vous recevoir à Dakar ce matin dans le cadre de ce forum sur les épidémies et la préparation aux pandémies. Ce forum est dans sa 3e édition, mais a ceci de spécial, que nous le célébrons en même temps que notre centenaire. L'objectif de ce forum, quand il a été mis en œuvre, était vraiment de créer un espace dans lequel nous parlerons sur le plan technique des épidémies, en matière de surveillance, en matière de réponse, mais aussi que nous discuterions de tout ce qui est innovation, technologie, nouvelles connaissances pour se préparer à ces fléaux que sont les épidémies et les pandémies. Il avait aussi comme objectif de s'assurer que nous aurons un espace dans lequel, avec nos partenaires, avec les innovateurs, nous aurions la possibilité d'échanger pour voir comment préparer nos pays et le monde aux futures épidémies. Et il avait une tradition, c'est d'avoir un invité d'honneur. Cette année, nous avons le plaisir de recevoir la ministre de la Santé du Cap-Vert, qui est une de nos invités d'honneur, et ça nous fait très plaisir, parce que, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, le Cap-Vert est un pays cher à mon cœur, parce que justement, nous avons une histoire qui a commencé avec les épidémies avec le Cap-Vert. Et donc, ce que je voudrais dire aussi comme remarques qui sont importantes ce matin, c'est que nous avons aussi cette année une très grande opportunité avec ce centenaire, d'une part, dans le domaine des épidémies, de célébrer la souveraineté pharmaceutique et la souveraineté sanitaire à travers la mise en place d'une structure qui va être tout à l'heure inaugurée, qui est une structure qui permet de faire toute la fabrication de diagnostics rapides en Afrique pour les prochaines années. Et donc, cette structure qui s'appelle diagnostics sera inaugurée tout à l'heure. Et on l'a fait coïncider avec cette épidémie parce que c'est avec ce forum, parce qu'il est absolument essentiel, après avoir sorti de la COVID, de nous donner les moyens en Afrique d'avoir les capacités de répondre à ces épidémies par les outils. Nous allons aussi exceptionnellement avoir un panel ministériel qui va discuter de tous ces aspects, comme vous le voyez dans le programme. Et enfin, nous avons l'opportunité de recevoir plusieurs partenaires extrêmement importants lors de ce forum, et vous aurez l'occasion de le découvrir. Enfin, je voudrais aussi dire que ce forum est l'opportunité, comme le signalait M. Baldé, toujours de célébrer les communautés. Pourquoi les communautés? Parce que souvent nos épidémies commencent dans les communautés, se terminent dans les communautés. Pourquoi les communautés? Parce que ce sont les bénéficiaires de tous nos efforts. Pourquoi les communautés? Parce que souvent, nous avons tendance à mettre en avant les solutions techniques qui sont complètement inopérantes si les communautés ne les acceptent pas. Nous avons la chance ici d'avoir de très grands experts, Dr Socéphal, par exemple, qui a dirigé les urgences sur toute l'Afrique. Et tous ces experts se retrouvent sans outils, sans opportunité de faire leur travail lorsque les communautés refusent de collaborer. Ce qui fait que la confiance est aujourd'hui probablement la valeur la plus importante à cultiver en matière de santé publique. Sans la confiance des communautés, nous ne pourrons pas faire notre travail, malgré tout l'armada d'outils que nous avons. Et donc, c'est pour ça que je voudrais, dans le cadre de ce forum, que nous passions aussi et que pensions vraiment aux communautés dans tout le travail que nous faisons comme les bénéficiaires de nos actions. Je ne voudrais pas terminer sans remercier non seulement nos différents invités qui sont venus des différentes régions du monde, mais particulièrement aussi l'équipe d'organisation de ce forum, coordonnée par Mme Karine Bellonrad, mais aussi l'équipe spécialement dédiée à l'organisation de ce forum épidémique qui a été coordonné par le Dr Abdourahmane Sow. Enfin, je voulais vous souhaiter une excellente journée aujourd'hui parce qu'on adore la santé publique et cette journée est dédiée à la santé publique. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Sall. Merci d'avoir insisté et souligné l'importance de nos communautés. Je vais à présent vous demander, mesdames et messieurs, d'accueillir son Excellence le Dr 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, ministre de la Santé et des Affaires sociales du Sénégal. Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maître de cérémonie. Madame la ministre de la Santé de la République du Cap-Vert, Monsieur le représentant du ministre de la Santé de la République du Mali, Mesdames, Messieurs les anciens ministres de la Santé, Monsieur l'administrateur général de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar, Monsieur le représentant de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, Madame la directrice exécutive du Pasteur Network, Monsieur le représentant de l'agenda Afrique du médicament, distingués invités, chers partenaires, chers participants, distingués invités en vos rangs, grades et qualités. C'est un immense plaisir et une profonde gratitude que je me retrouve avec vous. Je prends la parole une première fois pour l'ouverture de la conférence sur la préparation et la riposte contre les épidémies. En cette occasion particulière et historique qui marque le centenaire de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar, qui est un fleuron scientifique et sanitaire, non seulement pour le Sénégal, mais également pour l'ensemble du continent africain et au-delà, à travers le monde. Nous sommes ici réunis pour aborder une thématique cruciale, celle de la préparation et de la réponse aux épidémies. Un sujet qui n'a jamais été aussi pertinent qu'aujourd'hui à la lumière des défis posés par les crises sanitaires récentes. Et cette question est d'autant plus pertinente et d'actualité qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons des populations qui font face à un cumul de pathologies. Et quand on dit cumul de pathologies, ça veut dire qu'on doit faire face à l'émergence de nouvelles pathologies infectieuses, mais nous avons aussi des populations qui, de plus en plus, sont confrontées à des maladies non transmissibles qui créent ce qu'on appelle le phénomène de comorbidité. Et la pandémie de Covid-19 qui vient de passer, qui a été un rappel brutal de l'urgence d'unir nos efforts, en est qui est un exemple patent, parce que la majeure partie des décès qui ont été enregistrés l'ont été auprès de populations qui souffrent aussi de maladies chroniques. Donc cela appelle à un renforcement de nos systèmes de santé. Cela appelle à promouvoir la recherche scientifique et à établir des mécanismes de coopération internationale très solides. Depuis sa création en 1924, l'Institut Pasteur a été un pionnier dans la lutte contre les maladies infectieuses. Il a su bâtir une expertise reconnu mondialement, notamment dans le diagnostic et la production de vaccins. L'Institut Pasteur a été à l'avant-garde de nombreuses initiatives, notamment dans la réponse aux épidémies de fièvre jaune, de dengue, d'Ebola et plus récemment de Covid-19. Nous rendons hommage à tous les scientifiques, chercheurs et personnels de santé qui, par leur dévouement, ont sauvé d'innombrables vies. Le Sénégal, sous le leadership visionnaire des autorités, a fait des progrès significatifs dans la préparation et la réponse aux épidémies. Cependant, nous devons reconnaître que les défis persistent. La montée des maladies émergentes, le changement climatique, les inégalités d'accès aux soins et aux vaccins sont autant d'obstacles que nous devons surmonter. Des germes inconnus, parfois indétectables, à partir des systèmes de diagnostic actuels, continuent de défier les sciences de la santé. Ainsi, la recherche, moyen systématique de production de la connaissance et d'anticipation sur la riposte contre les chocs sanitaires, reste encore le levier sur lequel on peut s'appuyer pour relever ces défis. Le rôle de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar est plus que jamais essentiel pour nous accompagner dans cette mission. La célébration de ce centenaire nous offre l'occasion de tracer les voies de l'avenir. Nous devons nous engager fermement à 1. Renforcer les capacités de recherche et de production locales. Et sur ce plan, l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar est déjà un acteur majeur dans la production de vaccins. Le projet Madiba, qui vise à produire des vaccins à base d'ARN messager en Afrique, est une initiative prometteuse qui mérite notre plein soutien parce qu'elle va contribuer surtout à la riposte et à la préparation des épidémies et des pandémies. 2. Promouvoir une coopération régionale et internationale accrue parce que nous avons des épidémies qui ne respectent pas les frontières. Une approche concertée est indispensable pour prévenir, détecter et répondre efficacement aux crises sanitaires, surtout dans les zones frontalières. 3. Renforcer la résilience des systèmes de santé. Ça veut dire investir dans les ressources humaines de qualité, investir dans les infrastructures et les technologies de santé, surtout à travers l'intelligence artificielle qui va aider à gérer à temps réel beaucoup de crises sanitaires émergentes. Encourager la participation communautaire, comme l'a dit si bien le représentant de l'OMS, parce que la clé de réussite, c'est l'engagement des communautés dans la lutte contre les pandémies. Donc la réussite de nos stratégies dépend de l'implication des populations locales dans tout ce qu'on fait en matière de préparation et de riposte aux pandémies. Donc avec comme mot clé sensibilisation, éducation, collaboration, pour renforcer la confiance et l'adhésion aux initiatives sanitaires. En célébrant le centenaire de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar, nous célébrons un siècle d'engagement, d'innovation et de résilience. Nous rendons hommage à une institution qui incarne l'espoir et la solidarité dans la lutte contre les épidémies. Et je suis convaincu qu'ensemble, avec la volonté politique, le soutien des partenaires et l'engagement de toutes les parties prenantes, nous pouvons bâtir un avenir où la santé pour tous ne sera pas un rêve, mais une réalité. Je vous remercie de votre attention et vous invite à des débats fructueux tout au long de cette conférence. Vive la santé publique, vive le Sénégal, vive l'Institut Pasteur. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, merci Son Excellence pour ce, ce speech. À présent, mesdames et messieurs, Excellences, je vous propose de vous rassembler pour immortaliser cette 3e édition du Dakar Epidemics Forum. Vous allez être guidés par les hôtesses. J'en profite également pour inviter, donc le docteur Sall l'a dit tout à l'heure, pour inviter les personnes qui sont censées assister à l'inauguration de Diatropics, le nouveau site de production des tests rapides de diagnostic. Donc, lors de la photo, après la photo, je vous invite, n'est-ce pas, à vous rapprocher des hôtesses pour pouvoir rejoindre les cars qui vous emmèneront donc sur le site 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬. Juste après, nous aurons une petite pause café, puisque nous avons accusé un petit retard. Je vais vous demander de revenir en salle, si possible, à 10h15. Merci beaucoup, à tout de suite. D'accord.
Fennamandanetiye Fennamandanetiye Yasanore Tarzuke Yasanore Tarzuke Yeah, 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 yeah. Nibikani, Chaneti Akani, Isabano Waku, Ilubasiare, Manomantu, Chusa Kalumakani, Nibitare, Chaneti Akani, Isabano Waku, Ilubasiare, Manomantu, Chusa Kalumakani, Sane Mutenai, Sane Mafatai. Fennamandanetiye Fennamandanetiye Yasanore Tarzuke Yasanore Tarzuke Yeah, 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 yeah. Nibitari Chadeti Apan, Hidari Manawa, Ilubasiare Manawantu, Chusa Panabagandi, Nibitari Chadeti Apan, Isanawa, Ilubasiare Manawantu, Chusa Panabagandi. Nifatanang piu de bula uluwe, 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 Papanam pets pets new de uluwe, 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 full night out to mine to very, uvere, uvere, full night out to mine to very. Fenamanda netiye, Fennamandanetiye Yasanore Tarzuke Yasanore Tarzuke Yeah, 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 yeah. Nibitari Chadeti Akan, Isabana Nilubasiare Manamantu, Chusa Kumagani, Nibitare Chadeti Akan, Isabana Nawatu, Nilubasiare Manamantu, Chusa Kanumagani, Chusa Kanumagani, Chusa Kanumagani, Chusa Kanumagani, Chusa Chusa kanumakane, chusa kanumakane, chusa kanumakane, chusa kanumakane.
Merci d'être revenus, mesdames et messieurs. J'espère que la pause a été bonne. Nous allons reprendre sous peu nos travaux. Alors, pour rappel et pour ceux qui en ont besoin, nous avons à disposition des casques pour l'interprétation, ceux qui en ont besoin. Et pour les autres, nous allons donc continuer en anglais pour cette petite partie, puisqu'il me fait plaisir d'inviter, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to welcome here Mr. Jim Robinson, who is the co-chair of the Manufacturing Platforms for Epidemic Countermeasures in Africa. He will be chairing the next session. And just for you to know more about Jim, for those who don't know him, Jim is a biochemical engineer with 40 plus years of experience in the vaccine industry, focused on manufacturing facilities, quality, and late-stage vaccine development. He has worked for Sanofi Pasteur, Novavax, and Merck over 30 plus years, and they began to consult for projects focused on pandemic preparedness and enabling LMIC vaccine production capabilities. He was a charter member of the CEPI as a two-term member of the Scientific Advisory Committee and led CMC strategy during the COVID pandemic response. He has been integral to the designing and development of Madiba that we spoke about earlier and IPD's overall vaccine strategy. Please welcome Mr. Jim Robinson. Thank you.
Good morning. I apologize for English, but my French is horrible. What I'll do is I'll introduce the four speakers. And they'll come up as we introduce them, and then they'll make four presentations. We did start a little late. We're going to try and still finish close to on time because some of our speakers have commitments to run to. We'll try and go a bit quickly, although it's difficult because all four speakers are quite accomplished, and so their bios might take me a little bit. Our first speaker will be Namal Nawana. He is a business leader for healthcare investor and entrepreneur with a particular focus in medical devices and diagnostics. He's executive chairman. He was the founder of Neoneta, a wholly owned venture firm with ownership interests in intellectual property and assets in healthcare. He is executive chairman and founder of Sapphiros, a consumer diagnostics company, partnering with private equity. He is previously founder and co-founded several medical technologies. Through his design firm, 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝢤 Design, he personally led the design of numerous technologies, most recently blood draw and detection patches and drug delivery devices from telepresence platform of Satio Corporation and a number of IVD products. He has extensive experience leading global public health companies and was formerly chief executive officer and member of the board of directors of Smith & Nephew. Prior to that, CEO, board of directors of 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, and until it was $8 billion acquisition by Abbott in 2017, which was the largest rapid diagnostic delivery firm at the time, with roughly 1.5 billion tests annually. Before 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, he spent more than 15 years at Johnson & Johnson and progressively senior leadership roles globally, including worldwide part president of J&J's multi-billion-dollar diffuse synthesis spine business. So Mr. Marone is a member of the advisory committee of 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧, John Hopkins affiliate supporting maternal care in low-income countries, past member of the board of directors of 𝐈𝐏𝐿ogic, a NASDAQ-listed company, 𝐈𝐏𝐼𝐼med, and separately 𝐈𝐏𝐼med-DX, the peak industry association of medical device and diagnostic industries, and Malaria No More, an organization dedicated to reduction of mortality and eradication of malaria. He holds an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering, a master's degree in medical science from the University of Adelaide, South Australia, as well as an MBA from Henley Management College. So welcome. Our second speaker is some local talents. The Dr. Bilo Tall from MD is the dedicated medical professional from Senegal who earned her medical degree in 2014 from Sheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal. She's over 7 years experience working as a general practitioner in various healthcare settings. In 2020, she completed her Master in Public Health at the same university, which strengthened her commitment to advancing population health through research. In 2020, Bilo joined the Epidemiology, Clinical Research, and Data Science Unit of IPD. In response to the COVID pandemic, she successfully implemented coordinated multiple research studies, including a COVID cohort study and a multi-center randomized open-label clinical trial on COVID. Bilo also served as investigator in a range of research projects, including clinical trials focused on various themes such as microbiome research in pregnant women and children, identifying causes of fever in Senegal, and improving diagnostic tools for pregnant women. As manager of clinical trial operations, she leads a team overseeing the planning, execution, and supervision of several clinical studies. Her role ensures that studies are conducted according to the highest ethical and scientific standards, while contributing to critical advancements in the field of infectious disease and maternal health. She's an active member of the Pasteur Network. As a research assistant in 2024, she is part of the Gates Foundation Goalkeeper for her research on microbiome in pregnant women. Thank you. Thanks. Our third speaker will be 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬. She's joined CEPI on October 24 as a deputy CEO based on London office, responsible for shaping and delivering on CEPI's priorities across the organization, working closely with the CEO. She serves as a liaison to external stakeholders and bodies, including the CEPI Board of Equitable Access Committee. It's so long I lost my spot. And the Joint Coordination Group. Internally, she works closely with all of the executive directors to ensure cohesion across the organization and oversees the Access and Business Development Division, the Governance Strategy, Portfolio Management and Biosecurity Division, Preparedness and Response Division, and the CEO Front Office team. Prior to joining CEPI, 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬 spent 13 years at Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, laterally managing all of Gavi's programmatic work as Chief Program Officer with responsibility for design and execution of Gavi's vaccine programs. During her tenure at Gavi, 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬 served as the Managing Director of the Office of COVAX facility set up in 2020 in response to the COVID pandemic. Earlier in her career, she held various posts with GlaxoSmithKline, contributing to the development of their policies on access to medicines and vaccines in lower middle income countries, and in WHO undertaking research in generic medicine policies, sorry. She served on a number of boards, including the Polio Oversight Board and the International Planned Parenthood Federation's Board of Trustees. She's a certified accountant, holds a master's degree in health policy, planning, and finance from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and London School of Economics. She received the Medal of Friendship from Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh in 2023 and was featured in Time Magazine's 2021 Time 100 Next list honoring the 100 individuals who are shaping the future of their fields and defining the next generation of leadership. Okay. I'm getting tired. Then finally, we have Dr. Rebecca Grace. Rebecca is Executive Director of the Pasteur Network. Previously, she served as Director of Research at Epicenter, an epidemiology and research branch of Médecins Sans Frontières. Her work primarily focuses on the prevention of infectious disease and emerging infection in low and middle income countries with emphasis on public health interventions, efficacy studies, trials of new vaccines and therapeutics. She also prioritizes the professional development, mentoring, management training, and for underrepresented populations in scientific research to foster career advancement and healthcare innovation. She holds a doctorate, 2 master's degrees, and a bachelor's degree from Johns Hopkins University, as well as the Habitation 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧, the research, you might have to explain that, from the Faculty of Medicine Medicine Paris, Saclay, France. She authors over 200 peer-reviewed publications and participates in numerous scientific funding, international organization committees, and advisory groups, particularly in vaccine development. She is a member of the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts at WHO. So, obviously the overall title of this session is Manufacturing Platforms for Epidemic Countermeasures in Africa. When you hear that, you might think about the last step of all of this work is the actual manufacturing of vaccines that goes into the public. But it's important to remember that there's a whole ecosystem that supports that final chapter in the story, which includes diagnostics, which we'll hear about first, rapid development of vaccines, clinical trial testing of vaccines, and obviously the coordinating of all of those groups in a way that makes sense and helps do what society needs. So with that, we'll start with a diagnostics presentation by Namal. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jim. And if I could ask for my presentation, please. It's always a pleasure to be in Dakar. It's a particular pleasure to be part of this centenary celebration. And I have to say the last few days have been extraordinary already. And it's just great that you all took time to speak about this important subject. So a centenary celebration really is, you can reflect on all of the accomplishments of what Institut Pasteur has achieved over the last 100 years, but also look forward to the things that will be achieved. And so my presentation today, I've been asked to speak a little bit about extreme volume manufacturing. So what does that mean? I'll get into that in a second. First, just to indulge me to say, Sapphiros, the company I founded a few years ago, is actually a broadly based diagnostics company. We started the company not just to serve healthcare systems that are mature, like America or England, but very specifically to be part of the global needs for diagnostics. And it's very interesting that if you set the goal to serve emerging health systems, it really makes it a lot easier to help mature healthcare systems with lower cost products that help create access. So our key principles are around, first and foremost, clinical outcomes in healthcare. Now, we must have high-performing products which allow healthcare to be funded correctly and efficiently by governments and payers. And so we start with detection systems that perform as well as detection systems in laboratories. but that are fully disposable systems. And typically we don't require readers. So you're seeing an array of products here. I'm going to take you through a little bit of each of these. Some of you are responsible for healthcare systems in countries, and you would have been familiar with the products at 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, which are very broad in rapid diagnostics. But in our company, we're also very concerned with multiplexing molecular technologies that are real time, that are fully disposable and extremely low cost. And I'll take you through those. And there's some sophisticated chip-based diagnostics for specific applications. And I'm very passionate about patch-based diagnostics and actually patch-based drug delivery. So I won't talk about all of these in details, but I'll give you a little flavor of what we're up to. So in terms of what we can do to support epidemics and what the forum is about today and has been for a number of years, we need a lot of different things to go right when something goes wrong. And so part of what we can do is to develop assays very quickly, and that's whether they're immunoassays or whether they're molecular assays. And then today in particular, I'm going to show you some manufacturing technology, which is novel in its own right, but allows us to quickly change over to new tests that are required, produce them in massive volume, and get them where they're needed. And importantly, I think that many people here have spoken over the last couple of days about surveillance and monitoring. And I think if I go back 10 plus years and think about how we had to connect the results of tests from 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, we were using GPS networks, we were negotiating with individual providers in different countries. It was actually quite tough. Today, this is a lot easier, and there's a lot of ways that we can do this, and we'll show you a couple of different ways that we can do this. And I'm even going to give you a little picture of what new ways of doing electronics can help us do this at scale and ultimately at low cost and serve markets like these in the future. So, maybe to get you into the subject and to understand what we're talking about. So what you're about to see is a short video on our manufacturing line for a novel lateral flow technology. And the line capacity of this annually is 5 billion units per year, which is more than the world's need for lateral flow tests. And that's 16 million tests per day. And that's a validated line speed with 12 production lots. So I'm not going to really go into the detail of it, but some important things to understand. When I was running 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, we had 20,000 employees globally. About half of those were led by Mark Gladwell, our CEO of Sapphiros, to make the products. Okay, so we needed about 10,000 people to make all of the 1.5 billion tests a year. Today, we need 35 people to make the 5 billion tests. And, it's not that we don't like employing people, we love employing people, but it's really important to have highly automated manufacturing if you want low cost. Now, of course, that comes with certain criteria, and that includes being able to control those systems. So I'll show you a little bit about that. So the first thing we needed to do is to get to this manufacturing system is actually have a different type of product. And the biggest innovation is not having plastic. Now, everybody else's lateral flow tests uses injection molding. And when you use injection molding, you're naturally going to have to assemble. And we got pretty good at automating assembly of these tests, but you can never really innovate that manufacturing because of that very first step of injection molding. It's also important to know that about a quarter of the cost of a rapid diagnostic test is the plastic. Now, why do you want to spend the money on the plastic? You don't want to spend the money on the plastic. And so the product that you see on the right, our lateral flow test, this can be produced without the injection molding and on that reel-to-reel platform. And I know that many of you are interested in these types of technologies. So this product format allows us to have different layers which are brought together seamlessly in a manufacturing flow technology that the video will run while I speak, so you'll see a little bit more about what kind of manufacturing this is. And what's really important is the first test that was designed, it was for COVID. Now we've completed the malaria test. I'll show you that a little bit of time. And then the HIV tests are coming as well, and syphilis, etc. But we only change the biologic striping. the rest is standardized, and the printing is, again, we can easily change the print structure. So this reel-to-reel process is a platform technology that we can apply across many, many different types of assays. And then again, you get to these incredibly fast line speeds. Not going to take you through all of these different steps. What I do want to do is to pick out a couple of the important parts of an extreme volume manufacturing line like this, to help you understand how that might help in epidemics, because that's really what we're here about at this forum. So the first really important part is rapid changeover. Okay, so at 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, every time we had a test, we had a manufacturing line and hundreds of people. Okay, and that was the only way we could do it. We had to dedicate manufacturing lines for each test. And now what we can do is we actually don't use what most of the industry uses, which are the biotechnologies to stripe these biologics onto paper. We have a multi-lane system, which is again reel to reel, and all of the biologics are under pressure. And this actually is very, very important for manufacturing yield. This means that we have almost perfect manufacturing and we don't have a lot of waste. But the big part for us is it only takes us 45 minutes to change over from one assay to another. So, when you have a production facility like this, you actually have to have a business plan as well. So we're actually in the process of launching our pregnancy test. And you're going to say, well, the world doesn't need another pregnancy test. But manufacturing lines must be sustainable. So we're very, very steady product going through our manufacturing line at all times with the pregnancy product. But we can change from pregnancy to malaria to HIV, and it just takes us 45 minutes. And that I think in the context of epidemics and response is very, very important. Okay, so this is actually the recent results. We spent over 1,000 samples to be tested at PATH, so independent testing, and the results are extraordinary. I mean, we were very proud when we were at 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬 with our malaria test. We had several hundred million a year serving the African markets, but the test is performing extraordinarily well, including for HRP2 gene deletion, which has been a problem in the industry and was brought up just earlier in the week as one of the issues. So we're transferring this to manufacturing and the definitive clinical trials. And I'm also really pleased to say that the team here at Institut Pasteur will help us with some of the clinical trials associated with this product launch. So that's malaria. And then what you can expect is just many more products coming in this format, which allows us to respond and principally continue to deliver products at extreme low cost. We were the people that lowered the cost of malaria tests because that is what's necessary to serve populations. We will continue to do that with these products and make sure that these products are extremely accessible. So huge manufacturing line can make a lot of things on paper. Is that very interesting? Yes, it's very interesting because many things can be done on this platform, but we have a lot of goals in how we serve populations and for public health. And so what I want to do is just give you a glimpse of what happens when you start with a technology like this and where it can go. So a little bit about future technologies. And the first important technology capability that is novel in this industry is conductive ink printed electronics. So we have proprietary inks where we print the electronics again on very flexible polymers, and that allows us to use reel-to-reel manufacturing. And reel-to-reel manufacturing, as you've just seen, allows us to go very fast and reduce the cost. In sophisticated diagnostic tests, some of the biggest challenges are around electronics and bringing the cost of electronics down. So we needed to bring technology into this industry, which allows us to have low-cost electronics quickly. And what you're actually looking at is not just printing this conductive ink, but also joining electronic components automatically to those polymer reels. And so we can put chips. Actually, you're watching, let's see if I can play this again. What you were actually watching was LEDs and photodiodes being stuck onto that polymer. And those are important components of reader systems that can be put directly onto a device. And many of you here are experts in molecular diagnostics. You're lab directors. You understand the sophisticated molecular tests. We are the people that brought molecular diagnostics to the point of care. It was called 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬. It's now called Abbott ID Now. It's a significant technology platform in making molecular diagnostics available at the point of care. but there's challenges technically about those things. And yes, we've disrupted some of the things that made it expensive to make molecular diagnostics. So PCR requires heating and of reagents. When you use isothermal reagents, you only have to heat to a known temperature. In our case, it's 42 degrees Celsius. We print our own heaters, okay, with those conductive inks. That costs us 4 cents. Just going to tell you, this innovation allows us to now make disposable molecular products at very, very low cost. We print our own batteries. We print our own screens. And so those things are the cost drivers that have traditionally made electronic diagnostics products very expensive. So base technology of conductive ink printed electronics allows us to do low-cost digital lateral flow tests. So we put a normal lateral flow test in a form factor. This is a product that we aim to launch in the near future for the US market in this case, but a multiplex respiratory test with a digital output on the device, with an NFC antenna, which allows us to communicate with an app, and extreme low cost. So this is an asset that over time will be at a cost basis which is possible for markets like this and allow for surveillance. If we can rapidly develop an assay, we can put it on a format like this very quickly and respond to epidemics. This is a technology I'm really, really excited about. Okay, so we have a major molecular platform. It's NIH funded. We've gained the trust of the US government to support us in that. We've taken that technology and said, well, how do we do something that's low cost for markets like here? And we said, well, we're pretty good at paper. Let's put these reagents on paper. And what you see on the right are the results of our colorimetric assay for flu. So it's a flu B test. We're about to do this for blood-based tests and HIV in particular. But we can have a couple of formats here. Paper-based molecular test using isothermal reagents, but with a battery on board and, again, peelable technology. So the tests are, you just put the sample in the test and it runs itself. Okay, so these are passive flow devices. Or for higher throughput, we have an instrument-based test as well, where we can have very, very low-cost strips that go into molecular. So again, bringing lab-level performance at very low cost for a multitude of assays. I'm going to summarize because I know, Jim, we're trying to catch up time as well. I don't want to get you behind, but we're excited about our technology, which is one that, the title is extreme volume manufacturing. What you need to take away is even if you can make 5 billion products a year, it doesn't mean you have to make all of that. What it means is you're very fast. And so we can make 100 million tests, in an hour. It's not difficult. And for us, that means that we can respond and get the tests where they're needed. And then again, we're heading to the inauguration for Diatropics. We will be announcing a partnership here with Institut Pasteur to locally make some of this technology available over time so we can actually have that in Africa. But thank you for your attention today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alex. Bilo, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have the presentation, please? Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Jim, for giving me the floor. It's a real honor to be here and share some thought on clinical research experience at IPD and our perspective. So first of all, I would like to present the clinical research ecosystem that we have at Institut Pasteur de Dakar, in which we work. And this ecosystem will allow us to have a brighter future in clinical research for Senegal, the region, and the population that need it the most. I will start by our laboratory system, a cornerstone of IPD's history. We have our ISO-certified medical biology laboratory. Also, we have the virology, microbiology, immunophysiopathology, and infectious disease laboratory, alongside the medical zoology. And we recently have the Advanced Vaccine Bioprocessing Lab, which is now called Vaccine Research Center, which produce vaccine development, and it's also responsible for preclinical studies. As you may know, we have like more than 12 laboratories references in national, regional, and global level, included some World Health Organization reference laboratories. We have like, to state some of them, we have like the arboviruses and viral hemorrhagic fever, which is the World Health Organization reference centers. We also have measles and rubella and antimicrobial resistance. And since June 2022, Institut Pasteur de Dakar starts the process to be a CP reference lab. Just to talk about that, so the immunophysiopathology and infectious disease lab and virology lab start the process to be CP reference center lab. They are currently ongoing transferred for SARS-CoV-2 and Lassa. That will allow this laboratory to start doing sample analyzing for clinical trials, the support by CEPI and its partner, and also for IPD's future clinical trial on vaccine. So adding to these strong laboratories that we have at IPD and her expansion in the future, we also have our epidemics and data science department that support us for for data and analytic needs. We also have the newly Department of Digitalization that will help us increase our capacity for eCRF, e-data capture, and eTMF. Our biobank is have a large store for 4 freezer room and more than 70 freezers, and they are in the process of having the ISO 203H7 and the LIMS. We also have a quality department and a quality assistant in our department, clinical research department, to help us have quality by design in clinical research. For the part of finance, we have like a very capable and growing grant management team. So you see this ecosystem. What are missing in this ecosystem is a strong clinical research unit that will able to support IPD vaccine manufacturing and IPD diagnostic manufacturing, so Madiba, Africa Maril, Datrobix, and Davax. And also in our strategic plan, we will be focused to work on therapeutic trial and problems that are driven by our hospital doctor to help us to be to have like improve the patient outcome. Also, as we are having our centenary this year, Institut Pasteur de Dakar is not only strong on stand on strong grounds. We also have strong ties with the Ministry of Health in Senegal. We work with the National Ethics Committee and the National Regulatory Agency that was with us for our for the writing of our strategic plan. We also have a strong relationship with University Teaching Hospital. I can say the Smith Hospital at Fan and the District Health Center, particularly those who are in the 4S network. And IPD is a pioneer of public health in Senegal, and we are a very trusted institution. So we value community engagement, and we are working with community leaders before the beginning of the trial. I would like to share now the experience we have on recent experience we have on clinical research. The first study one of the first study that was involved were the SANCOV cohort study. It was a study that we implement in COVID-19's pandemic. And the main objective was to evaluate the clinical presentation and evolution of SARS-CoV-2 in cases in Senegal, because Senegal have some specificities for this COVID-19, and it was adapted for the ISARIC clinical characterization protocol. We collect data from the hospitalization to 6 months after discharge. We have 6 sites involved in Senegal, some sites in Dakar and another site in Touba. And we recruit more than 1,400 participants. And we have the paper that were published in the Clinical Medicine Journal. Alongside this this core study, we have like one of our first trial. It was a 𝐶𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨 trial. It was a phase 2 trial to improve treatment, efficacy, and safety in adult patients hospitalized with COVID-19 infection in Senegal. It was a multi-center, open-label, randomized adaptive trial. We were trying to evaluate the efficacy of nafamostat, a molecule which was used in Korea and Japan since 20 years. We see that this molecule have some properties in vitro, antiviral properties and anticoagulants, and we try to test it. So it was tested in adult patients with moderate to severe COVID-19. It was 10 days of treatment of nafamostat, and the outcome was viral clearance at day 7. So we complete this trial on February. We stopped the trial on February 2023, and the results are ongoing. I also work on this PROFSEN trial. It was a phase 2 trial aimed to improve environmental enteropathy in pregnant women, because some research show that if you want to have a good result for the babies at the beginning, you need to start early in utero. So we use the probiotics, the good bacteria, and it was a multinational, double-blind, randomized control trial that we do with Zambia, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And the objective was to determine if a probiotic named Vivomix can reduce inflammation and epithelial damage in pregnant women, and can have like positive impact for the babies at the birth. And we include women adult women in the second trimester of pregnancy. It was 56 days of oral Vivomix versus 56 days of placebo. And the outcome was a percentage of change in the inflammatory. So the recruitment for this study starts since June 2024. And you see what we have done for the study until now. We have a very strong public engagement led by a socio-anthropologist, the late Professor 𝐄𝐝, who helped us a lot, because it's very sensitive, because we work on pregnant women. We have the full enrollment of all the 76 participants. We have the completion of the intervention and all the sampling for these participants. Now we are doing the follow-up of the pregnant woman and the newborn. You can see in the picture the aunties communities, which have a very strong and powerful influence in the population, and one of our midwives. We can see in the photo in the corner of the slide, you can see the ethical committee who came to have a visit at the site. We have also PRESTO trial. It's one diagnostic trial who evaluate the clinical performance of ultrasound for pregnancy monitoring. So the new ultrasound we were testing has the size of the mobile phone, and we compare this ultrasound to the big ultrasound that we have in our hospital, because in Senegal, in some remote area, people doesn't have access to ultrasound. So this project is very also important, and the objective was to evaluate the performance and the operability of this new ultrasound in pregnant women. And recruitment started in December 2023. As you see in the picture, the midwives and some participants, this project was implemented in Sokone, far from Dakar, and we have enrolled successfully all our sample size, and all the participants complete the intervention, and the follow-up is already finished also. We are now processing to data validation and finalizing the statistical analysis. But we are very proud of this work, because we think that we will have a very good result that can change, improve the health of population by having access to this kind of innovation diagnostic. I will finish with the study, very sensitive study. It was a multi-observational studies for analyzing the impact of SARS-CoV-2 vaccination on the severity of infection. So it was done in hospitalized patients without vaccinary history. It was done in 3 big hospitals in Dakar, and we started the recruitment in October 2022, and we finished the recruitment this year. So we have this project was funded by World Health Organization. So we create 236 participants. We are proceeding by the to analyzing all these results, and we have a very strong internal monitoring done by IPD. This slide is just to show that when we implement clinical trial on the site, we always try to have infrastructure put in place and to have capacity building. Because it's very important. For example, for the trial that we have in 𝐄𝐲 for the pregnant women, we improve quality of care for all the person that attend to this healthcare center by buying an ultrasound machine, birthing table. So it allows the to run very good the trial, but also the population that live in all those areas benefits from these materials. And we also doing a training for all the study staff on clinical research, on DCP, how to take consent, what is pharmacovigilance, how to do safety monitoring. And the training was done at the beginning and also continuously on the site. So now this site is ready to run clinical trial by their own because they have now enough experiences. Just a slide to show the relevant partnership and activities we have at IPD. So we are Africa CDC Center of Excellence for Diagnostic Evaluation. We also part of CEPI, West Reference Laboratories. We have we work a lot with some in the network, like the 𝐼𝐏𝐃'𝐬 network and the 𝐴PRO-MOVE network, which is a network of the World Health Organization. And we have strong partnership with IVI, University of Oxford, Epicentre, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, FCDO, FINE. I just want to highlight one example of regional and global partnership, the African Coalition for Epidemics Research, Response and Training. It's a multidisciplinary consortium based on patient-centered to have a clinical research network and to respond to epidemics. So 𝐼𝐏𝐃'𝐬 is, as you see on the map, is present on site in West Africa, Central and East Africa. And IPD was involved in the 𝐼𝐏𝐃'𝐬 consortium, like in the work package about having the lead on all the laboratory network. And we also worked on the work package on clinical trial by having some studies within this consortium. So for the perspective, we put in place a 5 years strategy, and it was done through multiple workshops with the Ministry of Health, the ethics committees, agents, and 𝐼𝐏𝐃, new regulatory agencies, with some researchers in hospital and university, and with some partners, because it's very important to, in clinical research, to have a multidisciplinary approach. And for just some highlights, our vision is to be a leading center for clinical research. The mission is to conduct high quality clinical research that will accelerate the development of health according to our own needs for our population, the region, and for international. Of course, with the values of partner excellencies. This is the 5 strategic objectives we have. The first is to consolidate the foundation of IPD's clinical research team. We have a team that done a lot of work. We want to go further. And the second is to build up as a position as a manager in clinical trial for diagnostic and therapeutic. We also want the same for vaccine trial. And we're preparing the future because we want to have a sustainable growth and innovation in clinical research. We want to expand our support network of partners for clinical trial sites. This is a key action we have by strategic objective. Just to show you, for example, for the first objective, we want to establish robust data and IT infrastructure to support us in our trial. We want to, for the second objective, we want to define pipeline for diagnostic and vaccine. So this strategic objective will help us achieve our goals when it comes to vaccine development and diagnostic development. So just a slide to talk about the shaping the future of clinical research. So you will see in the slide the DAVAX, which the clinical biomanufacturing facility DAVAX is to make some small batches of vaccine suitable for clinical trials and for outbreaks. You also have the vaccine manufacturing Madiba and Africa Maril, which the role is to make large batches of vaccine. And we are going to realize the potential of IPD's innovation vaccine and IPD's vaccine manufacturing. Clinical trials are the missing bridge for this, and we are going to put in place a strong clinical research unit. We are going to do it with quality, with patient, with community inputs, and also in partnership with a strong ecosystem that exists in Senegal. So we will reinforce our clinical research skill, capacity, infrastructure in the future to put in place a platform for broader research activity. And at the end, it will be to do what? To improve patients' outcome and to access to the economic potential of better health. And just to add, by reinforcing our clinical research unit, we can address the health needs of our population in Senegal, but also for the region and at an international level. I would like to thank the clinical research team, Dr. Amadou Moustapha Ndoye, Dr. Fatoumata Jane Sarr, Marguerite Diatta, Neje Naba Dramé, Mam Choro Astoufal, Elizabeth Fichet, Hawa and Mbalo, and also the leadership of Dr. Abdurrahman Sow and the administrator, Dr. Amadou Al-Fasal. Because as you may know, clinical research is we have less than 3% clinical trial in Africa. So we're trying to have strong ties and very strong capacity to do it now. As we are celebrating our centenaries, I just would like to finish with this quote of Louis Pasteur, who said that science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity. And it's the torch which illuminates the world. This highlights the universal values of scientific progress, including vaccine and clinical research. Thank you.
Bonjour, good morning. Thank you, Jim, for the kind introduction, and thank you to my former speakers. I wanted to start a little bit by maybe zooming out, and maybe you're aware of this, but one of the facts that I find really interesting when we look at all the public health emergencies of international concern that have been declared by the WHO, every single one of them, except for one, which was Zika, actually had a vaccine component in its response. And of course, this was brought out most saliently in the COVID-19 pandemic, where really the critical role of the vaccination in controlling pandemics to reduce the public health burden, to reopen economies was seen. It also highlighted the need for future investments that help availability of equitable global distribution of vaccines. And that's really what CEPI has been focusing on in its 100 days mission. It's been embraced by the G7 and G20, aiming at doing this, shortening the time frame between the start and finish of the development of a safe and effective vaccine when there's a novel pandemic threat. And this isn't just a lofty concept, it can really be brought together in numbers, and you've got the numbers here. If you were to take the COVID-19 pandemic again, the genome sequencing was released on 10th of January 2020. Count 100 days, that brings you to April 2020. And if there had been a vaccine available at that 100 days mark, there would have been 8.3 million excess deaths that would have been averted by the end of 2021 of COVID-19. So that's the deaths number, but there's also an associated almost 27 million hospitalizations. That gives you an indication of the burden on the healthcare system, and 1.4 billion infections. So it's really looking at this kind of scale and impact that is making us at CEPI very focused on the 100 days mission. Ultimately, if you bring it to the very simplest expression in terms of 100 days, in 100 days, what we want is to have a vaccine delivered for initial authorization and manufacturing at scale. And that's really what our 2.0 strategy that was launched in 2022 is focusing on. So looking at preparing for known disease threats, looking at how do we transform the development and manufacture of vaccines, bring them to scale, and connecting with partners. And this is really, if there is one message here, and why we're here today, it's that idea of continued partnership across technical topics in terms of strategic leaderships, also across financial components. There's also a plus that goes with the 100 days. And if you think about it as a bit of a paradigm shift overall, it's not enough to just say, okay, great, we've done 100 days. After 100 days, we have a vaccine available. It's not one vaccine, it's millions, possibly billions of vaccines that need to be available. So the plus is really around large quantities of vaccines available globally. And to be able to have that, you need technology transfer in a geographically distributed manner, really robust supply chains, high quality analytics, regulatory preparedness, supply chains, all of these things need to come together. I'll take this through the lens of one individual disease threat that we're working on, namely Mpox, and just walk it through. So we've been looking at funding BioNTech for a new Mpox vaccine on the company's proven mRNA platform. Also, additionally to that, we've been looking at the strategic partnerships where we think about how we can leverage their mRNA platform, and if needed, can quickly pivot it to work on a novel orthopox virus if the threat emerges in future. And so the idea is to look at, through the lens of a particular vaccine, how do we think about leveraging existing and proven platforms that can help shorten the vaccine development timeline. And meanwhile, our live fire responses strengthens the capabilities of our partners in the Global South more quickly to help respond to outbreaks. And so that contributes to making regions overall more self-reliant. So that's, if you like, the vaccine lens. The other lens to look at is on platforms. So to achieve the 100 days mission, it's very important to look at a broad portfolio of platform investments. So at CEPI, we're focused primarily on mRNA, viral vector, protein subunit-based platforms. And the idea is thinking about how we leverage knowledge from one platform to another so that we can rapidly develop new vaccines on proven platform technologies. And then we also work across in terms of thinking how we can de-risk and familiarize people and platform and partners with new platform technologies so that we reduce the time ultimately for product development and for regulatory review. The idea of having a view across platforms is that all platforms bring different benefits. I've spoken about speed. Obviously, that's critical for the 100 days mission, but one needs to think about the immune response, about the durability of protection, the safety profile of a vaccine, the cost of goods, stability. So bringing all of these to bear such that we can have a broad collection of well-understood platforms. And so at a moment in time, we would be able to have the right platform for the right pathogen and in the right region. So building on the platform view and looking next at the innovations perspective, there's speed, scale, and access that come to play here. So speed obviously is around having a very fast initial manufacture of vaccines, being able to do that initial response very rapidly. And then the scale and access projects are looking at facilitating of tech transfer from one facility to the next across regions, and also looking at investments in thermostability, for example. So very much focusing on the end use and the implementation and how we're going to be able to deliver vaccines at scale in low resource settings. From a geographic perspective, it's, from our perspective, really important to operate different manufacturing capabilities in different areas. So diversity has a number of different considerations to it. This is a map of our 5 Global South manufacturing partners, where we'll be really looking to drive rapid vaccine production at scale. The idea is to be able to build capacity. It's also around bringing capabilities to regions so that the partners can have pandemic response readiness built in right from the start. And then focusing specifically more on Africa, of course, we're hugely proud to count the Institut Pasteur Dakar as one of our key partners in the region. And you can see here the specifics of our collaboration. Also to call out, we have a Global South Fellow, Fama Sako, I don't know if she's here, who works with us. And the idea being around technology transfer, but also looking at human capital development, other capabilities, so that we can strengthen our high-performing entities that we work with into delivering emergency vaccines across, as I mentioned before, an array of platform technologies. And then finally, once you've got the manufacturing in place, not to forget the supply chain considerations, and supply chains obviously being really critical and having shown themselves to be very vulnerable in a time of a pandemic. We've done this by looking at manufacturing models. And so what these models do is, with our partners, we can work where they can use their own data and look at, if we were to project out different scenarios for outbreaks, what would that look like for a given partner? So as a partner, how much resource do I need? What are my staffing needs? And that helps plan for the future. And of course, as we do these exercises, and we've done a number, we'll be doing 5 again next year, that helps generate data, which overall can help refine the model and then take it forward with other partners. So let me conclude here, but to leave you with one thought, and that's the question around sustainability. Of course, we want to be developing manufacturing innovations. We want to be investing in the capacity and capabilities of partners, but all of that needs to be sustainable over time, and that means for routine use. We've been collaborating with the Regionalized Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative, RVMC, with many global health organizations, Gavi, WHO, and others, to make sure that the partnerships we have are in place for a long-term in a long-term basis and with a long-term success. Really, for us, the goal is to build an environment that can deliver this rapid response to an outbreak when it's needed, today and tomorrow and the day after. Thank you very much.
One more. It would be great if you could just help me bring up the slides. Fantastic. So I wasn't really sure what to talk about today. So I'm going to make a try about clinical research and specifically focusing on development trials for vaccines. But before that, and Bilo mentioned this, we have a world which is facing polycrises, disinformation, conflicts, and vaccination rates are decreasing. Over the summer, just to give you an indication, in a country like Yemen, there are an estimated 500,000 zero-dose children. That's unbelievable. In terms of the representation of where we were, we've slid back quite far after the pandemic. And there are many reasons for that. It's multifactorial, but some of the reasons for that have to do with who is doing clinical development trials for vaccines and which vaccines are selected. So of all of the RCTs conducted in low and middle income countries, about 30% of the total in 2019, 32%, were in LMICs, 5% in South Asia, 2% in Sub-Saharan Africa. That's combined with about 20 million refugees and 60 million IDPs. We have about 1 billion of the people on our planet live in 40 what are called fragile states. There's about 400 country-level natural disasters, and the population size is expected to double in Sub-Saharan Africa by 2050. And that's not even discussing the health impacts and societal impacts of the climate crisis. And one of the things that suffers from all of this is vaccines. So protecting vaccines, when we're trying to protect people either from infection, severe infection, and death, specifically from infectious diseases, this is all about trust. And for those of you that were here this week, there were multiple discussions, and I think Dr. Larson will discuss the global listening project later. But clinical studies and development trials are really an exercise in trust. So who decides the design, who conducts, and where those trials are conducted have an impact on whether those vaccines are used later. It really matters. Vaccines need to fulfill a need which has been identified by the population. And that's something that necessitates discussing with them and ensuring that the people who are conducting that trial, designing it, and implementing it are a part of that process. And another concept of that, which erodes trust, is actually how clinical trials are conducted themselves. I'm not trying to imply that this, or I wouldn't confuse this with rigor. Of course, we want rigor, we want good data, we want to make sure that this is done. But the language of clinical trials is really codified, and it's often super scary. Instead of talking about people, we say things like subject. Instead of talking about a death, we talk about SAEs or SUSARs, and we use words like blinding and compliance and violation and protection, data protection, investigator. This is already putting us in a situation where we're severely distanced from the population itself. And that entire process comes from a history which has been a disengagement of public institutions from the development of medical countermeasures. And much of that industry around it, some of it's great. GCP is fantastic, data harmonization is fantastic, comparability, but we tend to forget that these people are actually humans. So the conduct of these trials plays a role in the future uptake of the vaccine. The choice of which vaccines are trialed and where also plays a role in their uptake. And the people that are going to use them are often the ones who aren't consulted. So the Pasteur Network, which recently changed names, it used to be called the Réseau des Instituts Pasteur, and it was changed to be the Pasteur Network to be more inclusive and to try and fulfill the legacy of a very long history, has a wide breadth and capacity which represents an opportunity, along with manufacturing and capacity to do R&D and epidemiologic studies, some of which Bilo mentioned. The Pasteur Network is also a non-state actor with respect to WHO, which provides it a more neutral status. We have 17 WHO collaborating centers and also significant lab capacity across the network. So what I wanted to do today was to give you a snapshot of why clinical research is something we'd like to do in the future and what's been done recently. So the first example is from Pasteur Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, which was a part of the phase 3 trial of Dengvaxia. So I'm not going to go into dengue vaccines here. I'm sure many of you know this. Dengvaxia is the dengue vaccine produced by Sanofi. And Pasteur Ho Chi Minh, which is, believe it or not, 10 years older than l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar. It was the first of these institutes created. The director there did a poll and was discussing with his government, and dengue is a big issue, and he felt that participating as a site in this trial would be a way to ensure that different changes could be made, they could learn lessons about the rollout, and they could discuss more what was needed to refine their own public policies. And so the staff of Ho Chi Minh participated in this trial. The vaccine is licensed, and they've now gone on to participate in future dengue trials and think about how those lessons that can be learned can be transmitted to other countries and other areas. The next example is from Fiocruz, so in Brazil, and this is a different way to look at it. They're about to start the first ever clinical trial for Hansen's disease, which is leprosy. And this is called the LepVax project, and it was funded by a variety of donors from around the world. And Brazil is actually the country with the second highest number of cases, behind only India. And if you look at those numbers, in 10 years from 2014 to 2023, there were almost 245,000 new infections. And in 2023 alone, there were 22,000. This is something that I don't think necessarily meets a great market strategy for a vaccine, probably for a global multinational, but it's something that the population cares about greatly. And with the investment of the population, with the investment of 𝐄𝐝𝐢, this will happen, and it responds to a clear need. The third example is a different type of consortium, which is a consortium which was with Institut Pasteur Dakar, 𝐂EMRI in Kenya, UVRI in Uganda, 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, which was also in Uganda at the time, which was looking at fractional doses of yellow fever vaccine, as well as optimal dosing to extend supply and improve access. And these studies came about, for those of you that are familiar, there was a very large epidemic of yellow fever in DRC in Angola in 2016. And unfortunately, for those of you that are involved in response to crises, sometimes they only come on to the global agenda after something really bad has happened. And so everybody kind of threw up their hands, oh my goodness, we don't have enough yellow fever vaccine. How are we going to do this? And so the idea was to look at dose fractionation. And this was the first trial that was conducted, which used all 4 WHO pre-qualified vaccines. So you can imagine the negotiations that are involved with 4 different manufacturers in 4 different places, trying to get them to agree to share data for something which is beyond their normal decision-making preferences. And the result of this trial led to a modification in the WHO recommendations for emergencies, and it also led to a follow-up study on what is the optimal dose of yellow fever vaccine. How do you do that? And we actually just found out yesterday that those results will be published in the New England Journal, and we hope also that that will lead to improvements in the accessibility of yellow fever vaccine overall. But we have a long way to go, right? Sometimes this isn't something that is the simplest thing to do. We have more to do, and we're trying. And we've put in place 3 different things across the network, which we hope will spurn additional partnerships, help incite the need and recognize the need to ensure that clinical research is done and designed and conducted by those closest to it, and ideally in the same location where manufacturing occurs as well. The first is a declaration which occurred during the Global Pandemic Preparedness Summit this past July, and the Pasteur Network was a signatory. And the idea behind this is nothing new. It's to re-emphasize and highlight the fact that when we talk about vaccine equity, when we talk about access to vaccines, that explicitly means that manufacturing is a part of it, as is clinical research, and the importance of doing that together. The second is we've started an initiative within the network, which includes 5 of our members of the network to decide, and I don't mean to MOUs or MOUs, you all know what an MOU means, but that's a big step because it contains an agreement to share information, share resources, and think more profoundly about one of these platform technologies, which is messenger RNA. And to think about how we can all work together to address the question, and Aurelia mentioned this, we're not going to wind up with manufacturing facilities everywhere. So how can we all work together to ensure that this technology is compatible, shared, and those lessons are learned? And then the last thing is something that we tend to forget when we deal with clinical research, where this is a big issue in global health overall, is how do we conduct these partnerships? How do we ensure that inherent power imbalances are addressed in a way that benefits are shared? And what the Pasteur Network members decided to do was to adopt something called the Trust Code. And it's a global code of conduct for equitable research partners. It provides a guideline for those that have a lot of power, influence, and money to work maybe with those that don't, and to explain in clear and simple terms how to ensure that partnerships are ones where those that require benefits, need benefits that have often been overlooked, actually receive them. And by ensuring that these fair partnerships are put in place, that also has a positive spin-off later in terms of acceptability, appropriation, and ensuring that the vaccine goes from the laboratory all the way through the process in R&D, is manufactured, but most importantly, gets into the arm of a person where it's needed most. So I'll just end by saying we're trying, we're moving forward. We believe, all of us, as a part of the network, that this is important. And we would love to and very much want to partner with other organizations who are able to help support this and address and help us all move forward to ensure that that very first slide that I mentioned, where you have all those kids in the world that have never even received one dose of vaccine, actually achieve them. Thanks.
Thank you all for your presentations. And I was originally, before I didn't see any of the presentations in advance. It's an interesting thing for a chair to try to figure out what questions am I going to ask. And thinking about when you need to respond in a crisis, it's important that you have the relationships in advance of the crisis. I won't ask that because I think it's obvious of how the organizations are working together and how you're thinking about how the next response. The systems that you're setting up, the relationships, I think, help it go better. And you can't predict all the issues, but at least you have that as a basis. I'm wondering if I shift that instead to how do we address, there were, the COVID outbreak stopped routine vaccinations. In some cases, production was halted to make other vaccines. People stopped going to the doctor because just from the standpoint of social distancing and the like, which are the other effects of the outbreak. And I think that there's probably many who believe that going even faster could be more problematic. And I understand saving lives, but also in the trust of the vaccines that are being delivered. So instead of how do we collaborate before the next outbreak, how do we communicate, educate, and work with the public to, I would say, regain some of that trust so that before the next major outbreak, we're in a better position for people wanting to receive the vaccine and have less of the resistance for any of the speakers. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. It's a very tough question, but interesting. I think it is very important to work with community. So having community engagement is important, not just to tell ourselves that it's too complicated, they will not understand what we are doing. It's important to involve them in the beginning. For example, for one of our trial, the prostate trial that we have in Senegal in Guédiawaye, before we starting the trial, we go to see the politics and all the stakeholders on the district. We talk to the mayor, we talk to the prefect, we talk to the community's health worker, and have very good feedback from them how to implement the trial, how to have the acceptabilities from the population. So I think for me, it's like to more focus on community engagement. Thank you.
I think it's also about being able to relate in a way that people who will see a disease spreading through a community can help understand what is the effect, who's at risk. And so very much like Bilo said, the community engagement is primordial, but it's also about making it accessible. So what we saw in COVID-19, yes, there were a lot of learnings. There were also huge misinformation that needed to be dealt with from a social media perspective. But we also saw huge ingenuity in terms of new mechanisms for delivery of the vaccines in pop-up clinics that we hadn't seen before, in a way that made it very accessible for people, local language deployment, and also the use of information systems where the social media tools were also used in a positive manner in terms of engagement, in terms of education, in terms of making sure that there was credible, authoritative information that was used. So I think it's that complementarity between the social engagement and the use of information systems and the use of rapid logistics and novel ways of delivering vaccines.
Please.
No, just to add one more thing to Bilo and Aurelia. I think the other thing is which is what I was trying to say before, is to discuss with the population ahead of time before doing so, and to think about things. So, for example, is the vaccine halal? Maybe think about that during the development. Is it the best way to deliver something? There's lots of stories about alternate delivery technologies. For example, some of you might be familiar with 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬. That's the direct injection. There's a great study of 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, which was used where, I don't know if anybody's ever used this themselves. So for example, I tried it on myself. First of all, it's really painful. But the most important thing is when you use 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, it sounds like you are in the middle of the beginning of a war, because it's extremely loud and it sounds very similar to a gun going off. And thinking about things like that in terms of the usage, I mean, nobody wants to go to a clinic and have it sound like you're in the middle of a battlefield. That's not a great thing for vaccines, and it's certainly not a good thing for children. There may be improvements to 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, and I don't mean to pick on it, but sort of this idea of thinking about all of this ahead of time. Once the vaccine has been licensed and you've completed trialing, it's too late. You can try and recover afterwards, but by participating in the process ahead of time, that's the way that we can also help ensure that these vaccines get from the lab to the arm.
Rebecca, I really liked your comments about changing our language to be less scary. And I think, again, we understand each other because it's technical terms we work with every day, but aren't necessarily terms that the public understands and or might react badly to. Again, I have there more thoughts on. I think through the entire, even the education process about why it was important to get vaccines out so quickly. Again, trying to back in industry days, every message that we were taking out to customers was tested in a small group to make sure that the messaging was received the way it was intended. Do you see something like that as being helpful? Because social media is not going away. So how do you be the credible source within social media by talking with terms that people understand and trust?
Yeah. Well, I think, Jim, you're asking sort of the million-dollar question. We might have different elected officials as presidents in different locations if we could answer that question. But at least with respect to the implementation and the design of conducting clinical research, there's many great examples of this where tools that have been used where individuals who are able to translate and de-elitify science, if I may, by not using jargon or words that are scary and complex can be explained. And then the second component of that is being honest about what somebody can expect from a vaccine.
Right.
And by being as honest and transparent as possible, that's a way that we can improve trust. That is often very difficult to do when there are very large commercial stakes behind it. But I do think that the long-term gain of doing that is worth it.
Right. Thank you. We are at our time, but I'm welcome to take a question or two from the audience as well if anyone has a question to ask. Please. We have. Is there? There we go.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights on clinical research and how that can support vaccine preparedness. I had a question. It's more related to what the first speaker was talking about, how they can now switch the production very quickly from one diagnostic test to another test in 45 minutes. And I wonder if in the vaccine development, you have the same experience. Can we actually pivot really fast when we are in a pandemic context? And if we cannot, what is the incentive for different groups to embark in this initiative? How are we supporting the different platforms in contributing to CEPI's mission, for example?
Please go ahead.
Thanks. And I mean, I'll answer from the vaccine perspective. Unfortunately, I can't talk to the diagnostics part, but it was very interesting to see within the COVID context. If you think about, so there were 32 vaccines that were pre-qualified, but really 5 from a numbers perspective that made a really big impact, and how they set up their manufacturing in a way that could pivot and expand quickly is really interesting. When you look at the Pfizer's and Moderna's and those and AstraZeneca who were produced at scale. And so one question is, do you have a big ballroom type setup where you can actually assemble your equipment very, very quickly, and that's easier to do. Do you have single-use components so that it's faster to do the qualification? Do you have modular changing rooms so you can do the regulatory sort of steps and change in terms of different facilities? So I think thinking about those components, both in terms of switching over for speed, but also for scaling up and being able to do so very rapidly, there's quite a lot there that we can look at so that depending on what we anticipate, both need for speed and need for scale can be built right into the manufacturing footprint from the start.
No, I'll just add to that quickly if I can. I mean, it's actually one of Pasteur's strategies is to have a plug and play approach. So the RNA, you simply change the DNA and you get a different RNA to one that matches. So the equipment's all the same, the reagents are all the same, except for that the template that you use to construct the RNA. The viral vector platforms that are out there, you change the gene of what the expressed protein is, but the manufacturing process, the equipment, the scale are essentially the same. So they are fairly rapid to using the same equipment, not have to reinvent the wheel. And what we're doing in Pasteur is to set up a program using the platform to make measles or rubella, to be able to have a platform with multiple cell lines available to really make any live viral vaccine in the same facility without having to re-engineer the entire process. So I think it's the way to think is in platform ways to more quickly change. And I think the more you standardize how we do clinical studies, how we create these diagnostics, they changed the whole premise of how it was done by essentially printing the chemicals onto the paper rather than the prior chemical methods. And so you can change a printer out quickly if you think from those terms. It's essentially it was a paradigm shift in how they produced in order to be able to go quickly. And I wanted to also apologize for Namal, who said he regretted having to leave before we were all done. But again, they were announcing a major deal with Pasteur, and he really wanted to be there. So I'm sorry, Bila, yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I just want to add what Jim said. At Institut Pasteur de Dakar, we try to put in place this kind of spirit by having the Vaccine Research Center will do vaccine development and preclinical studies. We have the Mariba at the end for the making the large batches of vaccine, and in the middle we have DAVAX. The role of DAVAX is the clinical biomanufacturing is to make small batches suitable for clinical trials and outbreak, and it can make them quickly and can quickly change between vaccine if an outbreak occurs and if there is a series of clinical trials. That's why we put DAVAX in the middle to help us achieve quickly the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 trial. Thank you.
Yes, one more, please. In the back. Yeah.
Hi, excellent talk. I think vaccination is not only here, even in developed countries. As you see, recently, there was a debate, even in US, by Kennedy about vaccine. And I think we have absolutely changed the dogma. I was just talking to my friend, 𝐂𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨. If possible, I think you touch it. Is it any way we can do a multimodality approach? Because you're talking about several platforms, that's one. Second, is it any way we can do kind of prime and pool strategy where you can use an IM and IN? But I'm going to end up by asking people working on vaccine, including myself, should we think about needleless vaccine? And that will be really helpful, especially for people living in a low resource area. Thank you.
Anyone want to start? I think number one, I think we need multiple modalities. I think clearly RNA is accepted as the fastest today to get a product available to the most vulnerable populations, but it may not be the ideal vaccine for the general population where a live attenuated virus or viral vector that might give longer lasting and broader immunity and better cross protection, but will take longer to develop. So if we think about different modalities in a structured approach, that's one of the things I've heard recently discussed. And then the protein vaccines with adjuvants, maybe, which might take a little bit longer to develop because the downstream process can change considerably. I think there's a lot to be thought about the different routes of administration. It can be much easier to deliver intranasal than intramuscular, although what we're used to is intramuscular. Oral clearly can be also faster to immunize with oral as well. So I think they should all be considered. When you go intradermal and or needleless through jet injectors, you tend to get a different immune response, which can be dose sparing and really help us from a capacity standpoint. But it requires additional clinical studies and clinical resources to evaluate all these different options. And so I think that it would make sense, in my view, to have that structured approach to say, for speed, RNA injectable for the most vulnerable populations, but how do we optimize during an outbreak, something like COVID, which could last a couple of years, to be able to ultimately get to a point where there's a vaccine that's good for long-term repeated use as strains change in the future and the like. Because we all know COVID's still out there, but I'm not sure how many people are continuing to get vaccinations and how many new formulas are being developed, et cetera. It's almost like we've given up on COVID and moved on. Please.
And I think this is where the interplay between routine vaccines for endemic diseases and more epidemic diseases is really important, because to take a novel delivery mechanism, the microarray patches, which finally we are seeing the promise of it coming through with the MR patch. And I think that's very exciting because it's obviously being taken in a context where scale and reach is really important, given the nature of a measles outbreak, being able to take it in very remote, low resource settings. And I think seeing the learnings there and then thinking about how we can apply them back to more epidemic prone diseases will have a lot of learnings. But there will be very much, as you were saying, Jim, sometimes a consideration and a trade-off between speed, scale, or reach.
I'll take one more, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations and also for the discussions. Mine will just be, I think, a comment or maybe a question. I don't know if there will be an answer or not. But we've been talking a lot about the engagement of communities for these vaccines, you know, the acceptability, the acceptance, and all of that. But maybe a suggestion will be just to ask to ourselves, are we ready to take a vaccine? How do we accept a vaccine? Myself, if today you come and you ask me, okay, I have developed this vaccine for the mpox. I'm here. I was in DRC about 4 weeks ago in the main hotspot of the mpox in Bukavu. So am I willing to take the vaccine today? And to be honest, and to ask to ourselves, what are the factors which can explain that? I think we always make this difference when we talk communities, but we are part of those communities. So I think the day that we'll probably, you know, be into that, we'll be able to answer to many questions. I'm saying that because I was during the COVID and Mrs. Aurélie, I think, we used to have some kind of press conferences during the COVID together. And I went to Cameroon in Yaoundé to try to convince people to get the COVID-19 vaccination. So we went to the market and talking to people. Hey, it's not easy. It's really not obvious. Convincing someone to take a drug or to take a medicine, especially if you are not sick. Because you go to the hospital when you are sick, even yourself. The preventive measures, you know, taking a... So this point, if we ask to ourselves, including the people who are conceiving or conceptualizing, developing, I think it can help us to move a little bit more. And, you know, we'll be thinking about more realistic strategies, you know, and reducing this distance that we make between us and others. While we are also us, we are also involved. We can be really kind of concerned, en fait, concerné. We can be really, you know, an actor. So it was just a comment. Thank you very much.
I know it wasn't a question, but I'll make a comment. Absolutely, yes. I'm ready to take my next vaccine. And I say that as you heard in the intro, I've been making vaccines for 40 years. I know what goes into them. I know the quality systems. I know the regulatory scrutiny that every product goes through to get approved. And so I have confidence, but it's because of my unique history. And I would say, speaking in the U.S., there's not a great trust of pharmaceutical companies. And some of that's well-founded and some of it's not. But I know that the people I worked with in these industries would never do something to harm a person, especially in the vaccine space, which is a highly conservative group that would never allow harm to happen. And so that's what's frustrating to me as someone who's been in the industry for so long, is I don't understand that, and I think it comes that we haven't explained well enough the care that goes into it, the scrutiny that we are under, and I think to some extent the profit margins sometimes create distrust. And vaccines when I started in vaccines, they were very inexpensive, and that all changed about 20 years ago, when the prices of vaccines are in 2 and 3 digits of dollars per dose instead of $1 or $2 per dose, which they were when I started. So I don't think we can blame that on the pandemic, but that inflation. Okay, Prashant, well, I think we're supposed to stop. We're waving us to stop.
Pardon me for being interruption. So my question or comment is, I think it's exciting to see new delivery modalities, whether it's a microneedle patch, PharmaJet, halal certification, that are coming in with the outbreak vaccines or the epidemic vaccines, not for the routine vaccines yet. That creates a risk unless we take a portfolio approach. So to give you an example, the Baylor BioE COVID vaccine in Indonesia is halal certified, but there are communities and mothers of children who ask the question, well, the vaccine for COVID is halal certified, but what I give as routine vaccine to my child is not. right? So we can't think about just this. The need to very quickly move the same modalities, the same certifications for routine vaccines
Agreed.
will have to be accelerated very, very rapidly.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all the presenters. Thank you.
Indeed, the last comment, I'm sorry. I know this is very interesting. I'm actually learning a lot myself. But yes, I have to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to leave the space for the next session. Thank you all. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Robinson, Mrs. Stahl, Mrs. Nguyen, and Mrs. Graves. I understand Ms. Gray said we have to de-elitify. It's a new word for me, de-elitify science, so that we make it more accessible. Sorry about that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite, I will go back to French. I'm sorry about that. And we are now going to invite Monsieur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧. Monsieur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧, sous vos applaudissements, qui est donc le représentant de l'OMS ici pour cet événement. Je viens également inviter Monsieur 𝐂𝐲𝐻𝐿 pour la session donc dédiée à la stratégie de surveillance en Afrique, la stratégie de surveillance intégrée. Alors, vous le savez, Monsieur Baldé, so I will go back to English because I need to tell more about you guys because not everybody knows you. So we need to, of course, on est aussi là pour faire connaissance. Donc, j'ai quelques mots à dire. Je vous laisse vous asseoir. Oui, merci. Professor Baldé is currently leading the newly established WHO Regional Emergency Hub of Dakar, which covers 27 countries of West and Central Africa. But before that, he was the team lead for operational partnerships within the emergency program of the WHO Regional Office for Africa. I don't want to make it too long, but at least you know who Monsieur Baldé is better now. And Monsieur 𝐂𝐲𝐻𝐿, Professor 𝐂𝐲𝐻𝐿, is a senior researcher with 30 years of experience in health research in West Africa. He is a full professor of epidemiology at the Higher Institute of Health Science of the University of Naziboni in Bobo-Dioulasso, Burkina Faso. He studied medicine at the University of Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, then successively obtained his DESS, DEA, and a doctorate in public health from the Université Libre de Bruxelles. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for our eminent panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. We are aware about the time. We're trying to have a kind of good and interesting session. We're going to discuss about surveillance. I mean, the integrated surveillance strategies in Africa here. Challenges and probably perspectives of solutions. And we really have the honor to have very brilliant people who are going to be our panelists during this session. I'm going to introduce them quickly. We are going to co-chair, this exercise with Professor Sombier. So I'm going to introduce the panelists, and then he'll be helping us in driving the different conversation after that. So it's really my pleasure to introduce Dr. Oliver Morgan, who is currently the lead of the technical unit in the Berlin Hub, in the pandemic Berlin Hub of WHO. A kind of 120 million euros global initiative to improve detection of pandemic and epidemic risk through better data analysis. Dr. Oliver Morgan, which I know personally, he's been really a director at the WHO regional office at headquarters before joining, the Berlin Hub. And he's been working also quite extensively with a lot of partners, including the US CDC. So he has a lot of expertise, a lot of perspective from different institutions, different organizations for the detection and also the response to different outbreaks around the world. So it's really an honor to have him with us here. Dr. Oliver Morgan have a PhD from the UK, if I'm not mistaken, and he will be one of our panelists. Our second panelist will be Dr. 𝐂𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧. Dr. 𝐂𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐃'𝐬. Okay. She's the head of the health system strengthening unit of the Institut Pasteur Dakar here. She has a PhD from Harvard. So very kind of high-level expert that we are having with us here. Her work is focusing currently on developing and testing innovative strategies to enhance equitable access, quality, and acceptance of diagnostic and vaccination services using digital tools and strengthening epidemic preparedness at community level in sub-Saharan Africa. Welcome. Our third panelist is the Professor 𝐄𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧. Welcome, Professor. Simon is the director of the mathematical modeling of the infectious disease unit of the Institut Pasteur. He has a PhD from Paris, and he moved to the Department of Infectious Diseases and Epidemiology at the Imperial College, where he became a senior lecturer in 2011 and a reader in 2013. He's been back now in Paris, since 2013 to create his own research unit, and he's been really working on developing quite solid and interesting models, for understanding the dynamic of different pathogens and diseases which can affect the world. So welcome, Professor. We also have the honor to have with us here, maybe not as a panelist, but as a resource person, Professor Heidi Larson, professor in anthropology and risk and decision science at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. She's not with us here, but probably she's one of our resource person. Again, I'm re-insisting on that point. She'll be joining us later on, so capable of really addressing some of the questions and issues. So these are our experts that are going to discuss today about, how to improve, our strategies for surveillance, for integrated surveillance in Africa. Yeah. So we're going to start this discussion with the first presentation from Dr. Oliver Morgan, who is going to talk about the kind of collaborative surveillance, in Africa. Yeah. So Dr. Morgan, the floor is yours, please.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's really a big pleasure to be here. I'm actually talking to you today also on behalf of a colleague of mine, 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, who's the lead for health information and risk assessment for WHO Afro in the region. And he's actually at another event today that we're also running, which is in Dakar. So I'm really presenting on behalf of both of us, and he worked with me to develop the presentation. So just a big recognition to him as well. So I'm going to cover just in the next few minutes, really some of the work that's happening around public health surveillance, give you some ideas as to the way that, at least from the WHO emergencies perspective, we're thinking about this, and to also try and link the work that's happening in this region with some of the work that's happening in other regions and at the global level, because I think intuitively we understand that surveillance makes sense when it's really connected across the world, so that you have a full picture of what's happening. So public health surveillance is often kind of probably understood as a fairly elemental part of public health, but the complexity of public health surveillance is probably not that well understood. And unfortunately, I think over a number of years, it's been boiled down to an accounting of number of cases and reporting in a fairly static way. But in reality, as we all know, inputs from public health surveillance are really critical from a whole range of different perspectives. So even determining when an outbreak is occurring is frequently a big challenge. Certainly, what is the actual pathogen, if it is indeed an infectious agent at all? Modes of transmission, for example, are complex, and so on and so forth. And as you go through the life cycle of an infectious disease outbreak, there are a whole host of questions that we need to ask. And just by recognizing the variety of questions over the time course of an epidemic gives us the indication that actually the surveillance is much more complicated than perhaps we often give it credit for. So monolithic surveillance systems are not really going to answer this diversity of questions. There are also lots of challenges as well, which we're very familiar with in our lines of work. Often around, whether there's the right amount of information, the right quality, where there's contextual information to understand what those data mean. whether there's the right technical capacity in the right place to understand what's going on. And I think a rather sobering message is that, many of these challenges presented on this slide are not new. We've probably all faced these challenges throughout our career and long before we got into public health. And despite years of investment in public health surveillance, a lot of those challenges still remain. So we're really trying to reimagine a little bit, how do we engage with some of these challenges from a public health perspective, which I hope our intention is to support all of the work that you do here and that we've heard about in the previous session as well. There have been a few attempts to try and unpick some of these complexities in terms of a decision-making perspective. This is a very nice paper by 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬 and Mauricio Santillana, and from 2019, so just before the pandemic, trying to link a number of critical questions, public health questions, to the types of evidence that are needed and where the information for that type of evidence comes from different surveillance systems and what types of capabilities or assets, as they called it in their paper, are needed. And again, I guess it's also come out through the presentations and conversations in the first session that even though we work in specific technical areas, putting into the context of the communities and places that we work, and understanding the broader ecosystem of what we're doing is critically important. So we've been trying to come up with a more of a harmonizing approach, a vision that helps bring some of these threads together. And the vision that we have, which Tino mentioned, was we've labeled as collaborative surveillance. And that is not intended to be a competing concept about public health surveillance or integrated surveillance, but it's trying to knit together a whole range of different surveillance concepts and approaches into something that's more globally coherent. And at the heart of the collaborative surveillance approach are some familiar concepts, of course. So strong national integrated disease threat and vulnerability surveillance, effective diagnostics, and laboratory capacity. I was super excited that, like, I think all of you at the first presentation about the future of diagnostics at the local level for surveillance and clinical management. But the third part is perhaps somewhat of a newer concept, or at least newly expressed, which is the collaboration or the collaborative approach that's needed when it comes to public health surveillance. So again, intuitively, we understand that for public health surveillance, we need to work together, but we often don't call that out and we don't have a specific focus on that. And the reason why we think this is critically important is that building capacity alone or capabilities alone from a technical perspective is not really going to get us there. And I think we can point to many examples during the COVID-19 pandemic for countries which had lots of technical capabilities, but didn't quite deliver from a public health perspective or public health surveillance perspective. And what we think is really the critical component is the collaborative component, which can be hard to measure, can be hard to implement, sometimes can be hard to know if you're making progress, but it's really marrying or combining both the technical capabilities and the collaborative capabilities from a public health perspective that we think that public health surveillance for detecting new and emerging pathogens will really make greater progress. So just to give a fairly WHO-centric perspective, if you permit me, but this is really to illustrate the fact that there's a huge amount of work in this space. It's a really, really exciting time to be working in public health surveillance. And all across the world, there are big efforts to really upgrade, redefine, re-energize public health surveillance efforts. And in every WHO region, at least, there are major strategies all endorsed by the member states of those regions looking to strengthen public health surveillance. And of course, in the Africa region is no exception. And the underlying challenge that we have is that we want to have both a locally relevant approach while at the same time making sure that it makes coherence at the global level so that we can deal with multi-region events or global events or pandemic events as well. So we're trying to service two ends of a spectrum that can sometimes feel at odds with each other. So in the Afro region I think, again, a lot of these approaches are familiar to you in the room, but it's really the starting point is the IDSR, the Integrated Disease Surveillance and Response, which has been a surveillance approach around for at least 30 years with strong buy-in from member states all across the region, has great brand recognition, has a lot of commitment, but has often lacked or has kind of sometimes lacked the ability to deliver to the degree that we hope it can. And one initiative to really accelerate delivery and improvements around the IDSR strategy itself is an approach by WHO Afro called Transforming African Surveillance Systems, or TAS, which has these four elements to it, which is really focusing not only on strengthening the IDSR implementation itself, but also some of the elements that go around it, that kind of package around surveillance itself. So the data management and informatics capacities that are necessary and are changing rapidly with technology advances. Of course, workforce development that underpins all of this effort, as well as ongoing advocacy and dialogue. And there's a huge amount of work in these areas to really drive the IDSR strategy forwards and achieve greater success in this area. And here is just a snapshot. My colleague Etienne and his team and others have done a fantastic job at really building in indicators and measuring progress, which of course is always important. So this is to illustrate there has been great progress just over 2 years. And you can see in some of these indicators, the number of countries reporting regularly, really increasing from 10 to 38. The percentage of completeness of reports increasing as well, and so on. So there is really important progress in this space, and there's more to come. So how do we connect what's happening in this region with what's happening in other regions and what's happening across the world, so that when we do deal with large events that go beyond regions, that somehow we can work together in a coherent way? Well, this is a very nice slide, actually, that my colleague Etienne put together, really mapping out the regional strategy onto the global strategy. So as you see on the left-hand side, the team's already thinking about how the regional strategy can fit in with global objectives and a global framework from the outset. How, from the IDSR perspective, there can be movement from a health sector focus to a much more multi-sectoral one, which has elements that go beyond just the health sector. There's a focus on moving from just looking at priority diseases to understanding a range of different hazards, infectious and non-infectious, and also going from a process, maybe a traditional approach of producing technical guidelines and defining reporting procedures, into something a bit more contemporary around harnessing multiple sources of data and extending different collaborations around data sharing. There are other areas which are a real focus around being able to go from just structured data collection to more advanced use of technologies, which many regions are experimenting with. And there's real scales of economy that can be used by sharing these technological advances. And of course, training a workforce, not just for a local response, but for other responses, which is sustainably financed as well across all regions and all countries. So I'm going to shift just a little bit to note that not only has WHO been working very hard at the regional level, but we've actually created a new capacity at the global level. As Tino mentioned, I'm actually based in this new office based in Berlin. And the mission of the office in Berlin is to help with the translation, particularly of innovations from both data science and laboratory science for public health surveillance, and help get those out into the hands of practitioners, public health practitioners who are doing surveillance on a day-to-day basis. We're just a new entity. We were inaugurated at the end of 2021 and really started work proper in 2022. We went through that startup year. We got going in 2023 with our portfolio of work. In 2024, we now have quite a large portfolio of work, which I'll just summarize briefly. And there are many other things that I can't get into a slide or a short presentation. But the message I want to convey is that all of these initiatives are there to underpin the efforts that are happening across the different regions of the world and different countries of the world, so that we have a better and more interconnected way of doing public health surveillance. So as illustrations, in the hub in Berlin, we host the International Pathogen Surveillance Network, which currently has 71 member states as members of this network, which is really driving genomic pathogen surveillance for public health surveillance, for detecting emerging infections in particular. We work with an initiative called the Epidemic Intelligence from Open Sources. And open source intelligence is a surveillance approach which has been used for a long time in public health as well as other sectors. And actually, we've now got 104 member states who are actively participating in this initiative. And actually, we're hosting our global meeting here in Dakar this year. And we launched that meeting at the hub in Dakar with thanks to our colleagues from Afro. We have a really exciting initiative called a Collaboratory, which is a laboratory for collaboration, which provides spaces and mechanisms for people to work across the world in new ways, and in particular around infectious disease modeling. And we've seen there's an enormous shift in capacity opening up from across the world during the pandemic. And this is really to address some of the current global asymmetries in where that capacity lies, and to provide communities of practice for people who might work in countries where there are only one or two modelers and they don't have access to a critical mass of technical colleagues. We work across national public health agencies as really a vehicle to translate innovations in public health surveillance. And there are 114 countries around the world with a public health agency or setting one up. And we also work on the interface with implementation and research. And we have a research prioritization that's published, which we conducted in collaboration with the Wellcome Trust, l'Hôpital, and the Charité University based in Berlin. And then finally, we have some more futuristic type projects where we're using the power of artificial intelligence and other data science technologies to develop a pandemic simulator, so that we can actually try out and work through different pandemic scenarios with different interventions, so that we can be better prepared. So these are just a few ideas to wrap up my presentation, and just to say thanks once again to my colleagues here in Afro and for all the other WHO regions who've contributed to this work. Thank you very much.
So much, thank you so much, Oliver, for the presentation. You've been hearing from the colleagues from the global perspective and also Afro perspective. So now we are going to invite Dr. Pellet to give us the perspective of the surveillance at the Institut Pasteur of Dakar here. Over to you, please. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to share, yes, our hyperlocal approach to strengthening disease surveillance in Senegal. So, as we know, in the WHO Afro region, there are over 100 outbreaks that are reported every year, and Senegal is not excluded from this. Through the Sentinel syndromic surveillance system that was developed by Institut Pasteur de Dakar in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, we're able to really support the early detection of pathogens and epidemics across Senegal. And this is through the implementation of 38 Sentinel sites across all 14 regions of Senegal. At these sites, when patients present with fever or diarrhea and they respond to a community definition of arboviral suspicion, respiratory syndrome, or diarrheal syndrome, a sample, whether it's blood, nasopharyngeal, or stool sample, is collected and shipped to one of the national reference centers hosted by IPD. We're then able to generate epidemiological curves. Here you see an example for the arboviruses, and this information is also shared with the Ministry of Health and WHO, and based on this, they can respond to different epidemics. So the system has been quite successful, and because of this, it's now in its regional expansion across ECOWAS countries, so in West Africa. Last year, we implemented in 4 countries, represented here in green. This year, we'll be implementing in 5 countries, and then next, in the following year, in the remaining ECOWAS countries. And this has been achieved through partnerships with Africa CDC, WAHO, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Global Fund. However, one of the limitations of the 4S system is that it's really based on detection at facility level. And we all know that if a patient doesn't present at facility, we're not able to detect. And so in settings like Senegal, communities or individuals may not seek care for various reasons. They may be geographic reasons. People may not have access to health facilities. It may be due to cost, not having financial means to pay for transportation, consultation fees, or it may also be that they choose to use alternative medicine rather than modern medicine. And so in contexts like this, one strategy to really go towards communities and facilitate their participation and adherence to public health programs is to really leverage their participation in public health programs, leveraging the trust that's already built in the social fabric of those communities so that there can be really strong adherence and participation. And so community-based surveillance is a strategy that is based on this concept. So in Senegal, we really have the opportunity to leverage almost close to a decade of experience in community-based surveillance strategies and see how this can really strengthen the 4S system. And so our objective this year and the next is to integrate a community-based surveillance approach in the 4S system to really enable early detection of public health events at community level that may impact the health of populations. So the community-based surveillance system that is existing in Senegal is called the 𝐶EVAQI, the Comité de Veille et d'Alerte Communautaire Intégré. It's a group of community health workers, 15 members, presided by a president, community health workers de Badjinougor, relais communautaire, les ACS et les DESDOM, and then also members of the community such as religious leaders, women associations, etc. When they were set up in Senegal, they were first tasked to follow maternal and perinatal deaths, sensitize populations of pregnant women around their natal consultation and around their health. Unusual events were also added to their scope, tracking clusters of unusual deaths, people presenting with new symptoms, and also 8 priority diseases of epidemic potential. However, what we've seen is that the government reported lethargy amongst the 𝐶EVAQI. And so to build this new model for community-based surveillance integrated into 4S, we launched into an initiative to really understand what are the strengths and the weaknesses of the system to enable the development of a new model. So for this development, we had strong alignment with the government. We used an approach that it was evidence-based, looking at a mixed methods approach to understanding how the 𝐶EVAQI works. And we also applied a whole of society participatory process for co-creation. So this year, we launched a situational analysis to identify the driving forces and conditions for the 𝐶EVAQI for their sustainability and integration into the 4S system. This was a study that was conducted across the 14 regions of Senegal, all areas where there's a forest sentinel site, covering desk reviews going back to 2018, questionnaires, semi-structured interviews, interviews at community level, and focus group discussions, covering all of the stakeholders from central MOH all the way to the 𝐶EVA:KI and to the community members. So I'd just like to cover in a few slides what we discovered. So the 𝐶EVA:KI are primarily women. 42% are between the age of 34 and 49 years. 80% are married. 70% do not have a higher education degree, and 60% are mostly involved in sales, agricultural, livestock activities. So these members are the typical, I would say, Senegalese person that you'd find across Senegal. What we've also found was that there was a severe decline in activities amongst the 𝐶EVA:KI, in particular amongst the district, regional, and health facility level supervisors. This is just an example of the district medical officers' attendance to orientation meetings since 2018. You can see the steep decline over the years. And we also saw that less than 10% of health facility workers were participating in training workshop or community health worker supervisions. The qualitative research at the level of the 𝐶EVA:KI and the community also revealed some issues around this program. They reported a lack of phones and resources for communication, lack of follow-up by facility managers, a lack of financial motivation that was exacerbated by the switch or coming in and out of donors and partners, and also poor social recognition. What we saw is that the 𝐶EVA:KI were not really known amongst the population. Community members actually understood really well what the units of the 𝐶EVA:KI were doing, what the roles of the 𝐵AG or the relais communautaire was, but did not understand what the mission of the group was. So this was a serious issue that we also found. However, there is hope. When we also conducted some, through the questionnaire interviews, we asked regional officers about the potential of the 𝐶EVA:KIs. So 88% of them shared that they are capable of facilitating the detection of unusual events. 84 of them reported that they could detect multiple deaths in families. And at the district level, 81% of the officers were also sharing that 𝐶EVA:KI can facilitate biological sample collection. So this confidence in what the 𝐶EVA:KI can do was also shared by the 𝐶EVA:KI themselves. This is just an excerpt of what from a focus group of what some of the 𝐶EVA:KI were sharing back with the social anthropologist. I'll just read quickly what one of them were saying. We're here as relays in 𝐵AG. We look after the health of women and children. We accompany the sick. The 𝐵AG are very active in dealing with suspected cases of disease. We also help women go for family planning. In cases of dengue fever, we work very closely and discreetly. For antenatal and postnatal consultation, women sometimes prefer to stay at home, but we do everything we can to raise their awareness during the VAD, so the home visits. And so here we can see how the 𝐶EVA:KI are proud in their plurality of their activities, something that we'll capitalize on in the strategy. We were also reminded of the gatekeepers in the 𝐶EVA:KI strategies, people such as the imams and religious leaders who really can facilitate some activities, but also be blockers in some activities in the community. So after the study, we conducted a workshop where we discussed this new model that integrates 4 programs: maternal and perinatal health, unusual events, 8 priority disease, and we integrated 6 priority zoonoses, all linked to the forest system. In terms of community engagement, we really reorganized the group, provided incentives, and really leveraged the findings around the recognition and legitimacy, making sure that the 𝐶EVA:KI are involved in activities in the community and the community know who they are. We integrated zoonosis, so we boosted the One Health approach. And we also integrated a digital platform really to modernize how they conduct their work. So this is just a quick diagram of the 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨 system. At your left is the formal health system, and at your right, the community. So whenever there's a signal that's detected by a community health worker, they are notified at the health facility level or the facility level that deals with animal and environmental health. A joint investigation team is then sent to confirm the signal with the help of the 𝐶EVAQI. Depending on the type of signal, a human case can be referred to a health facility or a biological sample collected, sent to the correct laboratory, Institut Pasteur National Reference Lab, or the veterinary lab in Senegal. And the response is coordinated by the �គUS, the emergency center in Senegal. So now we've finished now that we have this new strategy, our implementation is really to go into a pilot phase. So we've actually just launched the first, we're launching the first site as we're speaking in Matam, and we'll be conducting an evaluation for impact. The next step, the same way that the 4S system is going to be regionalized, we'll be adding this module to the 4S package to really boost regional detection of diseases. And lastly, the end game of IPD is really to further integrate what we're doing. So we have the surveillance and response to biological epidemics at community level. We like to also integrate how we can track vaccine confidence, tracking rumors and factors of non-acceptance in the community, and respond with sensitization. I'd like to thank our partners, and in particular, those who have accompanied us all through our strategy, in particular, Professor Nyong, who has left us, but has played a really integral role in our activities, and someone who's been really a driving force in our strategy. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Pele, for the very brilliant presentation. Now over to Professor Simon, who is going to present us something around the infectious disease modeling for strengthening interpretation of data surveillance. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. So I'm going to talk about mathematical modeling, and I think here we'll all agree that, to gather the epidemic intelligence that you need to properly respond to epidemics, the first step is really to collect good data. And we want, as Oliver mentioned it, a lot of different types of data, documenting chains of transmission, documenting, the number of cases over time, serosurveys, household transmission studies. But collecting this data actually is not the end of the journey for us. And I really spend my everyday job is to talk with people who have collected this data. And often the first question they have is, look at this data, how they tend to be, raw, complex. How can I translate them into actionable epidemic intelligence? Like, I want from this data to evaluate the impact of an intervention, to estimate a specific quantity, to make a forecast. And actually answering this question often is very complex because the data, comes from a process that can be highly stochastic, multifactorial. We only see the tip of the iceberg. So there are a lot of challenges in the analysis of this data. And that's exactly the kind of, problems where modeling can really play a key role to maximize the insights we can learn from infectious disease surveillance. And I want to make that point here through a few examples. So the first example for me is kind of a nice one, a nice one to talk about here, because that was one of maybe the first projects I worked on when I moved to the Institut Pasteur environment, like more than 10 years ago now. where at the time we had this dramatic epidemic of Ebola in West Africa, and in particular in that example in Conakry in Guinea, and Institut Pasteur of Dakar was very much involved in the response. And the kind of the data they were looking at were, you know, these data about all the chains of transmission, and we had like pages and pages and pages reporting very precisely each time, you know, all these dramatic events in some families. And looking at that kind of data, you really think, you know, there must be a lot we can learn from them, but also a bit daunting to think about how to properly synthesize that information. And we spent quite a lot of time at the time exploring, working on data visualization. So on the left-hand side, I don't know if I have a pointer. Do we have one pointer that is working? No, okay, my pointers are not working. So on the left-hand side, you can see the big yellow dot on the top of the graph is the yellow dot show the introductions of the disease in Conakry city. So it started with really that case, that yellow case that was like a super spreading event, and that infected a lot of people in the hospital. So the people in the hospital, the transmission in the hospital are the red arrows, and then around that case you can see quite a lot of transmission in the funerals, also in green. So it's really starting with a big super spreading event, and then in blue you can see it spreading in all the population. So just, you know, working on data visualization is quite actually important. And then we have methods where from that kind of data we can better characterize transmissibility in different settings at different times. And so on the top of the graph on the right-hand side, you can see measures of transmission potential in different places. So prior to the implementation of control measures, so initially you see there was quite a lot of transmission in hospitals and at funerals, also a lot of transmission in the community on the left-hand side. And then once control measures were implemented, you can see that in the middle, there's no more transmission in hospitals and at funerals. So measures were very, control measures were effective there. And on the left-hand side, on the bottom, sorry, I don't have a working, I don't think it's working, pointer. You can see that in the community, the cases that were hospitalized, which are the pink ones, were twice less infected, twice less in a smaller number of individuals than the ones that were not hospitalized. So highlighting the impact of hospitalization as really a tool to prevent further transmission in the community. So I think for me that's like a nice illustration of how, you know, these methods can be used to synthesize the available information here on control measures in that epidemic. Okay, my pointer. Next slide. It's not. Okay. And second example would be about serology, which also I think is interesting because often people miss all the potential, all we can do with serology. Usually when we think about serology, we see it as a way to estimate the proportion of the population that has been infected by a pathogen. So assessing, you know, population immunity, which of course is true, but actually you can do much more than that if you have information about the age of each individual. It's no longer working. Okay. And so I want to illustrate that with that slide. I'll try to make my pointer work. What? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Can you go back? Sorry about the. Okay. Go reverse, please. Is it working? Okay. So it's harder with a pointer. I'm sorry about that. So we want to use this data to actually reconstruct the history of circulation of a pathogen. Why can we do that? If you look at the left-hand side panel, imagine a scenario where you have low level endemicity, so it would be the blue curve. So each year you have a small probability of being infected. Then how that would translate into seroprevalence by age? In that scenario, you would expect that each year you're slightly more at risk of being infected, and so you have of having been infected, and so you have a slow rise in seroprevalence by age. That's the blue scenario. The red scenario would be a scenario where you just had one epidemic infecting like 30% of the population 15 years ago. And in that scenario, in the red scenario, none of the kids that were born after that epidemic would have been infected. And so in that scenario, you expect to have a seroprevalence that is null in the young individuals, and that is increasing with a step function. And basically that says that, you know, for different epidemic histories, you have very different types of profiles of seroprevalence by age. And what we can do with these models is that from the seroprevalence by age, we can reconstruct the history of viral circulation. And that is what we do with these models. And just to showcase what we can do with that kind of approaches, a few years ago, we were interested in the circulation of chikungunya in the Philippines, and there's no surveillance for chikungunya in the country. So we had no data documenting chikungunya epidemics. And just by looking two data sets of age-stratified seroprevalence on the left-hand side, we were able to estimate that 4 chikungunya epidemics had occurred in the 60s, the 80s, the 90s, and after 2010. So really quantifying the size of the epidemic. So that kind of approach can be very powerful to actually to strengthen our understanding of circulation, in particular in an environment where you may not have like case-based surveillance. A challenge is that, you know, you have a lot of scenarios you want to explore. We can use these models to assess the impact of interventions, to identify when, you know, there was the emergence of a pathogen in the population, and usually that would require quite a lot of technical skills to implement these models. So there's really a question about training here. And just to say that now, that's, I think, a nice example, but there are a lot of other examples. We have developed an R package that can, you know, anyone can use, and really in a few lines of code, you can make all these assessments. So it's making, you know, access to that kind of tools much easier. And my last example is another very common problem. We spend a lot of time collecting all this data about case counts of the time. But then if you want really to use this data to assess the impact of an intervention, often it's quite challenging to do. And I want to showcase how modeling can be used in that kind of problems, looking at a specific problem of the introduction of a new monoclonal antibody treatment against RSV. So you can see, RSV can lead to severe hospitalizations, and you give that drug to a newborn, and they will be protected for a few months. So you give the drug like prior to the epidemic. And France introduced that treatment last season. And so we wanted to assess the impact of that treatment, both to estimate the effectiveness of the treatment against hospitalization, which you can do with other types of approach like case control studies, but then also to get a fuller understanding of impact in estimating the number of hospitalizations averted, which is harder to do with other approaches. So I don't want to drag you into like complex modeling, just to say we have representations of the the epidemic process where individuals, initially they are born, they may have maternal antibodies, but they will soon lose them. Then they can be susceptible to infection. They may be infected, recover, they are protected for a while, but then they lose this for RSV immunity and they can be reinfected. And so we are modeling this whole process. Then we can also model the treatment, the administration of treatment in newborns. And then we want, and here a key parameter, of course, is effectiveness against hospitalization. And then we want to calibrate these models to data to really better understand what happened in that season. Of course, we also need to model how the drug was administered to the infants in this population. And this is just showing like the data we had. So again, I'm sorry, I don't have the pointer, but you can see, so that's the hospitalization, and each panel here is an age group. And if you look at the last season, you can see that in all age groups, the older than 3 months, the season last season was exactly the same size as in all the other in the previous season. That's for all the kids that were 3 months old or older and that were not actually, that did not receive the treatment. And you see on the top left, in the group that received the treatment, you have a reduction of about 50% of the size of this epidemic, and really suggesting that the treatment had an impact. And so then we can model what really happened, and you see there's a very good fit between the model and the data. And then we can have the counterfactual scenario, and that's the strength of these modeling approaches that would tell us, what would have happened without the treatment. And when through that process, we can estimate both the effectiveness of the order of 70%, consistent with other studies, and also the overall impact of the campaign, where we think about 6,000 hospitalizations were averted, which is about 1 hospitalization averted for every 40 child treated, which is quite remarkable. So I will stop here. Really, the key message is that we need to think not just about the collection of this data, but also really how we are then going to analyze them, and and that's really a discussion that needs to happen here, as surveillance is considerably strengthened in Africa, where we need to think about training in this discipline, and there are a lot of initiatives, and also the development of dedicated tools and softwares to do that. And I will stop here and thank all the people involved in these studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to hand over now to my colleague, Professor Mbié, for the discussions.
Merci, Professeur Baldé. Merci à nos 3 présentateurs qui nous ont permis de parler de la surveillance. Et comme on dit, surveillance, c'est enregistrer, collecter, analyser, interpréter, partager les données et surtout agir. Et les 3 acteurs nous ont permis, par la première présentation, de comprendre qu'on avait des limites avec le modèle de surveillance que l'on avait. Et Morgan nous a présenté la nouvelle vision de l'OMS, qui est une surveillance collaborative qui va intégrer plusieurs acteurs, plusieurs approches, surtout, et qui va nécessiter l'utilisation des nouvelles technologies, une analyse ensemble, et surtout, à la fin, qui nous ont montré combien de groupes de personnes ils ont pu intégrer, et surtout les changements qu'on a vus dans l'amélioration au niveau de la promptitude et au niveau de la complétude de l'information. Ce qui veut dire qu'on doit rester ouvert pour une meilleure intégration de plusieurs acteurs. car elle nous a montré que pour mettre en place une approche de surveillance communautaire, il est important de mieux comprendre donc ce qui existe, les gaps, les besoins des acteurs. Et l'expérience sénégalaise montre que il faut mieux comprendre pour mieux calibrer donc l'approche qui va être acceptée par les populations. Et Simon, on sait que la collecte, c'est l'information. Si on a les informations, comment mieux les comprendre? Et je crois que le dernier intervenant nous a présenté les modèles mathématiques qui peuvent aider à mieux décrire les informations, à mieux les présenter pour mieux comprendre donc les processus des maladies et pouvoir agir. Chers participants, la parole est à vous pour vos questions et vos commentaires. Merci.
Now, if you don't mind, I'll answer it in English, but it's a very interesting time in the surveillance world right now when because we're going through a very important transition from a historic situation or a traditional situation where public health surveillance has largely been a monopoly activity of member states, so that most public health surveillance data is generated by a government entity, the Ministry of Health, or a national public health agency, and has been really the sole or the single source of information for public health surveillance. But especially during the pandemic, but even before the pandemic, we were moving into a different paradigm, which is a modern paradigm of 2024-25, which is that there are many more actors now who are conducting public health surveillance. And this presents an important challenge for governmental institutions who must now understand different ways of integrating surveillance data from different actors and to not be afraid of other actors participating in public health surveillance. And I actually experienced a very interesting and challenging time during the pandemic where I was running surveillance for WHO at the global level. And really on a daily basis, I was asked by many public health directors why Johns Hopkins was reporting more cases or different cases than the national reports. And it really just emphasized that governmental public health authorities haven't yet, I think, discovered the best way to integrate information from other sources. But as I won't go into the other sources because I think my colleague will discuss the importance of other reporting sources and other participants. But I think from a decision-making point of view, public health governmental agencies need to change their approach and get ahead of or themselves start integrating other people's data more rapidly.
Probably, Morgan, I will ask you a question. After this 4-year implementation of your process, what is the key lesson have you learned?
Right. And I think the key lesson is that information today flows much faster than the governments can manage, and that at the moment the narrative is being set by either members of the public or other organizations, and the government entities are catching up with the narrative and having a difficult time communicating public health messages because of that. And I think that the most important thing is not to play a game of speed, but it's to understand that some entities will report very fast, but not accurately. But what people really want is an entity that can report and verify accurate information. So these are actually complementary approaches.
Thank you. Lots of new efforts and resources have been put into surveillance, big data management. These were great talks. How is this possibly impacting the current event, for example, in DRC and Kindu, where we are more than a week after reports that I don't know, honestly, were faster because of all the new system that have been put in place, and we're still waiting for the ID of a pathogen, and it's to say that despite all these great progresses, there's still work to do. And so I'd like to get your perspective on, what else must be in place in order to better detect those events and be a bit faster and efficient at identification of pathogen. This is a clinical presentation that includes respiratory symptoms. So it's exactly the type of event which could lead to the identification of an unknown pathogen that spread without contact, and then it means quickly and rapidly and broadly. So I'd like to, from your perspective, how do you see adding more pieces to this already complex environment to be a bit better at what we're doing? Thank you.
Do you want me to jump in and have a start? Thanks, Gary. I'm glad you're here. So, unfortunately, we still, and I put it on my first slide, and other presenters have kind of alluded to this. I mean, we still face kind of very familiar challenges when it comes to detecting new emerging infectious disease events. Some very, very simple things like getting people and resources to where those events may be happening, getting samples transported to places where they can be properly investigated, collecting clinical information along with the samples so that you can interpret what's happening. All of those remain a challenge. They're not a challenge everywhere. I would say that in other parts or other places or other contexts, sometimes we see this happening much faster and quicker. In the end, there are some factors which you can't get around, which is having well-trained health personnel working at all levels of your healthcare system is always going to be necessary. And so, like many other industries and sectors, we face the duality of difficulty, which is that we must invest in the foundational traditional pieces, like people, like infrastructure, while at the same time investing in innovation and new technology. And so the cost envelope increases is increasing in the surveillance space, and we always run the risk of trying to chase the innovation at the cost of the fundamental components. But I'm afraid to say, I think the situation in the outbreak you mentioned and many other outbreaks, we often fall at with the same problems. So collecting good information, clinical information, and good diagnostic samples and transporting them to the right laboratory in the right time. If we can fix that, we'd be moving much faster.
If you allow me maybe to add one or two points on this. This is what we've been saying here. It's difficult really to tackle these issues in quite a very narrow manner. What is happening today in DRC, in Panzi, this eclosion of outbreak is happening in a place with no access. I mean, first of all, it's a kind of issue of development also. How to get there, how to have a road, how to have a kind of health facility, how to have people working there normally. So it's starting with that. I mean, the health is happening in a broader context. And I do think clearly, what we've been talking about, this collaborative surveillance, the multisectoriality aspect, the development and emergencies, this has to go together. And I think one of the lessons learned also from the COVID-19 is to have this kind of, whole society approach. It's really necessary because we cannot see things, asking what. I was asking the colleagues today, do we know exactly where is this happening? Do we know what do we have around that place? And no one's know. It's big. DRC is really big. Panzi is there's no access. People don't know. So that developmental level, you don't have access. I mean, to phones. I was in Bandaka, in those areas. Whenever you go beyond Bandaka, at 2 or 3 kilometers from Bandaka, there's no network. If you have to operate in those areas, you have to take probably a small boat to put a VSAT in that small boat to have maybe 17 hours or 20 hours in a small boat, people sleeping into it. So it's really a kind of beyond the component around the technicity, having like laboratories, people. But honestly speaking, if you go there, I was asking, do we know the symptoms today of those cases? And frankly speaking, I've been hearing about fever, maybe some kind of respiratory symptoms, but nothing really clear. So I think we have to take this thing holistically, and this approach, the concept of this collaborative surveillance in a multi-sectoral manner, looking at different aspects of different dimensions, is the only way that we can go. If we don't do that, clearly it will be really difficult to maintain those capacities. You don't have electricity, you don't have water, you don't have people working there. Other than that, I think it will be a bit challenging.
I think you nailed it on this. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So,
Sorry, I just wanted to jump on what Dr. Tiano was saying in terms of community-based surveillance. And I think what the issues that Dr. Oliver were sharing around the collaborative surveillance, even at the hyper-local level, collaboration is not easy to set up. So in our experience, we've also had challenges bringing everybody to the table to discuss the strategy. And it also sometimes seems when we talk about communities that we're shifting the responsibility of communities to handle whatever project we're implementing, when there's also a big component of the research program or the government has to also play their part. And this is where we come into the issue of sustainability. Everybody has a role to play. Everybody needs to be invested. With the 𝐶𝐝, what happened was there was a big launch with USAID to launch this project. It was running for some time. Funding collapsed, new partners coming, funding collapse. And I think you start to see maybe populations are exhausted of having projects coming in and out of their communities. So how do we sustain this? We need leadership. We need strong leadership coming from local partners, from the government, from institutions like Institut Pasteur. But I think not one institution can solve this issue. It really needs to be collaborative. Everybody needs to play their parts. So that was just what I wanted to add.
Yeah, so no, I fully agree with all of this. I'm on the same team. I would just add that it highlights the needs to communicate that all the investment in technology and data analysis and collection, what's coming out of it is just going to be as good as what's coming in, and which means boots on the ground is also what's a critical part of all this machine. And so it's, as you said very well, it's not the jobs of one person or one institution or it's everybody's institution. But to repeat this is very important, I think. So in the narrative of selling the importance of and showing the importance of data collection and analysis, it's very important to highlight also where some of the gaps are, which are unfortunately boots on the ground. These countries are big, they're difficult. But investment must be made in order to be able to collect those data and help communities faster than what is being done right now because of those gaps. So again, it should be part of the communication of where future investment should be going, in my view. That's it. Thank you.
There are two more questions, and we are aware of time also, of the time. I don't know if you can take maybe 5 or 10 more minutes from the organizers. 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes.
Maybe
Yes.
Cassie Rossett.
Okay, good. You take the questions and then you answer.
Good day, everyone. Good morning. So thank you very much for your presentations. I'm honored to be here today. My name is 𝐶𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨, and I've just recently graduated from a master in global health policy at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And I've also accumulated some experience in public health in Senegal and in Canada, particularly in Canada, in which my experience was in risk management, clinical risk management for the indigenous communities. So it was interesting for me because I've seen firsthand how health equities and risk management are interconnected. it's more of a contribution I'm bringing here and a point of some reflections I've had for some times, because that work that I did there emphasized for me the importance of documenting risks, documenting incidents to improve care quality and strengthen risk management system, which is crucial in epidemic preparedness. And in the African context, integrated surveillance systems are essential not just for identifying health risks, but also for anticipating and preventing them, ensuring interventions target the most vulnerable populations. For instance, during the COVID-19 in 2020, I have worked at the Health Emergency Operations Center, known as the Centre des Opérations d'Urgence Sanitaire here in Senegal. And during that time, in which I contributed to the Senegal's national response to the COVID-19, it underscored for me the need for real-time data, just as you guys were mentioning right now, and decentralized systems. So these systems allow for tailored interventions that were crucial for addressing the unique needs of disadvantaged communities. And I know the World Health Organization has long advocated for health systems that are both resilient and equitable, particularly in emergency situations. So I do believe that by combining surveillance, effective risk management, and innovation, just like AI, we could address those challenges and create a sustainable solution for a safer and more equitable future, because it's important, especially for those communities that are remote and disadvantaged. So it was interesting to see how, for example, in light of the advancements discussed today, we can further ensure that decentralized surveillance systems are effectively implemented in Africa, specifically in Senegal, where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the comment. Maybe we'll take 𝐾𝐲. I think she has a question, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, over there. Excusez, derrière, s'il vous plaît. Ah, okay. Sorry, it's not my fault. So maybe, okay. Then after that, we'll move to you, 𝐾𝐲.
Very, very simple and quick question. If we focus on preparedness, not on response, what do you think, the panel, what do you think about the relative importance of prediction versus surveillance? And how should financial resources and efforts be allocated between the two? Like, do you think adequate efforts and trust are invested in prediction? Thank you.
A PhD question, but let's take 𝐾𝐲, and then we're going to answer. Maybe probably Simon will start, hopefully, yeah. So let's have the last question, and then we can conclude.
Right, thank you. My question is for 𝐁𝐲𝐿, and it relates to something we have begun to discuss, this issue of how you continue and sustain the service, particularly this crucial, most sensitive point of the community-based, your first signal into what's happening. And in the past, as you've mentioned, community-based surveillance approaches have fallen apart, failures of motivation due to inconsistency of funding, changing systems, et cetera, but you described, and I really admired, this beautiful approach to co-design of the system with the community, much more than consultation. It was co-creation and co-design. And a really important part of motivation is for the people involved in any kind of endeavor to understand the impact of their work. So what is the two-way street you have built into your system to feed back into these local community surveillance contributors, a better understanding of the picture which their data has created, not only for their specific community, but for the local area? Have you any feedback system that has been employed, or are you developing one? Over.
Okay, so just to conclude, we can give the floor to Professor Simon, and then Karine, and then Oliver for your answers and also your last word, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank shares about predictions in the preparedness. So
before an emergence has happened. First, I don't think we would talk about predictions or forecasts, but more about scenarios, like the way and the contribution of the scenarios, I think, would be really different with the pathogen. So, for example, now, we are concerned about a flu pandemic. It wouldn't be the first one. We have used models in the past in the context of preparedness, and so we are developing or running models for what would happen in case of a H5N1 pandemic with the new antiviral drugs we have, with pre-pandemic vaccines, and we can build a lot of different scenarios to assess their impact. I think for the disease X, the challenge in so when you really don't know anything is that then it's harder to make a connection between the assumptions you make in these scenarios and the reality that might happen. So if you have a range of scenarios that is so large that that's everything, and you can have the catastrophic event or nothing, it's also harder to work on that. But I think for preparedness, there's certainly an important role of scenarios to assess how new tools may impact. And again, flu pandemics is a very good example of that because we have seen a number of them.
Kathy, to answer your question, so we thought about this when we were setting up the implementation pilot. You were referring to this two-way system for us to be able to get feedback back from the communities to our pilots. So there are a few things we're doing. First, just like the forest system, there'll be supervision visits. So we'll be able to go back into the different pilot sites where we've implemented our new strategy to monitor what's been happening on the ground. So having discussions with the 𝐶EVAQI and even with the community members to, using the mixed method approach through questionnaires, focus groups, individual interviews to understand how people perceive the program and how we can use that information back to continuously iterate and improve. So that's the first thing. The next thing we're doing is also monitoring and evaluation. That's also going to be implemented through the pilot to capture objectively program indicators and also going back to the field for specific surveys. The other way that we're doing this, which is more of an indirect approach, or is through the community health workers. They will be conducting home visits. So this is part of their activities to detect signals. But while they're doing their activities in the community, they're also supposed to sensitize and discuss with the population any of their concerns and feedback. And so this is also a way we can collect information back, because the community health workers every month will have a meeting with the health facility staff as a way to debrief on what's going on, any concerns, etc. So there are many levels. We hope to be able to get this information back to iterate the system. Go ahead. Yes.
Picture of the condition that they're using, the results, but not only for their picture that no information.
Okay. Okay. Yes, that's a very good question. So that's the other way, the reverse aspect. So it's a two-way street. Exactly. We've really emphasized the first direction, but the other, it's true that we need to work more on that aspect. And it's great that you raise a question, because we're just today implementing in the first site where we're launching how do you call it, a lancement communautaire with the mayor who's going to assemble all of the community and talk about the project. So these are things that we can basically integrate as we go along. But this two-way street is at least the feedback is something that we've really strengthened. But yes, we should probably work on the reverse. So thanks for that comment.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to try and connect the comment about risk management, preparedness, and some of your comments, Tierno, about the larger picture. And I think, I think we certainly have examples, as kind of Gary alluded to, where things don't work. And in public health, I think we often elevate those, into the front, and you talk about those a lot. But there are, as Rebecca mentioned, our surveillance systems around the world do tell us a lot already, and we do know where a lot of the risks lie. And we do have tools that we can use to prepare and prevent outbreaks happening. Vaccines being an obvious one, but there are many other interventions. But somehow, the indicators that we're using somehow are not really focusing on reducing the burden of the infectious diseases in particular, and that doesn't seem to be the currency that we're trading in terms of the impact that we're having. So connecting it to your comment, Tierno, is that I think as in the public health world, we somehow need to be more engaged in some of the broader cross-governmental conversations, cross-societal conversations about how is the health and well-being of our societies progressing. And just for example, public health indicators often don't feature in publicly available information from national statistical offices around the health of our economies or security health or other types of societal indicators. So I think we need to, from a preparedness point of view, we need to mainstream it a little bit more. Some of the public health indicators use the huge amount of information that we already have and keep working on plugging the gaps.
Thank you so much, Professor Sombi. You want to add something? Yeah, okay. Okay, so colleagues, thank you so much, I think, for the very good conversations. I think you have already somehow summarize and conclude these discussions. And just if you allow me, a lot of work have been done clearly, and there are a lot of work which is ongoing. But again, as we have seen, some places we still have a lot to do again, and at different levels. Maybe how to connect all of these existing systems. Developed by different stakeholders, different partners. You mentioned it. There are a lot of stakeholders today engaged, into the surveillance systems, in countries, in the regional level, at the global level. So how can we really try to get all of these things together at that operational, technical level, bring in these modeling components, and to enrich that understanding, but also to have that connection with the field, what is happening really in the field, and how this can be really translated into action. We have a good example from Senegal here. But again, how this can be sustained, how this can be maybe replicated in other countries, and how can we really have, and I think this afternoon there will be a session around the financing component, but the policy component, the advocacy component, I use always, I don't know why we tend to forget somehow, maybe it was too difficult, but there were only one event which stopped the world, and it was a virus. It was not a war. It was nothing else. It was a virus. But today, what have you learned from that in terms of investment, in terms of focus, from the different level of the governance, the leadership in countries for helping us to prevent from those type of events. So I think that conversation need to happen again at different levels, technical, operational, strategic, policy level, to get where we want to be. But I think we are on the right track, and probably to end, we just need to come together and to work together, at all levels again. And we'll be more than happy to continue this conversation. And I was thinking about Abdurrahman. I think we meet usually in this type of events, but what next? How can we meet more regularly beyond these events? When we meet maybe every 3 or 4 months, in these big events, okay, we come, we present everyone. But the work on the daily basis, I think we really need to continue this work. So on this note, I'm stopping here and thanking you for your attention. Merci.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank you all again. This is now a time that some of us have been waiting. It's lunchtime. Il est maintenant temps de passer au repas. On m'informe que le repas est servi. Merci donc de vous diriger vers la salle de restauration. Nous nous retrouverons ici à 14h25 pour pouvoir redémarrer à 14h30. Et en attendant, je vais vous demander de remercier encore une fois nos panélistes. Il s'agissait donc de Monsieur Simon 𝐄𝐝𝐢, Madame 𝐂𝐝𝐢, Monsieur Oliver Morgan et bien sûr nos brillants modérateurs, Dr Isiaka Sombié et Dr Tierno Baldé. Merci beaucoup. À tout à l'heure.
Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test. Test 1. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test. Check. Test. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 1. Yes. A. OK. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C'est bon. C'est bon.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I'm sorry I'm waking you up for some of you. We're happy to be back in the room. We'll be waiting for 5 more minutes just to be able to wait for the other panelists who are joining us, coming a bit late from lunch. Let's wait for 5 more minutes, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, we are happy to go back on our program. And I would like you to please join me in welcoming Mr. Prashant Yadav from the Council on Foreign Relations, who will moderate the roundtable dedicated to the regional manufacturing of vaccines. I need to say a couple of words, as you know. You can just sit down if you like. So Prashant Yadav is a senior fellow for global health at the Council on Foreign Relations. As we said, he's a globally recognized expert in healthcare supply chains, and he has published extensively on health product manufacturing, procurement, and distribution. His writing has appeared in major print media outlets, including the Financial Times, The Economist, The New York Times, and so many more. He has frequently appeared as a supply chain expert on NPR, BBC, CNN, and many more. His research has received Best Paper awards from prominent scientific bodies, and I believe he's the best person to moderate this panel, along with Mr. Michel Sidibé. Monsieur Michel Sidibé. Oh, sorry. So you were supposed to be invited in this. Thank you for joining us anyways. Thank you. I know you've been rushed. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Michel Sidibé. And now, Prashant, you have the floor to invite your panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience for an afternoon session, which took us a little bit longer. Let me invite my panelists first. Once they come up here, I will introduce them. So, Asithu Diop, the Chief Executive Officer of VaxCen, an affiliate of IPD. Rogerio Gaspar, Director of the Medicines Regulation and Pre-Qualification Unit at the World Health Organization. So welcome to Asithu and Rogerio. I will introduce the panelists in a couple of minutes, but I want to just set the stage for this session. We all have started to accept the idea that for health equity, for preparedness, and for general market health, we need new manufacturers for a number of antigens. These new manufacturers need to be in regions that currently do not have vaccine manufacturing, Africa, other regions of the world. This will help us improve equity in access. This will help us address pandemic preparedness and epidemic response better, and it will improve the general state of the health market. Many new developments have happened in this area in the last 4 or 5 years. Payment mechanisms have been put in place. There is a vaccine manufacturing accelerator program run by the Gavi Alliance. The Pasteur Institute here has the Madiba and the AfriMorel project, which many of you are familiar with, which we'll hear more from Asithu in a minute. But much of this depends on ensuring the sustainability of these projects, sustainability of the new plants that are coming up. And sustainability depends upon them being able to serve not just a local market, a local implying a national, a regional implying, let's say, West Africa, a continental Africa, and a global market. And the ability to serve a national, regional, continent-wide, and global market depends upon having the regulatory pathways for making this happen. So our session will focus on two things. How do we make sure that the markets are shaped and ready for new manufacturers to be sustainable, to contribute along the many dimensions that I talked about? And secondly, how is the regulatory apparatus getting ready to serve that? So with that preface, let me start by formally welcoming Dr. Michel Sidibé. Dr. Sidibé is the African Union Special Envoy for the African Medicines Agency. Those of you who follow this work, he has done incredible amount of work in getting a number of countries to ratify the AMA treaty in record time. So tremendous accomplishment as the person who's leading the formation of the African Medicines Agency. Before his current role, he was the executive director of UNAIDS. He was the Minister of Health in Mali. and has worked in leading many other health initiatives at the African continent level. So welcome, Michelle. Next to Michelle is Asitu Diop. She is the CEO of VaxSen, which is an IPD affiliate company. Before coming to IPD and VaxSen, Asitu was she was the managing director of a program called Integrate Health, which works across multiple countries in the area of vaccine implementation. She was the chief financial officer of Gavi, and before that, she's worked in various private sector roles in accounting, finance, and many other corporate functions. So welcome, Asitu. And next to Asitu is Rogerio Gaspar. Professor Gaspar is the director of pharmaceutical quality and pharmaceutical regulation, pre-qualification regulatory unit at the World Health Organization. In addition to his current roles in the past, he's been a professor. He's done a lot of research on nanomedicine, and we are welcoming you here, Dr. Gaspar. So that's my panel. I want to start by posing a question to Michelle. Michelle, we hear about the African Medicines Agency. We all understand that the regional manufacturing project, whether it is for vaccines or for small molecule pharma or for diagnostics, is going to depend crucially on having a continent-wide regulatory architecture. You made considerable progress. Tell us about the vision for this. How aspirational should people be? What kind of timeline should people anticipate as they are building these projects for vaccine, diagnostics, and small molecule manufacturing?
For ambushing me, because I was supposed to facilitate this panel with you. And I just realized that, no, I am part of panelists. But thank you very much. I hope now we can shift in French. Did you speak French, or you want to put... so just because people will not accept that I'm from Mali, that I'm speaking in English here. So let me just, particularly this lady sitting in front of us. So, no, I think it's a very important question. La question, elle est fondamentale, la question que vous venez de poser, parce que l'Agence africaine du médicament, pour moi, représente un véritable tournant pour l'Afrique. Et ça, j'insiste là-dessus. Ce n'est pas seulement une question technique, ce n'est pas seulement une question bureaucratique que d'installer une agence sur ce continent, mais je pense que c'est vraiment une question fondamentale pour vraiment permettre que l'écosystème de la santé en Afrique fonctionne. Et cela, j'insiste là-dessus parce que elle est la clé pour débloquer la souveraineté sanitaire. On n'aura pas de souveraineté sanitaire, comme vous étiez en train de le mentionner. On ne renforcera pas la résilience économique et garantir même un développement durable si on ne met pas en place un système vraiment de régulation qui permettrait vraiment à nos pays de pouvoir travailler ensemble à faire en sorte que l'écosystème que vous avez décrit en mettant en place des hubs régionaux, des sites régionaux de production puisse travailler avec une certaine forme d'harmonisation. Donc, c'est une urgence. Pourquoi c'est une urgence, en mon sens? On l'a sûrement mentionné à plusieurs reprises. L'Afrique ne produit que même pas 1% des vaccins que nous consommons. Donc, et aujourd'hui, je peux dire que plus de 90% des médicaments, des tests viennent de l'extérieur, sont importés. Et si vous prenez l'Afrique représente 1,4 milliard, ce qui est comparable aux populations de l'Inde ou de la Chine, vous vous rendrez très vite compte que ces pays, par contre, importent pour l'Inde 20%, peut-être de ces médicaments et la Chine peut-être 5% de leurs médicaments. Donc, il y a un problème très sérieux au niveau de la dépendance, moi je dis très bien de la dépendance excessive du continent aux chaînes d'approvisionnement. Donc, et ça, on s'en est rendu compte avec la Covid et tout ça, donc on ne peut pas. Mais en plus de cette dépendance, il y a le coût Si vous regardez aujourd'hui ce continent avec le nombre d'intermédiaires que nous avons, le continent a les médicaments avec les prix les plus élevés au monde. C'est incroyable, mais c'est la réalité. Vous ajoutez à cela la prolifération des médicaments contrefaits. Et ça, j'insiste là-dessus parce que ça me touche. Je trouve que c'est criminel à deux titres. D'abord, on tue des pauvres gens et c'est des mafieux qui en profitent. Sur ce continent, nous perdons pratiquement, selon les données de l'OMS, autour de 440 000 décès dus tout simplement à ces médicaments qui ne sont pas transparents. Donc, vraiment, accélérer l'opérationnalisation, je dis bien, de la mise en place de AMA est une question de fond et qui nous interpelle si on veut vraiment avoir une souveraineté sanitaire. Mais en plus de cela, c'est une question économique. Il ne faut pas se leurrer, ce n'est pas seulement une question sanitaire. L'année dernière, les médicaments représentaient pratiquement 1412 milliards de dollars, donc 1,5 trillion en 2023. Et l'Afrique, sur ce marché du médicament, ne représentait que 1,2 milliard, ce qui fait 0,07%. Donc, on vient de visiter un centre tout de suite, donc, qui produit des tests. Ça crée de l'emploi, ça change complètement la nature des relations. Donc, pour moi, soutenir la production locale est indispensable et elle ne sera possible que si on a un système de régulation qui fonctionne très bien. Et si vous voulez, on peut revenir là-dessus, mais la dépendance aux importations, comme n'est pas viable. On peut continuer comme ça, mais il faut vraiment une production locale, elle est essentielle et pour garantir un accès, et j'insiste là-dessus, abordable, régulier et soutenu aux médicaments. Donc, AMA peut simplifier, pour être plus précis, AMA peut simplifier les processus réglementaires pour les fabricants locaux, faciliter le transfert des technologies, renforcer l'autonomie tout en réduisant les coûts. Bon, bien sûr que AMA peut aussi améliorer l'harmonisation. Aujourd'hui, on a 54 pays où il faut passer d'un pays à un autre pour permettre cette harmonisation impossible. On peut avoir accès au marché intégré avec la ZLECAf, donc ce qui va permettre justement de ne plus avoir le marché comme une limite. On peut donc avoir des médicaments qui peuvent passer d'un pays à un autre. Il y a tous ces éléments, mais je vais m'arrêter là pour laisser la chance aux autres d'intervenir. Mais vous pouvez rebondir sur d'autres points. Merci.
Thank you, Michelle, for laying out the need for regional local manufacturing, how it connects with regulatory architecture for the continent as a whole, but also bringing out the idea of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is a precursor to making some of this happen. We'll come back to you with questions both from me and from our guests in the audience. But let me first go to 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬. 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, would you respond in English or French? I'll use my
French.
Okay. So a lot of exciting things happening here at IPD in the Mariba project, Afrimorial project, Diatropics, which some of us have come back from the inauguration. Two things that I think we will benefit learning from you. One is, tell us about the aspirations of vaccine. How will IPD vaccine operate? What is the bigger, longer-term plan? And secondly, where does the kinds of things that Michelle described, such as going from national to regional to continent-wide, regulatory pathways and regulatory harmonization and a common regulatory structure, how do you think about this? How does that play in the work that you're doing?
Thank you, Prashant, for your questions, and allow me to speak in French. We don't have many opportunities to do so. So I will take this opportunity to really share my thoughts in French. D'abord, pour expliquer ce que Vaccine est et en fait l'aspiration de Vaccine. Vaccine est une filiale de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar, dont le rôle premier et l'ambition est de commercialiser, distribuer les vaccins qui vont être produits par l'unité Madiba. L'ambition de vaccin n'est pas nationale, elle est globale, avec bien évidemment une priorité de délivrer des vaccins de manière sûre, rapide, accessible à l'ensemble de la population africaine. Donc, des vaccins produits par l'Afrique, pour l'Afrique, totalement en ligne avec les ambitions qui ont été définies par les chefs d'État lors de leur sommet à Addis Abeba. Cette ambition qui est que d'ici 2040, 60% de la consommation du continent sera en fait produite par des manufactures africains. Donc, Vaccine s'inscrit totalement dans cette ambition-là. C'est un outil aujourd'hui qui est opérationnel depuis quelque temps. Le projet Madiba, pour ceux qui le visiteront demain, verront que c'est bien plus qu'un projet, c'est une réalité. Et nous espérons commencer déjà à avoir une vision relative à la commercialisation. Ce qui m'amène à la deuxième question. Comment est-ce que l'on passera d'une étape nationale à une étape régionale et au-delà internationale? Je dirais d'abord parce que nous fabriquons aux normes internationales. C'est peut-être déjà le point de départ. Notre produit est un produit qui va suivre une régulation locale peut-être, mais avec des normes de production qui sont celles qui aujourd'hui s'appliquent un peu partout. Les normes de qualification de l'usine, les normes de qualification des procédés sont des normes qui sont établies par des acteurs internationaux, chacun dans son rôle, que ce soit le WHO, publique qualification et autres. Et nos produits donc répondent aux besoins du marché et seront utilisés par l'ensemble des populations. Ça, c'est une ambition. Comment est-ce qu'on va y arriver? Michel a parlé de la nécessité. C'est une nécessité cruciale d'avoir une réglementation harmonisée. Sans ça, ça veut dire aujourd'hui que pour commercialiser ces vaccins, vous devez faire les demandes de mise d'autorisation sur le marché, puisqu'en fait, les vaccins sont, comme tout médicament, hein, comme tout ce qui est santé publique, les biens de santé publique, répondent à des normes extrêmement strictes en termes d'autorisation de mise sur le marché. Donc, ça voudrait dire que pour vendre un produit en Afrique, sur les 54-55 pays en fait, de l'Afrique, il va vous falloir demander 55 fois ces autorisations dans ces pays-là. Ceux qui sont aujourd'hui impliqués dans cette activité savent que cela prend au minimum 3 à 6 mois, si je veux être optimiste, et cela va jusqu'à 1 an. Qui par le temps, par le coût. Donc, il y a un impact financier sur une mise sur le marché qui nous demandera autant d'engagement différents. Ce qu'on appelle, moi, ce que j'appelle aujourd'hui la fragmentation, c'est la fragmentation des autorités de régulation. Donc, il est absolument important que l'on bénéficie en fait des organes qui existent déjà. Et nous espérons que la main pourra accélérer un tout petit peu plus, que l'on puisse réellement avoir un écosystème qui s'y prête. Et comme toujours, il y a aussi le problème du nerf de la guerre qui est le financement. Ces vaccins sont des vaccins qui doivent être accessibles pour nos populations. Ces vaccins, dans certains cas, peuvent demander des technologies qui sont innovantes et qui ont un certain coût. Donc, il y a des mécanismes aujourd'hui qui permettent je dirais, soutenir un peu, aider nos pays à soutenir un peu ce poids financier. Il faudra aussi que l'on puisse utiliser ces mécanismes-là pour rendre ces vaccins accessibles aux populations. Nous avons parlé ce matin, lors des interventions, de ce qu'on appelle vaccine hesitancy. Comment est-ce que l'on va pouvoir s'investir auprès des populations pour qu'en fait ce marché soit aussi accessible. Il ne s'agit pas tout simplement d'avoir le vaccin. Je vais faire référence à les mots de mon ancien patron, Seth Berkley, qui disait ce n'est pas le vaccin, c'est la vaccination qui est importante. Donc il faut que le vaccin puisse être inoculé aux populations. C'est ça qui sauve, c'est pas avoir un vaccin. Le vaccin, c'est la base. Donc c'est un écosystème, c'est une chaîne. Et effectivement, pour arriver à ce stade-là, c'est un ensemble de mécanismes qu'il va falloir mettre en place de manière à ce que, en bout de chaîne, les populations qui aujourd'hui ont besoin d'être d'être soit soignés, soit en prévention, puissent recevoir ce vaccin. Et évidemment, la supply chain, je ne voudrais pas l'oublier, est un des problèmes, comme vous le savez, au niveau du continent. Les moyens de communication, quel que soit le mode de communication, qu'il soit terrestre, aérien et autres, soit inexistant ou alors extrêmement cher, extrêmement difficile, et tout ça se reflète sur les coûts de production. Un sujet qui m'est cher et qui aussi, je dirais, peut jouer, c'est ce qu'on appelle le capacity building. Le continent s'engage dans cette voie de la fabrication des vaccins et des médicaments. Il y a des métiers nouveaux, il y a des compétences nouvelles. Il va falloir que nous formons nos populations, nos jeunes, nos moins jeunes, à pouvoir réellement prendre en charge ces métiers nouveaux, de manière à ce que l'industrie que nous sommes en train de mettre en place soit pérenne et puisse être un moteur de développement durable. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Asita, for giving us not only about the regulatory piece, but also logistics, infrastructure, supply chains, many other things that have to come together for this vision to be truly sustainable at a continent-wide level and international globally. Rogerio, I want to start by saying that it is a great achievement of the regulators in Senegal and Rwanda that a few weeks ago or a few days ago, working closely with your team, at least the medicines and the importation of vaccines pieces received a maturity level 3. Now there are a number of regulatory authorities on the African continent that have achieved maturity level 3. Hopefully, working with your team, they can also get to manufacturing and ability to not just only regulate imported vaccines, but also domestically manufactured vaccines at maturity level 3, which will then open up the pathways for regional manufacturing in a lot more meaningful ways. So that's my starting point and hope. But I think we would love to hear more from you about the pre-qualification program, how the pre-qualification program takes into account this evolving landscape of regional manufacturers, how to support them, how to be objective and supportive in the both.
Thank you. Microphone, I think it's okay now. So thank you for the opportunity. And first of all, let me say that it's a great moment for Senegal and Rwanda, but it's also a great moment for the continent. Because just going back 5 years, we had 0 maturity level 3 regulatory agencies in the continent. Now we have 8, and we hope to have number 9 on the spring next year. I'm not going to anticipate names because it's never done until it's done. And when you say days or weeks, this is a process. So the official formal visit for benchmarking of Senegal and Rwanda is concluded for many weeks ago, but the process is never announced before it's concluded. It's concluded on the final documentation, on the final agreement about the terms of reference. So when I see reports on the media, like we saw a couple of weeks ago, what's happening in Rwanda and Senegal, because they had the visits and the results don't come out. The question is, first, we never announce publicly the visits because of the process. Sometimes local media becomes too enthusiastic because they believe that the announcement is going to be made when we get out of the facilities. It's never like that. So for the next cases, be aware of that. But I think that looking at what happened in the last 5 years, there's a momentum that needs to be brought to the podium in terms of the strengthening of the regulatory systems. And I think that, yeah, I had a presentation, but I think the panel is organized differently from what I anticipated, so it's better not to go through the slides.
It's your preference, Roger.
Yeah,
if you want to go through, you can use that.
I would prefer to have interaction if you allow me then. So I think that the issue that we have currently now, first of all, why do we need regulatory capacity? We need regulatory capacity, and we need to say it. And in Senegal, so close to Gambia, it's something that we need to say again. When regulatory systems are weak, people die. And the less protected people are the first ones to die. And we certainly were through a dramatic situation 2 years ago when we saw in Gambia, in Indonesia, in Uzbekistan, in 8 different countries, more than 300 children with less than 7 years being assassinated through adulteration of cough syrups with the ethylene glycol. We know now it's a criminal act. We know it's not one criminal act, it's several criminal acts from several suppliers of raw materials. This is ongoing active criminal investigation in the courts in Indonesia and also with Interpol. But it's a dramatic event to remember that 100 years ago, the Food and Drugs Act was established because of an intoxication of an elixir of sulfanilamide with ethylene glycol in the United States of America. So 100 years after, we are still dealing with similar problems that occur when we have weak regulatory systems. So having the needed distributed manufacturing capacity, that I think it was quite evident during COVID-19. And I like to say this on a personal basis. My country, my origin country is Portugal. Portugal had 95% of the population vaccinated when the numbers in Africa were 2 to 3%. Africa was left behind. We should not ever forget that, because that needs a political response. So when we are talking about the resolution approved in 2021 by the World Health Assembly on strengthening local production and everything that was done in the last 4 years, it's not something without purpose. It's a global political response to a problem that was before our eyes and should never repeat again. So the initiatives like the mRNA technology transfer, the support from the international financial institutions, it's for a purpose. Having manufacturing capacity without strong regulatory systems is a recipe for a disaster. Michelle was referring, we have those numbers, $30.5 billion invested annually by public sector to buy medicines that are substandard or falsified. The number of deaths that you referred, we're going to update that report because in some regions we have an idea that the situation is now worse than it was at the moment of that study. Let me refer one specific case. I'm going to travel in the next couple of days to Iran and then in February to Pakistan and Tajikistan. And the problem is in the middle of that, Afghanistan, that currently all medical products on Afghanistan are imported and 95% of them are falsified or substandard. Every day in Afghanistan, people die because of that commercialization of falsified products getting into Afghanistan. So the importance of regulatory systems needs to be brought in context. It's not another bureaucracy, it's to protect lives, and we need strong manufacturing capacity aligned with strong regulatory capacity. When we look at this from a strategic perspective, and I think that the first time I had a strategic discussion with my team was the day after I met Michel CDB on my first days at WHO with Maria-Angela Simão. We needed to have a comprehensive strategy, and we define, looking at the possibilities in different countries, what in my team is considered the Africa Ring strategy, looking at regulatory agencies that are beacons, not only for the continent, but also on the regional areas. That's why we have South Africa, that's why we have Tanzania, that's why we have Rwanda, that we hope to have in the future Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, that we have Egypt. I cannot make a formal announcement for Egypt, but Egypt will have a formal announcement in the next couple of days on the completion of a cycle, which is also very important. It's why we were working with Tunisia and Morocco, is why we were working until now with Senegal, and we continue to work. I was yesterday at the ERP, and it doesn't stop here. Next one is ML3 for vaccines. Next one is the engagement of the regulatory agency on the GBT plus for medical devices and diagnostics. So it's a continuum that will grow. Ghana and Nigeria. So if you look at the continent, we are building capacity. The member states are building capacity. We are supporting the member states on building that capacity on regulatory systems, seeing that it's impossible to have 54 or 55 member states with strong regulatory capacity in one moment, but we will probably have 9 by the spring next year. It's pretty possible to have in the next 2-3 years about a dozen regulatory agencies that will be ML3. Some of them will be moving from ML3 medicines, also ML3 vaccines, like Senegal, like Rwanda, like others that might come, Morocco, Tunisia, and others that might come. South Africa, we are hoping that any moment that the legislative process will allow SAPRA to complete the process also for ML3 medicines. So all those agencies together, if we have an operational AMA, and this is coming from the dream and the work of Michel to the operational implementation, not only with the Director General that is supposed to be appointed next February, but also with all the staff there, with operations and the capacity of coordination. The technical committees, it's a part that from my side would be the most difficult one, but the African member states were able to put aside national divergences and territorial issues and to bring something that was almost impossible 2 years ago. That the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, which is an Africa Union endeavor with the support of WHO and 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, is the platform for the technical committees of AMA that is regulated by a different treaty. This almost seemed impossible 2 years ago. It's done, it's on the march, is good news, but needs AMA to be operational. AMA will not be the European Medicines Agency for the simple reason that African Union is not the European Union. Enforcement of legislation at the continental level, approval at the continental level of centralized marketing authorizations is simply not possible on the legal context of the African Union. So the strength of the national regulatory agencies, the reliance mechanisms between them under the coordination of AMA and the mutual recognition of marketing approval by strong regulatory agencies being recognized by the others is the key that from WHO perspective, if everything continues to go on the right direction like until now, it's not utopian to say that Africa could have the first integrated continental regulatory system in the next 5 years. Constructed different from the European regulatory system, it's an African system for the African reality and the African legal environment, but it can happen. But there's a lot of work to be done in the next 2 to 3 years and then in the next 5 years.
Thank you, Rogerio, for giving us that overview, but also for making your own very passionate comments about how this is an important area and you and your team continue to support regulators across the continent. Michel, I want to come back to you with something that Rogerio mentioned. This is a unique convergence where political momentum and technical things have come together for regional manufacturing. As we go forward, the risks are both technical and political, right? We risk losing political momentum if we take too long to get things going, both on manufacturing, regulatory, or the supply chain side. Similarly, the technical things may start falling back if the political things are not staying aligned. So I want to hear from you. What are you doing? What should we all collectively think about doing to make sure that this unique convergence of political and technical things continues for as long as we need for the manufacturers and the market to succeed?
I think it's a very coming. Yes, it's a very important question. Listening to both of them, and particularly the input coming from my friends and brother from Portugal, Robert, it is we have been able to create a momentum. The momentum has been created. Leaders, political leaders, have been buying in. Of course, COVID has been helping a lot because they were faced with this crisis. They realized that products could be produced in the north and will not have it in the south. We need to produce, but to produce how? If we don't have a strong regulatory system, like both of them said, your product will not go nowhere. Your product will not even move from Senegal to Bamako because people will start having a trust issue. So this momentum have been created at the political level, at the highest political level. Now, where we are, I can say that we are now really moving from this global advocacy to a rapid implementation, to make sure that it is not become a bureaucratic structure with a building and people sitting there, but really transforming completely, like I was saying, the ecosystem, health ecosystem in Africa by putting in place pharmacovigilance system, making sure that bioequivalence could be working differently, having a sub-regional entities, not consolidating all of that into Kigali under the framework of AMA, but looking on a national levels, how to upgrade the national regulatory bodies, like he was mentioning. And with WHO partnership, we have been doing a lot. Learn from experience coming from other parts, like, of course, European Medicine Agency, not copying what the European Medicine Agency is doing, but trying to learn from their experience, decentralized approach they have. So I think we are now at the moment where we can really, we have a board, we have a hosting country, we are now about to recruit a CEO. So what we need is 1, 2, 3 to be really effective. One is to continue with the political advocacy with the big countries. Why some of the countries today are not part of AMA? Why some countries, we have 36 or 38 countries who have been already signing the AMA treaty. We have 28 who ratified. The remaining is very important. We have to go to South Africa, Nigeria. Those are not small countries. Sudan, Ethiopia, and others. Ethiopia is in process of finalizing. That is one thing, not stopping with political advocacy. 2, making sure that we set up quickly a team which will think with partners how to really think about financing AMA. AMA should not be, again, a structure which will be dependent to CEPI to be financed. If CEPI is the one who should finance AMA, of course, the credibility of AMA will be going down. People will just start saying that, where is your independency vis-a-vis taking proper decision concerning this drug, this vaccine, this. So it's very important from my point of view to look at what will be our mechanism to finance AMA. 3, what will be the mechanism to put in place, like she was saying, my sister, for harmonization, but not just the sake of harmonization, for facilitating introduction of products, for making sure that unified approach in terms of regulatory system. We need to have a clear ideas on those strategic and approach for AMA quickly. And then recruiting, having the capacity. But one thing which is lacking from my personal experience is that unless Africa is capable really to move on Africanizing research and development, all the things we're talking about will be, again, like that. Because he himself, he was saying that up to date, we have maybe only Egypt who has level 3 for vaccine. South Africa and Egypt, those two. Those two, so it's very important that we will be able to upgrade all those capacity. But like she said, people are on genomics today, people are on different type of, so we need to really Africanize research and development, and regulatory function on that is key also. Clinical trials, all the things which are being done in the continent, how that is regulated. So I've stopped there, but at least enthusiasm is there, passion is there, and I can say that it will make a difference completely in the way we will partner. And also, AMA should not be seen as a blockage. AMA should be seen as enabling regulatory system to partner, to also attract investment. Because why I will come to invest in the continent if I know that I will have a very weak regulatory environment, which will not enable me to really have a return on investments. So those few things I want to stop there.
Thank you, Michelle. It gives us confidence that especially the 3 areas that you very succinctly and precisely identified as things that need to happen and you're working on. So it gives us all confidence about the pace of progress on the African Medicines Agency, your leadership. Asitu, when we talk about what products are regional manufacturers prioritizing, which vaccines, which antigens, right? We sometimes see this debate between what is needed for global market dynamics, which implies there are fewer manufacturers globally, or we need this for health security and global health security in the world. The second is more for independence, less reliance on foreign manufacturers, right? And while there is oftentimes a high degree of overlap between both of them, and those probably are the ones that are the easiest ones to pursue, how do you think about this? At vaccine and IPD, are you saying we need to work on both? We need to think about where the overlap lies? Tell us your thoughts and insights on this.
Thank you, Prashad. The ecosystem in which we currently are operating is unique, right? It's very rare that you do have a political will and political support. You do have a financial support because, let's be honest, we have had the financial community, gathering around this African manufacturing initiative, and that comes from either international financial institutions like the World Bank and SFI and bilateral, also sovereign countries, but also we do have 1.2 billion mobilized through Gavi to support this initiative. So you have a political will, you do have financial support, you do have regulatory progress, as we have seen. What is it that we need now to make sure that, the vaccine that we need to produce will be, locally shared? And you talked about competition or overlaps. I think that's my view, and I guess I'm not the only one sharing it. We need to look for complementarity. We need to have at a regional level a mechanism that allows to give the space for every single manufacturer to leverage its own strengths for the overall benefit of the population. If it means that we design, depending on the geographical area, on the technology knowledge, on the supply chain, I am very optimistic. But that comes from my background from, working in African Union, where definitely we look at it at the continental level. I'm pretty sure that if we put together in a room the regulatory agency like 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, AUCDC, Ministry of Health, we should be able to come up with a map where which vaccine should be produced when, for whom, and where. And that is for the benefit of the population, right? We are not competing, right? We are collaborating. And we will have to look at it from a completely macroeconomic point of view. Maybe you talked about, Michelle, about the advocacy. Advocacy is not enough. It's a continuing progress. And as African manufacturers, we do hope that there will be a commitment from Ministry of Health to buy vaccine from African manufacturers. The day we will have this kind of commitment, and they can make it happen, such as UNICEF can take on board this commitment and design the procurement of vaccine, that will send a strong signal for our partners, because a lot of questions around this sustainable model is what is the demand. So it's an ongoing process, and I guess between those two, having a map where we can prioritize which vaccine, leveraging each other's strengths, and having a political commitment from our leaders that yes, once those vaccines will be available, they will buy from African manufacturers up to, we don't have to for, but up to, I will say that will be key enablers for this project.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting that, Asitu. Rogerio, when we think about regulatory harmonization, regulatory capacity building, we sometimes conflate the capacity for marketing authorization and enforcement. right? And as we think about this tiered structure where we think about the African Medicines Agency, but also the roles of the national regulators, how do you see these two functions of enforcement, and enforcement not just in the manufacture, but also in distribution, wholesale, and other sort of channel partners, and marketing authorization? How do you see the two playing out from the perspective of the World Health Organization?
So thank you. Let me come back first to a couple of things that were mentioned by my two colleagues in the panel, and I need to be very careful when what I'm going to say, because we are very keen to separate the regulatory from the procurement aspects to avoid any conflicts of interest there. But I think that anyone looking at the system, at the manufacturing capacity, needs to recognize that the first stage is to install the manufacturing capacity, but if you don't have a market, you don't have sustainability for that capacity. So, and of course, you need the regulatory oversight to make it coherent. I think that one of the best phrases that I like is from the current Deputy Minister of Health from Brazil, that recently in one of our meetings in Geneva was saying, you know, from an economist perspective, it's a very simple equation. You need to have international standards to be applied in local production to make your products global products, and then you'll have the return, the financial return locally that will bring economic and social development locally. It's a very simple equation from an economics perspective. Sometimes we make it much more complex because we are looking only at procurement or manufacturing or regulatory in isolation. And I have to say that I see here Petros, he remembers last year on the conference for the mRNA technology transfer, we had a mini government crisis in South Africa because of one of these issues about procurement. And our Director General was there addressing the two ministers and 300 members of the press at that particularly tense moment. And remembering that we have rules. We have the TRIPS agreement that allows deviation for public procurement in terms of local supplies. If it doesn't go, I think it's 10 or 15% of variation that is stipulated on the TRIPS agreement. Is that enough for a sustainability of the market that we are talking about? Maybe not. Maybe you need something more consistent, like the pool procurement that the heads of state from the African Union decided last February. But of course, that major pool procurement needs to be guided by quality assurance standards. Because if it's not, if it's only economically based, then we go back on the dark ages of the things that we talked before. So I think there's a balance here. It's not, I normally say it's not rocket science, but it's not as easy as it seems, because if it would be, it would have been done already. So coming back for the enforcement and the harmonization. I think that, first of all, we have an issue on regulatory enforcement in general, and I have to share here my deep concern without, of course, mentioning any countries, but we have this heroic push for ML3 and to become ML3. Sometimes we forget that the maturity levels on the global benchmarking tool is only about capacity building. It's a reference. It's not a final assessment. The final assessment is the WHO listed authorities framework, which then brings really performance indicators and reliance mechanisms that will allow those regulatory agencies to be involved in global procurement at the global level. So there's these two stages that we need not to forget. But on the enforcement, we have seen, and not only in the African continent, also out of the African continent, countries that in the last 5 years became ML3. And when we go there to do the re-benchmarking, we see problems, and specifically on the enforcement of GMP inspections. Why? Because sometimes you put too much pressure to become ML3 and you become too much complacent afterwards. And what we have to learn about regulatory systems, it's never over. It's a continuous improvement cycle. So once you are there, the work is not finished. It continues. It brings even more responsibility, because if you are ML3 and you stop being recognized of ML3, you have a major reputational damage for your agency, for your country, for the ecosystem that is there. So in terms of enforcement, yes, we have some concerns with countries that we have assessed in the past, and we are helping them to avoid some problems in some constituencies. Then the other part about enforcement that you are referring, if I understood completely the question, is about the marketing authorization at the Pan-African level. And I think that, like Michelle mentioned, probably the best example is some kind of decentralized approval like the European system. Again, the European system is not copy-paste to the African context, but we can imagine to have an African Medicines Agency, hopefully with all the member states there of the African Union, and certainly with 10, 12, in 4 or 5 years that are maturity level 3, and those should be responsible to be the core ones that bring capacity for the marketing authorizations, and then to have what we call the reliance mechanisms to be recognized by the others. It doesn't end there, because there's also a responsibility for WHO. WHO, and specifically on vaccines, pre-qualification of WHO is currently the reference for global procurement agencies. It's not the old stringent regulatory authorities, it's not yet the WHO listed authorities framework, it's pre-qualification. Because of the fact that pre-qualification includes the programmatic suitability, and there's a requirement from procurement agencies, and namely by UNICEF specifically in the case of vaccines. One of the things, and just to disclose here, part of the processes that are going on the backstage, I was recently in a meeting in Cape Town with the AVMI and the African vaccine manufacturers, discussing with the regulatory agencies a number of issues. There's around 25 projects for vaccine for different antigens in the continent in the next period. Honestly, I think some of those are wishful lists of projects, but we might have, I would say, between 3 to 5 in the next 2 to 3 years that might materialize in terms of technology transfer, and those could then speed up the following. And I'm probably not going to be invited to come to Dakar again, but I'm very transparent on this one. I think that the targets for 2030 are completely unrealistic. The targets for 2040 with the 60% are achievable, provided that the work continues to be done in an increased speed, because we are in a kind of ascensional exponential growth of the system and intensities. We need to keep that path. That path is possible to attain the target in 2040. 2030, I think it's a bit of, motivational indicators and not very, very realistic. But we need really to engage together. And I think that one of the issues that we are looking in pre-qualification of vaccines, for example, by the way, in pre-qualification of medicines, in which ML3 is not a requirement for pre-qualification. That's why we pre-qualify generics from India and China, and we don't recognize the regulatory systems of India and China on the medicine side. We only recognize on the vaccine side. But because vaccines need to have an official batch release, you cannot have pre-qualification of vaccines that are not produced under a strong regulatory system, which is ML3 to be functional. That's the difference. So one of the things that we are discussing with an African regulator that is already ML3 for vaccines, and with a couple of companies from that country, is to start potentially in 2025 a pilot. We are discussing that, in which the national regulatory approval and pre-qualification of those vaccines will be done together and in parallel, integrating joint teams from WHO and the national regulatory authority. Doing that, we might save between 18 to 24 months on the approval process for the global procurement, which is very meaningful for that economic sustainability of African manufacturers that need to grow fast, and need to grow with a sustainable market as soon as possible.
Thank you, Rogerio. So we wish all the 25 projects success. And I hope in your short list of the 3 to 5, vaccine and the Pasteur Institute here in Dakar is definitely one amongst your list of 3 and 5. I wish them all the success. With this, we want to open up to questions, comments from the audience. While we have audience and others participants wanting to ask questions, if I may, I want to recognize Professor 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, the former Minister of Health of Senegal, and if she has any comments about this to make. If not, any questions from any of the participants? There is one in the Microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's wonderful to hear about these advances in the maturity of this concept and it's coming into fruition. One of the very early predecessors of all of this was 𝐼𝐏𝐃'𝐬. And one of the interesting innovations of 𝐼𝐏𝐃'𝐬 was creating a capacity to bring together on a regular basis the regulatory authorities and the national ethics committees for exchange of views and ideas and information. Does the new AMA have a concept of also including that kind of regular exchange, particularly given the broad implications of all its decisions? Thank you.
Let's take, if there's one more question, that'll give the panelists a chance to reflect on the question about AMREF. Any other questions or comments?
Merci beaucoup à tous. Voilà, merci à tous les panélistes pour leurs avis et en tout cas des présentations très claires. Moi, j'aimerais peut-être revenir sur le processus de préqualification qui est, semble-t-il, un parcours de combattants pour beaucoup de pays, en tout cas beaucoup de fabricants. Et quand on sait que l'objectif, c'est qu'on est en train de promouvoir la fabrication locale en Afrique, des pays comme le Sénégal, le Rwanda, le Maroc, etc. Et dans ce contexte-là, on sait également que la production locale aujourd'hui est très, très faible. Malgré qu'il y a beaucoup d'efforts qui sont en train d'être faits, il y a des pays qui ont le ML3, il y a aussi toutes les bonnes pratiques cliniques qu'ils sont en train de faire. Il y a même des certifications ISO, par exemple, là où vous êtes parti ce matin, à Diagnostics, ils ont récemment été certifiés, etc. ISO. Donc, malgré tous ces efforts-là, on n'arrive pas à vendre, on n'arrive pas à accéder au marché. Et là, ma question, c'est de dire, maintenant, ça va directement vers Michel par rapport à Ama, mais aussi à Gaspard. Qu'est-ce que l'Union africaine peut faire pour accélérer ce processus d'accès au marché, mais aussi quelles sont un peu les étapes nécessaires, indispensables pour que les pays africains pour lesquels on est en train de faire la promotion des produits, et on parle beaucoup de souveraineté médicamenteuse, pharmaceutique, comment on peut faire pour les booster? Parce que ça ne sert à rien de fabriquer des tests, de fabriquer des vaccins, et que tout n'arrive pas à les vendre, donc n'a pas accès au marché. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Okay, so we have two questions. One is about AMREF and AMA. The second is a question about pre-qualification, both to Gaspar and to Michel. Why don't we start with you, Michel?
Thank you very much. Je vais tout simplement insister sur le fait que we will not certainly put AMA will. You cannot hear me? It's coming now? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Just to your question, which is very pertinent question. I think the harmonization process was going on for so long. It's not will not stop because AMA will be put in place. To the opposite, we'll continue to do what you have been doing, trying to really make sure that we bring up this national authority together, continue to really upgrade their capacity, make sure that this transfer of competencies and build on critical mass of the one who are already more advanced, and we will continue with this process. So that is critical in terms of capacity building, in terms of sustainability, and in terms of also making countries understanding that it's not because AMA exists that they will, their national authority will disappear. To the opposite, we will really have a strong harmonization. Your question, which for me is very important question also, we produce you know, I already said that 2-3 times with my sister Awa when we were discussing long time this question. I said, Awa, I was in Benin, and the president of Benin, with Brazil, was trying to produce IRVs. I moved from Benin. I went to Lomé, 100 kilometers, and by car. And the president said, "Oh, I'm setting up now an industry to produce IRV." And I moved from Togo, and I went to Ghana, and I found the current president who have been just elected 2 days ago, President Mohammed, telling me, "Oh, please come with me to visit my the factory we put in place to produce IRV," and move from there to Abidjan. And my big brother said, "We are now thinking about how we can." So unless we have what she was saying, a regional, sub-regional production capacity with a complementarity, with you will not have a market. First, you will not be competitive. You will produce products which will be very expensive, and you will count on a global fund money to buy your products. And the day global fund is not there, your product will not be available for your population. So that will not be the option from my point of view. Is a hub of excellences, regional one, strong regulatory system, harmonized one, and working with ZLECAf, so IFCFTA, to make sure that we have integration, and then we can really have a possibility to buy. But another problem, none of us mentioned that, from my point of view, is that intellectual property is a key issue. It is the elephant in the room. So unless we have a good regulatory system, we have all those mechanisms put in place. But if IP is not a catalyst, but continue to be a barrier to access, it will be a problem. We need, Africa needed to have the courage to really engage on serious discussion on that one. We are not saying that we should break IP. We don't want, but we said we want enabling IP for equity. We want enabling IP to make sure that our drugs which are producing today, we can be able. Another point my young brother did not mention is that we are in the midst of emergency, for example, and Senegal produce drugs. What we do, we have to wait to go through pre-qualification, to go through all, to make this drug available to our population, emergency authorization. So those are few issues which we will progress on it, and we are already discussing that, but there are lessons learned from COVID. You know, I want just to pick a few things, but for me, we didn't also mention something which is very important. I was in Abidjan. I think they were expecting you. Probably it is c'est le central d'achat et les chaînes d'approvisionnement. That is a major challenge in our continent today. You can have all of that. Market shaping analysis and look at, si tu ne connais pas, tu n'as pas des centrales d'achat qui sont équipées, qui sont bien organisées, qui sont capables de comprendre ce qui se passe, où il y a une mutualisation des compétences et en même temps des chaînes d'approvisionnement qui sont solides, ça ne marchera pas. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Michel. Rogerio, any quick comments on the question about pre-qualification?
Probably first I have to say that we need to remember that regulatory systems are a precondition, are not the solution. And I fully understand that the focus until now was mostly on the regulatory systems because 5 years ago in the African continent was zero. So it's natural that the focus was until now the regulatory systems. But even if the 54 or 55, I have to be always careful with the numbers in Africa, member states or countries in the African continent are maturity level 4. That doesn't solve the problem of sustainability of an ecosystem. So the focus on the prerequisite is very important. You had Maria van Kerkhoff, and today our colleague from the Emergencies Hub here referring about HEPR and what we are doing. One of the discussions I had with my colleagues on emergencies 2 years ago when they started this is that when you talk about escalating a response, which is the natural rule in emergencies, for us, it's a very different concept because you cannot escalate regulatory oversight. Either you have it or not. It's on-off. So if you need to prepare for universal health coverage or for emergencies, we need to have the system before. And we are doing that, and Africa has a way to go in that direction, again, with 10, 12 ML3s, with a functional AMA, with the technical committees. We are in a process to establish a fully integrated regulatory system without needing to go country by country. But then the question comes, and the question about pre-qualification. To be clear, pre-qualification is not forever. WHO has a pre-qualification decided by the member states because, and up today, and thanks now to Rwanda and Senegal, the numbers moved from 70% to 69%, but we still have 69% of the member states of WHO that don't have a functional regulatory system. And those numbers are even more critical because if we look at the other countries that have a functional regulatory system, countries like China and India have a functional regulatory system for vaccines, but not for medicines. And for a simple reason, because the medicines regulatory systems are decentralized with different implementation of standards in different states in India, in different provinces in China. So the importance of pre-qualification is to have one entry points in which you can ensure the quality of those medical products for global procurement. As long as it will be needed, WHO will have pre-qualification. When it will not be needed, it doesn't make sense for WHO to have pre-qualification. We have to be realistic, probably will take several decades, but it's not forever. And what we are doing at WHO is to bring different adaptive mechanisms as we are increasing the capacity of the regulatory systems and taking some weight from and burden in terms of work from pre-qualification on the current streams of products, we are enlarging for other products. We just published GBT Plus for strengthening regulatory capacity on diagnostics and medical devices. Our Director General just approved a new team inside the unit of pre-qualification in our department for pre-qualification of medical devices. We are just integrating the pre-qualification of male and female condoms and intrauterine devices that were at UNFPA. From 1st of January, the operation in Bangkok becomes part of WHO pre-qualification. So we are moving and adapting, putting the resources where they are needed and not duplicating the work that others can do. But it's a process. It's an evolving process. It's not going to change at one particular date, at one particular moment. It changes every day and it changes on a continued process. EUL and PQ, which was a very important question. Let me say this eyes on eyes and very clear. And I'm avoiding to go to the presses in the last months to avoid to discuss this with the media. But I need to be very clear. There are lessons learned from the emergency use listing. The emergency use listing was established by WHO based on the lessons learned on the 2014-2017 crisis in West Africa with Ebola. We didn't have GBT, we didn't have WLA, we didn't have the strong regulatory capacity that we have now in countries that didn't have it then. So EUL needs to be revised. Why didn't we start it already, the revision of EUL? For a simple operational reason. All these mechanisms, according to WHO rules, need to go to public consultation, need to go to expert committees. Then after being approved by the expert committees, need to go through the executive board and WHA. And we didn't want to start that process in the middle of the response to Mpox. That would be a catastrophe, moving the target of the requirements. At the same time, we were looking at 3 vaccines. We are still looking to the 3rd vaccine. And we have just approved on EUL 4 diagnostics, and we have another 4 now on the revision for Mpox. So we were able to do the first vaccine that was EUL in 10 days, which is great in terms of the numbers on the timelines. Am I satisfied about what we can do? No, we can do much better. We can do much better, and we need to revise the UL mechanism. We need to bring more mechanisms of reliance. We need to discuss with the procurement agencies that probably, and this is a problem between us and them, that probably their requirements for programmatic suitability makes a lot of sense, for example, on vaccines, for vaccination policy and vaccination campaigns, but might not be a great sense when you are people dying and you have an emergency and you need a quick response. Issues like multi-dose or unidose of storage conditions, does it make sense to keep those programmatic suitability requirements, which are from the procurement agencies implemented by PQ? Does it make sense to have them on the middle of a major crisis in which hours and days count for the response? My answer is very clear, it doesn't, but it's not only WHO or WHO pre-qualification, is an ecosystem discussion that we need to engage.
Thank you. So our time is up. I'm going to thank each of our panelists one by one. Thank you, Dr. In building the African Medicines Agency into a reality and progressing that at a pace that is really fast. So thank you again. Thank you. Thank you to Asietu Diop for taking the vision of a vaccine manufacturing plant here into reality, trying to make it commercially sustainable and successful. We wish you all the luck. Thank you again for taking out your time and coming here. And thank you to Professor Rogério Gaspar for all the efforts that you and your team at the World Health Organization does in enabling African national regulators to meet the standards that can enable regional manufacturing, vaccines, medicines, diagnostics, medical devices. Thank you for coming and sharing your insights. Thank you to all of you.
And of course, I would like us to also thank Mr. Prashant Yadav from the Council on Foreign Relations. Round of applause for him, please. This panel was really interesting, and I think we conducted very well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will go back to French again. Sorry about that. Pour cette 5e session de la journée, je suis très heureuse d'inviter le docteur Ibrahima Socéphal, directeur de la division des MTN de l'OMS, et le professeur Ibrahima Seck pour la session dédiée à la stratégie de surveillance intégrée en Afrique. On va parler des défis et perspectives, et c'est un panel ministériel que je vous conseille à tous de suivre avec la plus grande attention. Merci de noter que ce panel va durer à peu près 1h30. Et pendant que j'appelle sous vos applaudissements donc le docteur Fall, je voudrais juste rappeler que Dr. Fall, so I just want to remind that Dr. Fall is a public health scholar, global health leader, and infectious diseases epidemiologist. Most recently, he has served as Assistant Director General in charge of WHO's emergency response. And during his term, he led the organization's response to high-impact epidemics, humanitarian crisis, and acute public health events at global level. I'm not going to say the whole bio, but I'm just telling you this is a very eloquent and eminent moderator that we have here. Thank you for being here. Merci, Monsieur Socéphal. Dr. Socéphal. Alors, j'apprends juste que dans ce panel, nous aurons, en plus du professeur 𝐄𝐲 ∫ nous aurons la ministre Philomena Gonçalves de la Santé, ministre de la Santé du Cap-Vert, et le ministre Ibrahim Assi du Sénégal, ministre de la Santé du Sénégal, qui ne sont pas encore disponibles. Alors, ce que je vous propose, c'est d'accueillir le professeur Seck, pardon, et ensuite, si vous le souhaitez, de faire une rapide pause café. Alors, le professeur Seck est un spécialiste en santé publique. I'll carry on in English. Bienvenue, professeur. Il est également un colonel, pour ceux qui ne le savent pas, hein, c'est aussi un militaire. He's in public health, shareholder, director of the Institute of Health and Development, head of the Department of Preventive Medicine and Public Health of the Faculty of Medicine, Pharmacy and Dentistry of the Cheikh Anta Diop University here in Dakar, Sénégal. Merci à vous. Vous serez donc les co-chairs de cette prochaine session. Et donc, comme on l'a dit à l'instant, on va vous proposer de faire déjà une petite rapide pause avant de commencer. Voilà, si vous souhaitez vous rendre dans la salle de restauration, il y a de quoi vous sustenter et vous abreuver en attendant que nos ministres arrivent. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur le maire.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, merci pour votre patience. Merci, ça valait le coup d'attendre encore un petit peu. Alors, je vais vous demander de vous asseoir et de vous préparer. Nous sommes prêts donc pour la prochaine session. Et pour cela, je vais appeler donc Dr Ibrahima Socéphale. Dr Ibrahima, qui arrive donc avec Monsieur le ministre Ibrahima Sy. Je vous demande d'applaudir, s'il vous plaît, Madame Philomena Gonçalves, ministre de la Santé du Cap-Vert, Dr Ibrahima Socéphale, donc juste à leur suite. Nous allons donc nous préparer pour la prochaine session. Et Dr Ibrahima Socéphale, je vous laisse le floor dès que vous êtes prêts. Et je vais me tenir juste là pour accueillir nos panélistes. Hein. Et juste le temps que le docteur Socéphale prenne ses notes, voilà, je vais demander à son Excellence de bien vouloir s'asseoir, prendre place. Son Excellence Gonçalves, juste à côté à ça. Très bien. Donc, professeur 𝐄𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧. J'invite également le professeur Michel Sidibé, s'il vous plaît. Prenez place juste à côté du professeur 𝐄𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧, votre sœur, bien aimée. Et enfin, merci beaucoup, professeur Seck, de nous rejoindre. Je vous laisse le floor. Je vous demande d'applaudir, s'il vous plaît, nos panélistes. C'est la dernière session, le panel ministériel, qui portera sur comment financer la préparation et la riposte aux épidémies dans les pays à revenus faibles et intermédiaires. Docteur Socéphale, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Raissa. Merci. Bon après-midi encore. J'espère que vous avez pris du café pour cette presque dernière session extrêmement importante avec nos panélistes de qualité sur un thème extrêmement important qui concerne le financement durable, la préparation et la riposte aux épidémies dans les pays à faible et moyen revenus. Dans ce panel, nous donnera l'occasion, donc je revenais tout à l'heure sur la présentation des panélistes, mais ce panel nous donnera l'occasion de mettre l'accent sur les leçons apprises des épidémies antérieures et pour mieux appréhender le futur, mais aussi de parler des défis liés à la préparation et la riposte aux épidémies, le rôle essentiel des communautés, les mécanismes internes de financement durable, de la prévention et de la riposte aux épidémies, et bien entendu les solutions innovantes pour le financement domestique. Il faut rappeler que le rapport du GPMB, le Global Preparedness Monitoring Board de 2023, donc dans notre NLHC a été l'un des chaires, avait beaucoup mis l'accent sur le financement de la préparation et la réponse aux épidémies, en insistant sur la nécessité de financement beaucoup plus prévisible pour donc, la préparation et la réponse aux urgences, le financement des biens de santé publique aussi, qui dépassent parfois les capacités d'un seul pays en termes d'accès aux diagnostics, aux vaccins et aux traitements, et l'efficacité de l'alignement des financements, donc compte tenu du nombre élevé d'intervenants et d'institutions de financement, mais aussi du financement de la réponse socio-économique, parce que tout n'est pas médical stricto sensu. Dans les urgences, il y a beaucoup d'aspects socio-économiques qui demandent donc, une prise en charge aussi bien dans la phase de préparation que dans la phase de réponse. Et durant la pandémie de Covid-19, nous avons était témoin d'un financement sans précédent de la réponse. Mais malheureusement, en termes de timing par rapport aux besoins, il y a eu beaucoup de problèmes. Parce que quand une crise commence, ce n'est pas le moment pour essayer d'identifier les mécanismes de financement. Il est nécessaire d'anticiper pour être prêt. On se prépare pour être prêt. Mais nous avons vu lors des communications précédentes, le lundi principalement, sur l'état de préparation du monde, que nous ne sommes toujours pas prêts. Et nous tombons toujours dans ce cycle de panique et de négligence, où quand tu as une crise, on mobilise tout le monde et après, on oublie d'investir dans la préparation, dans la prévention des crises. Et nous savons tous que si on investit dans la prévention et la préparation, nous allons amoindrir les dépenses pour la réponse, mais aussi minimiser les conséquences sanitaires et socio-économiques. Au-delà de cela, au niveau mondial, nous avons un déficit important pour la préparation aux épidémies. Et le rapport du JPMB avait estimé à 500 millions de dollars le déficit annuel pour la préparation. Nous avons aussi noté des problèmes structurels dans le financement, compte tenu du nombre important d'institutions de financement. Entre 2014 et maintenant, nous avons identifié plus de 1000 donateurs. Donc, vous imaginez pour les pays récipiendaires, donc, comment s'assurer que ces financements sont efficaces. Et dans ce financement, il faut aussi prendre en compte tous ces aspects de recherche et développement dont nous avons beaucoup parlé depuis lundi. Et pour aborder ce sujet important, donc nous avons, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, des éminents panélistes que je vais introduire brièvement. La biographie de chaque panéliste est extrêmement riche, mais la plupart ont été introduits plusieurs fois depuis le début de la conférence. Je vais commencer par le professeur 𝐄𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨, qui est mon professeur à moi, je ne vais pas lire sa bio, et qui est un leader mondial dans la santé, donc aussi bien dans la lutte contre le VIH-Sida au niveau de l'ONU-Sida, mais aussi en tant que directrice exécutive de 𝐅𝐵AC Malaria, ensuite en tant que ministre de la Santé du Sénégal et ministre d'État, donc au niveau de la présidence, et elle continue à s'activer en termes de leadership dans plusieurs boards tels que Gavi et dans plusieurs comités de sélection au niveau mondial et dans le programme de leadership de Harvard pour les ministres de la Santé. Bien entendu, elle est la présidente du Forum galien. Donc, Michel Sidibé, bien entendu, qu'on vient de présenter tout à l'heure, le grand frère, donc, et qui s'est illustré, bien entendu, dans la lutte contre le sida au niveau de l'ONU-Sida en tant que directeur exécutif et Undersecretary General des Nations Unies. Mais plus récemment, il s'est engagé pour l'Afrique avec l'Agence africaine du médicament et à la satisfaction de tous les chefs d'État avec le niveau de ratification des AMA. Donc, Ibrahim aussi, Dr Ibrahim aussi, qui est le ministre de la Santé du Sénégal, qui est sur tous les fronts depuis les quelques mois qu'il est ministre de la Santé et qui est donc docteur en géographie de la santé, enseignant-chercheur à l'Université de Dakar, qui a travaillé aussi dans plusieurs pays de la sous-région, en Côte d'Ivoire, en Mauritanie, mais aussi au niveau de l'Institut tropical suisse. Donc. Et nous avons aussi la ministre de la Santé du Cap-Vert, notre ami Philomena González, qui est juriste de formation et qui s'est beaucoup activé dans les droits humains au niveau de son pays, mais aussi au niveau international. Elle a eu une formation avancée donc, au Portugal et qui, en tant que ministre de la Santé, a beaucoup travaillé sur l'élimination du paludisme. Sous son leadership, le Cap-Vert a été certifié par l'OMS l'année passée pour l'élimination du paludisme, mais elle est aussi une championne de la lutte contre les maladies non transmissibles, où elle travaille beaucoup sur des initiatives donc, nouvelles avec l'OMS et beaucoup d'autres partenaires. Le professeur Ibrahim Seck, non seulement c'est mon ancien à l'école militaire, mais on a cheminé ensemble sur le terrain. Dans les années 90, pour lutter contre les épidémies de méningite, de fièvre jaune au nord du Sénégal, et pour l'élimination de la drépanocytose au Sénégal, le ver de Guinée. Nous sommes retrouvés ensuite à l'Institut Santé et Développement, donc 𝐀𝐧, en tant qu'enseignant, et nous avons beaucoup travaillé sur la lutte contre le paludisme au niveau régional avec 𝐅𝐵AC Malaria et sur beaucoup d'autres initiatives. Donc, je vais commencer avec le professeur 𝐄𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨 pour la première série de questions. Et donc, pour qu'elle nous parle un peu des mécanismes de financement qui existent au niveau international et les difficultés liées à la coordination de la préparation et de la réponse aux épidémies et comment nous pouvons faire pour rendre ces mécanismes beaucoup plus efficaces pour les priorités nationales. Professeur, vous avez la parole.
Docteur Socéphale, c'est un grand privilège pour moi d'être sur ce panel avec des personnes de haute facture, des personnes dont l'expérience permet de dire et nous permet de penser que nous avons beaucoup d'espoir pour notre continent. Et je voudrais, pour ne pas perdre beaucoup de temps, répondre directement à votre question, sachant que l'un des grands problèmes quand on parle d'épidémie ou de pandémie, c'est bien sûr la préparation, la prévention et également la réponse. Mais pour tout cela, il faut des moyens. Et ces moyens ont été mobilisés tant au niveau national qu'au niveau régional, mais aussi au niveau international. Mais on sait, et je pourrais aller un peu plus en profondeur après, qu'il y a quand même des challenges, il y a des défis, notamment le défi de la coordination. Pour faire une petite synthèse, nous avons des financements qui nous viennent des organisations internationales, quand on parle de financements surtout internationaux, et notamment, je peux parler de l'OMS, qui même s'il n'y a pas de grands financements, est quand même une organisation qui est à l'avant-garde dans la lutte contre ces pandémies et aussi soutient les pays à travers une assistance technique, mais également à travers le règlement sanitaire international qui est en train d'être encore renégocié. Ça veut dire que l'OMS a une place aussi de choix quand on parle de structure internationale. Mais je voudrais insister, ayant été dans le board du Fonds mondial à l'époque, mais également actuellement dans le board de Gavi, dire qu'il y a aussi d'autres institutions internationales qui aujourd'hui s'impliquent dans la lutte contre les pandémies et les épidémies. Et nous avons, par exemple, au niveau du Fonds mondial, une fenêtre qui s'intéresse surtout disons, au renforcement du système de santé. Mais également, vous avez au niveau de Gavi la même chose, aussi une fenêtre sur le renforcement du système de santé. Mais Gavi a aussi été mieux connu pendant la COVID-19 en créant ce qu'on appelle COVAX, qui était donc un fonds qui a permis d'acheter des vaccins et qui a permis surtout au moment où on s'était rendu compte que les pays les plus pauvres étaient pratiquement complètement oubliés, de pouvoir faire parvenir dans ces pays, en plus de quelques pays qui en bilatéral ont aussi apporté des financements. Je peux dire que ça aussi, c'est un élément important de Gavi, mais mieux, au plan régional pour l'Afrique, il y a aussi un soutien qui se fait au CDC Afrique pour permettre l'achat de vaccins, mais surtout aussi le renforcement de l'industrie locale. Voilà déjà quelques éléments. Il y a aussi des partenariats publics-privés dans cette lutte-là, et on a visité ce matin Diagnostics, on a vu que c'était un partenariat public-privé qui a permis de lancer aussi beaucoup de choses, et notamment ici en matière de souveraineté, on peut dire souveraineté sanitaire même, puisque cela permet de mettre à disposition des tests diagnostiques. Et demain, nous allons visiter le vaccinospole toujours de l'Institut Pasteur par rapport au vaccin. C'est là aussi un partenariat public-privé. Je voudrais aussi dire qu'il y a des financements qui sont des financements bilatéraux avec, on peut dire, pour nos pays, il y a eu des soutiens au cours de toutes ces épidémies ou pandémies de partenaires bilatéraux, Union européenne, France, États-Unis. En tout cas, il y a eu énormément aussi de possibilités là. Je voudrais insister sur les fonds et dire que nous avons le Pandemic Fund qui est géré par la Banque mondiale. Et là, on se rend compte que ce sont des fonds pour lesquels, je le dirai tout à l'heure dans la coordination, où on doit faire attention parce qu'il faut que ces fonds-là soient pérennes, que ces fonds soient suffisamment dotés. Et même la Banque mondiale a eu cette expérience avec un fonds précédent qui a dû être clos parce qu'il n'y avait pas assez de moyens et parce qu'il n'y avait pas une efficacité escomptée. Alors, tout cela, c'est bien beau. Mais on se rend compte qu'il y a un vrai problème qui est celui de la coordination. Il y a beaucoup en dehors de tout ce que je viens de dire, par exemple les fondations qui appuient aussi les pays. Mais je voudrais dire qu'on s'est rendu compte qu'il y avait, en termes de coordination, un vrai problème qui est celui du fait qu'il y a une multiplicité d'institutions qui financent. Et chacune avec ses priorités, chacune avec, disons, ses réalités. Et en définitive, moi je le dis souvent, ça embrouille plus les pays qu'autre chose. Il y a également ce qu'on appelle souvent l'alignement, parce que les financements et les structures, disons, donatrices ont elles aussi leurs propres priorités qui ne sont pas toujours en ligne avec les priorités des pays. Ça également, c'est un vrai problème parce qu'une coordination doit se faire pour qu'on puisse s'assurer que tout ce qui apporte des moyens les apporte pour appuyer les pays en fonction de leurs besoins et de leurs priorités. Donc ça également, c'est un problème lié à cette coordination. Il y a la bureaucratie. On s'est rendu compte que toutes ces structures, très souvent, c'est énormément de papiers pour les pays, énormément de rapports à faire. Et en définitive, franchement, parfois, les pays, au lieu d'exécuter, sont des bureaucrates aussi, parce que ces pays sont obligés de faire des rapports en permanence. Et chaque partenaire a son style. S'il y avait une bonne coordination avec un style sur lequel tout le monde tombe d'accord, au moins on sait comment on rend compte. Mais là, vous avez tel qui veut telle manière, l'autre veut une autre manière. Donc ça aussi, c'est un problème. Dans la coordination, on a vu aussi qu'il y avait un vrai problème lié à la coordination intersectorielle. On coordonne, même quand on veut coordonner, on va coordonner l'aspect médical, puis on coordonne l'aspect lié à la santé animale, puis à la santé puis à l'environnement. Donc, en définitive, on veut que les gens se parlent. On veut que les gens travaillent ensemble pour surtout la préparation. Et en définitive, on se rend compte qu'on travaille encore en silos. Chacun fait ce qui, c'est parce que aussi les financements nous divisent. Donc, il faut qu'on sache que c'est bien qu'il y ait les financements. Moi, vous m'avez demandé de vous parler surtout du financement global, mais voilà quand même quelques difficultés que nous voulions mettre en exergue. Et c'est pour ça que c'est important de s'intéresser à ce qui a été dit tantôt. Les communautés sont au début et à la fin. Si on a des financements qui n'atteignent pas les communautés, on rate également quelque chose. Et ces communautés doivent être renforcées, elles doivent participer à la planification, elles doivent participer, comme elles le font souvent, à la mise en œuvre, mais elles doivent se sentir partie prenante des processus. Et c'est de cette manière que les financements aussi pourront arriver au niveau des communautés quand les plans d'action qui sont faits par les pays sont faits avec ces communautés-là. Donc voilà, pour ne pas être trop long, ce que je voulais dire pour démarrer, à répondre à votre question. Mais sachez que en sommerie, donc en résumé, il y a de l'argent. L'argent n'est pas suffisant parce que si on voit tous les besoins, on se rend compte que ça ne suffit pas. C'est difficile d'avoir des résultats parce qu'il n'y a pratiquement pas de coordination et que chacun essaie d'aller dans son sens. Et enfin, les cibles qu'on doit atteindre, que sont les communautés, eh bien, ces communautés souvent sont un peu, disons, éloignées de là où on donne les financements. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Madame le ministre, vous avez évoqué beaucoup de points importants. Je suis sûr que les autres panélistes vont revenir sur certains points. Et l'exemple typique des financements, donc, comme le fonds pandémique, qui risque de ne pas être pareil, c'est extrêmement important d'en tenir compte. Nous avons vu que lors du premier round du fonds pandémique, les demandes étaient 23 fois supérieures aux fonds mobilisés par la Banque mondiale. Déjà, ça, c'est un indicateur. Et nous l'avons dit plusieurs fois, nous devons voir l'investissement dans la prévention, la préparation donc contre les épidémies comme un acte de sécurité sanitaire. Et dans nos pays, quand il s'agit de sécurité en général, nous n'avons pas besoin de convaincre les gouvernants. Ils savent quoi faire pour se protéger. Mais quand il s'agit de sécurité sanitaire, on a tendance à attendre que ça vienne de l'extérieur, le financement. Et je pense que c'est ce paradigme qui doit changer quelque part aussi. Merci. Et parlant de défis, je vais poser les premières questions à nos deux ministres, en commençant par le Cap-Vert. Et la première question, c'est surtout sur les leçons apprises des épidémies précédentes et comment ces leçons sont prises en compte dans les politiques de santé publique pour mieux gérer les crises futures. Et ensuite, quels sont les obstacles auxquels les ministères sont confrontés pour améliorer la préparation et les stratégies de réponse aux épidémies. Donc, je commence par Madame la ministre. Merci.
Merci. Bonsoir à tous. Je ne sais pas si l'interprétation, parce que moi, je suis lusophone. Je parle en portugais. C'est prêt, interprétation?
Est-ce qu'on a les interprètes pour le portugais?
C'est
En anglais. Ils peuvent interpréter en anglais. Ouais. OK. Ou bien en français. Ouais, ils vont interpréter en français. Allez-y alors.
Merci. Posso prosseguir em português? Obrigada. Tous mes excuses parce que moi, je pense en portugais. Hein? C'est plus facile pour moi. Je suis lusophone. Obrigada pela questão. Começo por dizer que o facto de estarmos aqui. Je peux avancer? Merci. O facto de estarmos aqui hoje com este tema mostra efetivamente que nós aprendemos muito. Un moment, s'il vous plaît. Ça marche? Ok, ok. Nós aprendemos muito com as crises, com as pandemias, sobretudo o Covid-19. Covid-19 deixou bem claro que o mundo está dividido entre norte e sul. Nós, o nosso continente africano, faz parte do sul. Tivemos a experiência dura de quão difícil é, de facto, ter acesso, sobretudo às vacinas. De quão difícil é quando nós temos especificidades que estão centradas apenas a sul do globo. E, sobretudo, também aprendemos de uma forma dura que agora é o momento de sul do globo se juntar para garantir a sua sustentabilidade. Nós falamos muito em termos de financiamento de recursos, mas eu quero colocar umas questões. Será que nós paramos no nosso continente para avaliarmos todo o investimento que é feito ou que supostamente é feito e o resultado que se tem em relação a esse investimento? Eu quero pegar aqui no desafio da malária, paludismo. Será que o valor que até hoje foi empregue em termos de investimento para se vencer a malária no nosso continente refletiu em salvar vidas humanas? Será que nós temos estado a analisar a eficiência, eficácia, tendo em vista a sustentabilidade que é incontornável para podermos salvar vidas humanas? Nós sabemos que perdemos vidas humanas aqui durante este tempo que nós estamos. Se calhar mais de 10 pessoas já morreram por causa de paludismo. O que é que nós podemos fazer para que, de facto, possamos, em cada dólar ou em cada CFA que é investido, para que isso reflita numa vida que é salva? É com base nisso que eu quero dizer o seguinte: o momento é agora. Nós estamos num continente que tem todos os recursos. Nós estamos no continente mais jovem da humanidade. Nós estamos num continente que tem a oportunidade agora de corrigir todos os erros cometidos pelas outras regiões para podermos, de facto, garantir o futuro da humanidade. Porquê? Porque trabalhando agora, corrigindo aquilo que é preciso em termos de eficiência e eficácia, fazendo as contas aos investimentos que são feitos, planificando a nossa ambição diária, mensal, anual, de quantas vidas queremos salvar, com base nisso, nós estaremos a ter aqui um marco nos próximos 10 anos e assim sucessivamente, e saberemos que havemos de chegar a um ponto que teremos a sustentabilidade e com isso teremos o retorno dos investimentos e a continuar a salvar vidas. O nosso continente é jovem, o desenvolvimento é feito com as pessoas, investindo nas pessoas e tendo as pessoas a viverem com vida, saúde e com segurança sanitária, estaremos a contribuir para que a humanidade, de facto, viva como uma única casa. Porque o mundo é uma aldeia. A Covid mostrou-nos que se todos, sem exceção, estiverem com segurança sanitária, o mundo estará bem. E se não estiver uma pessoa com a segurança sanitária, quer dizer que todo mundo não está bem. Eu repito, agora é a hora de nós centrarmos no nosso continente, de fazermos o investimento, mas também para analisarmos eficiência, eficácia e tendo ambição, a sustentabilidade e todos os dias salvar mais e mais vidas. Muito obrigada.
Merci beaucoup. Madame le ministre, vous avez rappelé que le monde est un village planétaire et que nous devons protéger la santé de la population pour un développement économique. Et vous avez insisté sur la jeunesse, la population africaine aussi, et l'opportunité qui se présente à nous, et qu'il n'y a pas de développement sans santé. Donc, investir dans la santé, c'est investir dans le développement et dans la sécurité, extrêmement important. Merci. J'ai passé la parole à M. le ministre Dr Ibrahim aussi pour ces mêmes questions. Hein. Et donc, les leçons tirées des épidémies antérieures qui sont intégrées dans les politiques de santé pour mieux anticiper et gérer les crises futures et aussi les obstacles auxquels votre ministère est confronté pour améliorer la préparation et la réponse aux épidémies. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je dirais que aujourd'hui, nous, sur tous les pays africains, on fait face à des changements. C'est des changements souvent environnementaux, des changements climatiques qui vont avoir de plus en plus un impact sur l'émergence d'un certain nombre de maladies, surtout zoonotiques. Et aujourd'hui, le défi, c'est comment nous préparer pour riposter à la hauteur de ces épidémies qui vont se pointer à l'horizon. Mais je pense que le premier défi, c'est de dire que je dois trouver un financement pour l'inconnu. L'épidémie, les pandémies, c'est l'inconnu. On ne sait pas quand est-ce qu'ils vont arriver, comment ils vont arriver, et quel virus cela concerne, et quelles sont les cibles que ces pandémies-là vont affecter. Maintenant, moi, je pense qu'on a connu quand même des épidémies dans le passé. Il y avait eu Ebola en Afrique, il y a eu Covid, mais je pense que, surtout en Afrique, plus ou moins, les pays se sont bien comportés. Ils ont essayé de riposter grâce à la solidarité nationale, mais la solidarité aussi internationale. Et nous tous, nous avons vu toute la mobilisation qui a été, qu'on a eue avec Covid. Mais je pense qu'il faut aller au-delà parce que la gestion des pandémies, ça demande souvent des réponses conjoncturelles. Ça veut dire qu'il faut mobiliser tout de suite de l'argent pour, ça veut dire des financements conjoncturels. Et cela est extrêmement aléatoire. d'autant plus qu'on ne sait pas quand ça va arriver. Moi, je pense qu'il va falloir qu'on trouve des mécanismes plus durables. Trouver pour moi des mécanismes plus durables, c'est d'investir, comme vous l'avez dit, dans la préparation et dans la prévention. On développe nos réseaux de laboratoires de recherche, former des personnels de qualité. On essaie, par exemple, de mettre en place des initiatives comme ce qu'on vient de voir ce matin avec l'usine de fabrication de tests de diagnostic rapide, 𝐿𝐏𝐃'𝐬. On a une initiative de fabrication de vaccins, Madiba. On a le hub des urgences qui est là avec l'Organisation mondiale de la santé. On a le centre d'opération d'urgence sanitaire qu'on a mis en place. Tout cela ne doit pas être ignoré dans le cadre du financement de la riposte, parce que c'est des financements a priori, mais qui viennent renforcer quand on est en situation d'épidémie et qu'après qu'on puisse disposer de financements additionnels pour faire face. Et ne pas aussi négliger l'assurance, parce qu'aujourd'hui, si on parle de prévention, l'assurance doit être un pilier extrêmement important. Parce que si on a un nombre important de Sénégalais qui ont de l'assurance, ça facilite la riposte parce que la prise en charge dans nos structures de santé devient beaucoup plus facile. Et un autre point qui me semble important, c'est par rapport au fonds qu'on a au niveau global. On a le Global Fund, on a des financements aussi qui peuvent être donnés par des fondations. Mais cela nécessite qu'on développe des documents de plaidoyer très clairs pour aller lever des fonds sur le plan international et aider à renforcer nos dispositifs au niveau national. Et dans ce cadre-là, je pense qu'on peut peut-être s'appuyer sur tout ce qui est les financements climatiques qui existent et qui peuvent aussi aider à renforcer nos capacités de financement. Mais il ne faut pas aussi négliger les financements domestiques. On est dans un pays où on a des entreprises, on a la possibilité de miser sur la RSE et il va falloir développer des actions de communication et de sensibilisation de ces entreprises pour les amener à contribuer à la mise en place d'un fonds national de riposte aux épidémies. De cette sorte que si on est confronté à une épidémie au niveau mondial, au moins on doit pouvoir compter sur nos ressources domestiques en attendant de pouvoir avoir les ressources qui nous viennent de l'extérieur. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, monsieur le ministre. Vous avez évoqué beaucoup de points importants. Je vais insister sur un point que vous avez évoqué au début et à la fin de votre intervention. Vous avez parlé de budget pour l'inconnu. C'est une notion extrêmement importante et qui doit appeler à ce qu'on appelle souvent le fonds de contingence. Et vous l'avez souligné en parlant d'entreprises privées, donc sur le RSE. Parce qu'en réalité, sur la base des scénarios possibles, il est important que les pays puissent avoir des fonds de contingence avec des procédures flexibles qui permettent de commencer à la réponse en attendant de pouvoir aller à l'échelle si la crise est beaucoup plus importante. Et même au niveau institutionnel, au niveau de l'OMS, c'est ce que nous avons fait en termes de leçons apprises de l'épidémie d'Ebola, de telle sorte que dès qu'on a une nouvelle crise, même en quelques heures, nous pouvons commencer à déployer, à répondre. Et cela veut dire aussi qu'on doit avoir des mécanismes beaucoup plus durables qui définissent donc la mise à l'échelle de ces fonds quand la crise dure. Je pense que c'est un aspect important. Et quand on regarde pendant la pandémie, même dans les pays développés, il y avait moins de 40% des pays qui avaient un fonds de contingence. Donc, ils ont beaucoup souffert aussi des mécanismes de financement. Mais on va revenir sur certains points de financement domestique tout à l'heure. Donc, je vais à présent donner la parole à Michel Sidibé pour nous parler des obstacles financiers à la production locale de médicaments et vaccins dans les pays à faible revenu et à revenu intermédiaire, mais aussi de comment les partenaires publics-privés peuvent soutenir le développement de la production locale de médicaments et vaccins adaptés aux besoins locaux. Vous avez la parole.
Jeune frère, je commencerai tout d'abord à te dire que avoir été ministre de la Santé et numéro 2 du gouvernement du Mali était certainement l'une des plus importantes positions que j'ai occupées. Tu ne l'as pas mentionné et j'insiste là-dessus. Et je suis aussi fier d'être vice-président de cette présidente pour le Forum 𝐶𝐤𝐢. Donc, ceci étant dit, je crois que ce qui est très important, à mon avis, et j'ai écouté avec tellement d'intérêt, je crois que tout a été plus ou moins dit, c'est d'insister un peu plus sur le monde dans lequel nous vivons. Je crois qu'on n'a pas assez insisté sur le fait qu'aujourd'hui, le monde se transforme et se transforme très rapidement. Nous ne sommes plus du tout dans des paradigmes anciens où on avait, je dirais, des dispositions qui existaient normalement pour dire, oh, vous savez, aujourd'hui on a un problème au Sud, nous devons intervenir pour faire en sorte que ce problème soit résolu. Et cette notion qui était construite autour de la charité et tout ça disparaît. Aujourd'hui, on est dans un autre paradigme où il y a une compétition féroce. Et on sent déjà, pour ceux qui consultent les données sur les financements de la santé, il y a une baisse des financements de la santé. Aujourd'hui, il y a de plus en plus une réaffectation de toutes ces ressources pour le climat, pour la sécurité, pour la stabilité mondiale dans d'autres domaines et qui font qu'aujourd'hui, on est dans une situation de compétition réelle pour avoir accès aux ressources. En même temps, ce que je voudrais dire qui est très important, on constate que malheureusement, les politiques sont souvent, pas seulement les politiques au Sud. Aujourd'hui, moi, je ne suis plus à la recherche d'une carrière, donc je suis assez libre. Les politiques au Sud, comme au Nord, ils sont frappés de ce que j'appelle souvent d'amnésie politique. Quand il y a une crise, ils sont tous là, les ressources sont mobilisées, les gens essaient de se battre et souvent ils se battent aussi pour protéger leur propre population, ce qui est normal. Donc, ce que je voudrais dire, dès que cette crise n'est plus là, on repart dans nos actions business as usual. Et pour revenir à votre question, on a un problème de fond. On a une inadéquation totale entre le financement de ces crises récurrentes et les besoins des communautés. Et tant que nous n'allons pas répondre à ces questions, bien sûr, qui sont liées souvent à l'absence de pérennité, et moi je peux le dire, une fois les financements terminés, les programmes essentiels disparaissent, fragilisant encore plus le système. Souvent, lorsque je ne veux pas revenir sur ce que j'avais dit dans la session précédente, on ne produit que 1% de nos vaccins, on produit moins de 90% de nos médicaments. Donc, cette souveraineté-là, elle est importante si on veut vraiment répondre aussi à nos pandémies. Mais plus que tout cela, ce qui m'inquiète, moi, c'est que nos ministres des Finances, avec tout le plaidoyer qu'on a pu faire depuis des années, continuent à considérer la santé comme une dépense. Ne considèrent pas que c'est un investissement. Je vous ai entendu parler d'investissement, mais vraiment, ce n'est pas un investissement. Alors donc, on se retrouve souvent avec d'un côté des financements qui diminuent considérablement de l'extérieur et en même temps, on a des financements qui aujourd'hui, de plus en plus dans nos pays, qui ne viennent pas. Lorsque ces financements viennent, je me suis empressé hier soir de regarder les budgets, il y a très peu de pays qui ont atteint les 15% d'allocation d'Abuja. On était là avec toi à l'époque, mais très très peu de pays. Et les pays qui ont essayé de l'atteindre, prenez une minute pour regarder les budgets. Vous allez voir que la plupart de ces ministres ne sont pas des ministres de la santé, ce sont des ministres des hôpitaux. Parce que leur budget, la plupart de leurs budgets sont alloués pour faire fonctionner des hôpitaux. Donc, quand vous avez des crises qui se posent, ces crises ne commencent pas généralement ça commence par des communautés à la base, ça commence par des systèmes de santé qui ne sont pas renforcés, ça commence par le fait que, en définitive, l'interface n'est pas là. Donc, pour moi, pour répondre à ta question, parce que je ne voulais pas répéter tout ce qu'Awa a dit ou les autres ont dit, mais je pense qu'il faut qu'on comprenne le changement qui se produit dans le monde aujourd'hui. Deux, il faut qu'on arrive à mobiliser des ressources innovantes qui sont importantes, qui ne sont plus ces ressources classiques. On pourra revenir là-dessus. Trois, il faut revoir un peu l'allocation de nos ressources nationales. Et même lorsqu'il y a une augmentation de ces ressources nationales, l'allocation de ces ressources. Et je crois que aussi renforcer nos capacités de production, que ce soit en médicaments, en vaccins, mais tout cela ira aussi avec, vraiment, j'insiste là-dessus, il faut que la ZLECA fonctionne. S'il n'y a pas d'intégration, vous pouvez produire ce que vous voudrez. Vous n'aurez pas de marché. Si vous n'avez pas de marché, vous allez rester avec vos vaccins et vos médicaments sur place. Et vous aurez une concurrence avec des médicaments qui viendront d'ailleurs, avec des prix plus bas. Et vous avez un système à la base qui ne fonctionne pas parce qu'il n'y a pas d'assurance maladie. Et donc, du coup, c'est pas avec 40 à 50% des out-of-pocket expenditures que vous allez pouvoir soutenir cela. Donc, vraiment, je m'excuse, mais je voulais compléter un peu ce qui a été dit par mes autres.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Le grand frère encore. Michel Amala Sigidi. Pourquoi qu'ils me disent que j'ai omis le Amala? Donc,
si tu oublies Amala, tu auras des problèmes.
Je suis biaisé avec lui parce que quand j'étais au Mali comme représentant de la maison, je travaillais comme directeur exécutif de l'ONU-SIDA.
J'ai oublié ça aussi.
Et à part le professeur 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, qui ont des aspects de politique de financement de la santé et de renforcement des capacités au niveau de nos pays pour que le financement de la préparation et la réponse aux épidémies ne soit pas vu de façon isolée, mais que ce soit intégré dans les politiques de santé et le financement de la santé en général. Professeur Seck, à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Sosefal. Je voudrais d'abord me réjouir de faire partie donc de ce panel de haut niveau à côté de mon ministre de la Santé et du ministre de la Santé donc du Cap-Vert, mais surtout à côté de mon maître, hein, le professeur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝢢 qui m'a enseigné et qui est aujourd'hui aussi ma présidente donc au sein de l'association Gagnant Africa. Et j'ai la chance aussi d'avoir le vice-président à côté, qui est Michel Sidibé. Normalement, cher maître, vous devez me donner la parole avant de parler, parce que c'est ça la tradition. Mais je pense que depuis tout à l'heure, tout ce qui a été dit est bien dit et extrêmement important, qui montre la place donc du financement dans tout ce qui est préparation, prévention et réponse face aux épidémies. Mais moi, j'attaquerai le problème sous l'angle un peu du renforcement des capacités. Puisque hier, j'étais dans une réunion où on avait donné des financements au pays et les partenaires étaient un peu, j'allais dire un peu dessus parce que le taux d'absorption était faible et il n'y avait pas une efficacité dans, n'est-ce pas, la consommation de ces. Ça aussi, c'est un problème. Vous venez de dire tout à l'heure qu'il y a aujourd'hui beaucoup de donateurs. Donc, les fonds sont là. Tout à l'heure, M. Michel Sidibé disait qu'aujourd'hui, il y a la haute compétition pour aussi gagner les fonds. Tout à l'heure, je pense que c'était hier, on m'a montré les résultats du Pandemic Fund. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de pays qui disposent de cela, qui ont pu disposer de cela. Parce que tout simplement, il y a un problème de capacitation pour capter ces fonds. Et l'autre problème, quand on a ces fonds aussi, il y a un problème d'exécution. Donc, il y a un problème d'efficacité, d'efficience et d'absorption. Mais tout cela, parce que tout simplement, le moteur pour vraiment consommer cela, il faut des ressources humaines de capacité. Puisque lorsqu'on veut lutter contre les épidémies, il faut renforcer le système de surveillance épidémiologique, il faut des laboratoires, il faut une bonne communication, mais il faut surtout des ressources humaines de compétentes pour pouvoir exécuter les activités, et cela est un grand problème. Et donc, c'est là où le rôle donc, des universités est extrêmement important, en tout cas nous, universitaires, pour contribuer au renforcement des capacités. Alors, cela peut se faire justement déjà au niveau de la formation initiale, comment on peut améliorer en en révisant les curricula de formation et intégrer justement ces aspects. Mais aussi organiser des formations diplômantes, comme par exemple, on sait que l'épidémie, c'est une approche multisectorielle. Aujourd'hui, le Master One Health, c'est quelque chose qu'on est en train de promouvoir un peu partout. Et aujourd'hui, il y a AfroOne qui nous permet justement au niveau des universités de pouvoir mettre en place ce Master One Health qui réunit la santé humaine, la santé animale et la santé de l'environnement pour pouvoir capaciter les gens. Mais aussi, il y a la formation qu'il faut faire envers le personnel, n'est-ce pas, qui est sur le terrain pour mettre à jour leurs capacités. Mais n'oublions pas les communautés, parce que tout à l'heure, on a bien fait remarquer qu'au sein des communautés naissent les épidémies, c'est aussi en leur sein qu'elles mourront. Donc, il faut les amener à jouer le rôle qui est leur sien, donc en les capacitant. Donc, moi, je pense dans les politiques de santé publique, il faut accorder une bonne place au renforcement des capacités. On ne peut pas aller aujourd'hui vers la souveraineté médicamenteuse ou vaccinale sans pour autant investir dans la recherche et le développement. Et pour faire la recherche, il faut encore capaciter les gens dans les essais cliniques, il faut mettre des infrastructures. Et je pense que cela est extrêmement important. L'élément humain doit être capacité pour pouvoir répondre à toutes ces exigences du moment. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, professeur Seck. Je vais encore insister sur l'aspect renforcement des capacités. Vous avez évoqué le taux de succès au fonds pandémique qui est extrêmement faible. Et malheureusement, nous avons souvent nos collègues qui ne tirent pas les leçons du passé, qui essaient de recréer la route. Parce que quand le Fonds mondial a commencé, nous avons eu les mêmes problèmes avec le financement du paludisme. Le taux de succès était très faible. Il a fallu nous réorganiser donc, sous le leadership du professeur 𝐄𝐲, sous ce qu'on a appelé à l'époque Harmonization Working Group. Et nous avons introduit la notion de Evidence-Based Strategic Planning for Impact, Evidence-Based Strategic Planning for Financing. Et nous nous sommes retrouvés de 23% à 90% de succès pour les propositions du paludisme. Et nous avons même poussé le Fonds mondial à changer son modèle de financement pour dire que même les récipiendaires peuvent influencer ce qui se passe au niveau le plus élevé. Malheureusement, quand nos équipes de l'OMS et de la Banque mondiale étaient en train de travailler sur le fonds pandémique, ils n'ont pas tiré les leçons du passé. J'ai attiré l'attention sur ce risque parce que j'étais assis dans le bureau en train de faire le design d'outils, de comment faire la proposition sans tenir compte de toutes ces leçons. Alors que dans le monde, il y a plein de gens qui ont travaillé sur ce mécanisme de financement antérieur. Je pense que c'est une des leçons aussi qu'il faut tirer de ça. Et je vais revenir encore au professeur 𝐄𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧 sur l'engagement des communautés et quel rôle concret les communautés locales peuvent jouer dans la préparation et la réponse aux épidémies, y compris la gestion des financements durables au niveau communautaire.
En fait, j'ai un peu empiété tout à l'heure et je voudrais dire que, en réalité, le problème de fond, c'est l'implication des communautés au départ, sachant que quand il y a une épidémie, elle commence quelque part dans une communauté qui, quand elle n'est pas préparée, est vite dépassée par les événements et cela entraîne une épidémie à une échelle plus grande ou même hors du pays ou même au plan mondial. Donc, les communautés doivent être aussi capacitées. On parlait de capacitation tout à l'heure. C'est important de penser au personnel officiel, que ce soit universitaire, que ce soit les travailleurs de la santé, mais les travailleurs communautaires. Et c'est pour ça que de plus en plus dans les pays, les travailleurs communautaires sont partie intégrante de ce qu'on appelle le système de ressources humaines du système de santé. Ce ne sont pas des personnes à part, ce ne sont pas que des bénévoles et des volontaires, ces personnes doivent être impliquées et donc avoir la formation nécessaire pour pouvoir dépister, pour pouvoir être là dans le cadre de la surveillance communautaire. Et donc, leur rôle est lié en réalité à leur capacité de jouer ce rôle-là. Il y a des choses à faire, mais si on ne les implique pas, si on laisse les choses rouler, on se retrouvera à la fin toujours avec les mêmes problèmes et on n'aura pas appris justement de ce qui s'est des expériences antérieures. Je pense également qu'il y a, on parle souvent d'innovation technologique. De plus en plus, on parle d'innovation sociale parce qu'il faut aussi aller dans le sens de créer des choses nouvelles au niveau communautaire pour plus d'impact, pour des changements de comportement, etc. Donc, ça nous permet d'avoir une communauté qui est vraiment une communauté qui adhère aussi aux priorités du pays, du ministère de la Santé, etc. Voilà, pour moi, l'importance ne sera jamais, on ne le répétera pas trop, pas assez, mais il y a également le problème de la transparence. Quand vous avez un financement et même si c'est une petite partie qui est pour les communautés, on doit arriver à tracer tout cela et à rendre compte. Mais quand il n'y a pas de traçabilité, il n'y a pas aussi de redevabilité, bon, les problèmes de financement d'une manière générale sont difficiles. Et on est étonné parfois qu'il n'y ait pas d'impact parce qu'on n'a même pas eu à rendre compte. On vous donne des papiers à remplir, les gens finissent par être des spécialistes de remplissage de papiers, mais ce qui se passe sur le terrain même, on a souvent des difficultés à le savoir. Donc, moi, j'ajouterais un peu ça à ce qui a été dit concernant les communautés, mais leur rôle, tout le monde l'admet, mais on ne leur donne pas la place qu'il faut et on ne réalise pas parfois que ce sont des groupes incontournables dans la préparation, dans ce qu'on appelle la prévention, mais également la riposte. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le ministre. Je pense que vous avez encore évoqué des points extrêmement importants sur la nécessité d'engager les communautés dans les programmes de santé en général, que ce soit pour la promotion de la santé, la prévention, et la préparation et la riposte aux épidémies. Parce que nos équipes se sont retrouvées plusieurs fois dans des endroits où les communautés n'ont presque pas de contact avec les autorités, ni avec le système de santé. Donc, venir leur dire que votre priorité, c'est cette épidémie, il est extrêmement difficile pour ces communautés d'accepter et de travailler avec ces équipes qu'elles n'ont jamais vues. Ouais. Oui, prof.
Je voudrais, parce que vous avez abordé quelque chose et dire quelque chose de plus concret. Ces communautés, quand on ne les implique pas, c'est comme quand les jeunes vous disent, si vous ne m'impliquez pas, vous êtes contre moi. C'est la même chose. Et on a vu, peut-être que M. Baldé, justement, a peut-être suivi ça avec l'épidémie à virus d'Ebola, quand même le personnel de santé allant dans certains villages était pratiquement rejeté et renvoyé du village, parfois même battu, parce que simplement les communautés n'ayant pas été impliquées ne croyaient pas du tout à ce que les gens disaient. Donc ça peut même être un effet, on peut dire, contraire. Et ça me semble important. C'est juste...
Parfaitement. J'avais justement en tête cette malheureuse expérience de Zéro Corée, où on préfère des médecins ont été carrément agressés et tués par des communautés, parce que ces communautés n'avaient jamais vu de médecins ni d'autorité depuis le temps colonial. Et ça pose problème. Nous sommes retrouvés aussi dans certaines zones du Congo où les communautés nous disaient « Pourquoi vous pensez que Ebola c'est une priorité? Tous les jours, les groupes armés nous tuent ici et personne ne s'occupe de nous. Au moins, Ebola, c'est une mort naturelle, donc on peut accepter. » Et vous voyez donc la perception des communautés. Et quand il y a ce niveau de mistrust, de manque de confiance entre la communauté et les autorités, il est très difficile de les mobiliser en temps de crise. Dans une autre zone, au Congo, ils ont carrément dit notre priorité, ce n'est pas Ebola. La priorité, c'est le pont qu'on doit réparer. Parce que nous n'arrivons pas à écouler nos produits agricoles. On est obligé de réparer le pont d'abord avant de parler de santé. Donc, c'est des situations extrêmement complexes et il faut investir en amont donc, sur la préparation et la réponse aux épidémies. Et pour revenir encore, Madame le ministre Philomena, sur les financements internes de votre ministère donc, sont mis en place pour garantir un financement durable des activités de préparation et la réponse et les solutions innovantes qui existent chez vous. Vous pouvez nous en parler, s'il vous plaît? Merci.
Digamos assim, em casa, nós temos estado a trabalhar dentro do conceito eficiência e eficácia, que para nós é fundamental para atingirmos a sustentabilidade. Estamos a trabalhar de uma forma transversal, que é para ver como melhorar tudo aquilo que nós estamos a fazer para aumentarmos os resultados com aquilo que é feito neste momento e qual é a melhor forma, sobretudo dentro do quadro jurídico, que nós podemos fazer para conseguirmos ter mais financiamento. Vou dar um exemplo. Estamos a trabalhar neste momento dentro do conceito parceria público-privada, no sentido de criarmos um fundo. Tenha atenção que o setor econômico mais importante neste momento em Cabo Verde é o turismo. Estamos a trabalhar na criação de um fundo que será alimentado pelo turismo, ou seja, cada turista que entrar no país, um valor, ainda que seja €1 ou $1, vai entrar neste fundo para reverter para o investimento na saúde. Mas também, mais do que isso, estamos a trabalhar com os investidores de turismo em Cabo Verde, no sentido de também nos ajudarem a nível global de conseguir mais financiamentos de turismo para alimentar este fundo. Por quê? Dentro do conceito Uma Só Saúde, não é só o Ministério de Saúde que tem a responsabilidade de trabalhar para a segurança sanitária. Eu quero aqui complementar aquilo que o Michel disse. Nós, os ministros de saúde, estamos sempre a bater, precisamos de mais financiamento no orçamento. Mas nós temos que começar a contabilizar o investimento que o Estado faz na saúde, vendo aquilo que vai para a educação, que reverte na saúde, aquilo que vai para o ambiente, que reverte na saúde, aquilo que no próprio Ministério das Finanças também reverte para a saúde. Por quê? Investindo na educação, nós estamos a investir nas pessoas, na capacidade, na instrução das pessoas, que vai facilitar o engajamento da comunidade que a professora estava a falar neste momento. Porque uma população instruída mais facilmente apreende a comunicação, a educação que é feita para a segurança sanitária. Também nós temos que ver o seguinte. Nos nossos países do Sul, nós temos ainda uma cultura de assistencialismo. No sistema público, nós não diferenciamos no sentido de quem puder pagar as despesas, paga. Quem não puder pagar, não paga, o Estado entra. Nós isentamos a todos. Aquilo que é dado grátis não se valoriza. Ou pelo menos para termos a capacidade de instruir as populações para criarem a cultura de valorização. Dou um exemplo simples em termos de tempo, valorização de tempo. Creio que é chegar o momento do sul do globo começar a colocar nos currículos escolares a educação para valorização de tempo. Para começarmos a aprender que, por exemplo, numa conferência dessas, quando nós marcamos para começar às 8, que passado 30 minutos, todos nós que aqui estamos, representamos um valor. Se estivéssemos no nosso escritório a trabalhar, estaríamos a contribuir, não é para o desenvolvimento, estaríamos também a dignificar o nosso salário. Quer dizer que temos que perder mais tempo, temos que educar para trabalharmos a fim de incutirmos a cultura de produção. Resumindo, para termos verdadeiro investimento interno, nós temos que trabalhar de uma forma transversal com o setor da educação, com o setor da família, com o setor da cultura, com o setor das finanças, com o setor do turismo e juntando as nossas forças, a partir do momento que esgotarmos todas as possibilidades que nós temos de financiamento interno, estaremos então a apresentar aos parceiros para dizer, olha, eu estou a fazer um esforço até o limite e tal, para eu chegar a 100 já tenho 70, complemente-me com 30. E aqui eu ajunto também a questão da transparência. É fundamental, porque também temos que questionar por que os financiadores estão a tornar cada vez mais difícil o acesso aos financiamentos? Será que estamos a ser de facto transparentes? Muito obrigada.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre. Vous êtes revenu en profondeur sur les aspects concrets de la planification transversale et la santé dans tous les secteurs. Je pense que ce qu'il nous faut est l'innovation avec le tourisme, l'éducation et tous les autres secteurs. Merci beaucoup. Je vais maintenant poser les mêmes questions au docteur Ibrahim aussi sur les mécanismes de financement interne que le ministère a mis en place pour assurer un financement durable de la préparation et de la réponse aux épidémies et les innovations en cours. Merci.
Je pense que c'est peut-être quelque chose que j'avais déjà embrayé en parlant de financement domestique. Maintenant, quand il s'agit de parler à l'interne au niveau du ministère de la Santé, il faut dire qu'on est quand même dans le contexte d'un pays sous-développé, où souvent, quand les médecins sont en train de gérer les urgences médicales, le ministre il est en train de gérer les urgences budgétaires, parce qu'à la fin du mois, il faudra assurer ça, il faut que tout fonctionne bien. Donc, on est vraiment dans les arbitrages tout le temps. Et de dire, est-ce que je dois garder de l'argent pour prévenir peut-être une crise qui ne va pas venir maintenant, alors que j'ai des charges qui sont là, qui sont présentes, que je dois gérer, parce qu'il y a aussi une tension sociale qu'il faudra gérer et prévenir. Mais je pense que aujourd'hui, on est quand même en train de travailler surtout avec nos partenaires techniques et financiers qui sont quand même en train d'apporter beaucoup de soutien, surtout sous forme de subventions, qui permet surtout de financer des domaines importants comme le laboratoire, comme la santé de la mère et de l'enfant, comme par exemple construire un cadre ou mettre en place un cadre qui nous permet de riposter aux urgences, même si on n'a pas toujours l'argent disponible, mais le fait de construire un cadre, le fait de former des personnes, le fait de mettre en place un dispositif qui est bien huilé, moi je pense que tout ça rentre dans le cadre du financement domestique que l'État a eu à mobiliser et qui aide à faire face à la riposte. Et je pense également aujourd'hui, il faudra changer de paradigme. De la même manière, je le disais souvent, que manger est un bien-être. On paye tout le temps pour manger. Il faudra amener quand même les citoyens à accepter de payer pour la santé. Parce que la santé n'est pas gratuite. C'est un investissement, un effort de tout le monde. Et c'est pourquoi j'ai tout le temps dit qu'aujourd'hui, nos systèmes de santé ne pourront pas être résilients si tout citoyen n'accepte pas de payer pour prendre en charge son problème de santé. Et cela passe par l'assurance. Et je crois que c'est quelque chose qui est possible. C'est un système de solidarité. Et je crois que souvent au Sénégal, comme je vois avec les informations qui me remontent, je constate que les gens sont prêts à payer quand ils sont malades. Quand ils sont malades, ils vont à l'hôpital, ils sortent de l'argent, ou bien ils ont les moyens de pouvoir sortir de l'argent. Mais quand vous demandez à quelqu'un de prendre 10 000 francs annuellement et de le mettre dans une assurance, il n'est pas prêt à le faire parce qu'il se dira que certainement qu'il ne va pas tomber malade. mais la maladie n'attend pas, on ne sait pas quand est-ce que ça va arriver. Donc, que la santé pour moi soit prise comme un bien commun, comme un bien-être, de la même manière le fait de manger, d'avoir accès à la nourriture. Et je pense qu'il y a un élément sur lequel vous avez posé la question à Madame la professeure, surtout sur l'engagement des communautés. Aujourd'hui, on a vu comment les Badian sont mobilisés, comment ils ont aidé dans l'amélioration de la santé de la mère et de l'enfant. Je pense que de la même manière, si on engage les communautés, on pourra voir comment aller vers l'assurance obligatoire et comment aller vers la couverture sanitaire universelle, qui pour moi est un gaz de résilience de nos systèmes de santé, mais un pilier important dans la préparation et la prévention face aux épidémies à venir. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre. En quelques mots, la santé a un coût et ce coût doit être financé. Pour le financer de façon efficace, nous devons investir dans l'assurance maladie universelle et maximiser aussi l'utilisation de nos tissus communautaires qui existent déjà, avec les baguettes et autres, et ne pas se limiter juste à quelques programmes pour la promotion de la santé au niveau communautaire. Et sur ce, je vais prendre une ou deux questions, mais chaque fois que j'ai l'occasion d'apprendre de la sagesse du grand assis, je n'attrape pas cette occasion. Je sais qu'il est assis calmement, mais je lui donnerai la parole juste pour un mot après. Et donc, je regarde dans l'assistance, il y a une ou deux questions aux panélistes. Oui, Dr. So.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Fossé. Merci également à nos brillants panélistes pour vraiment toutes les idées qui ont été dégagées ici. Je voudrais aussi peut-être saluer la présence de tous les ministres, mais aussi leur disponibilité. Encore saluer la présence de mon maître et de ses maîtres également. Parce que j'ai appris que ces maîtres également sont là, donc je salue tous mes maîtres qui sont dans cette salle-là. J'apprécie également toutes les innovations dans le financement domestique qui ont été avancées. Mais rappelez que le Sénégal, par exemple, avec le projet Madiba, a vraiment fait preuve d'innovation et de financement domestique. L'ancien gouvernement a vraiment appuyé en donnant carrément un terrain, mais aussi en mettant la main dans la poche, apporté au moins 10 milliards de dollars, enfin de CFA, pour appuyer un peu avant d'amener les autres partenaires. Ça aussi, je pense que c'est pour montrer la voie, mais aussi s'engager à accompagner les initiatives locales. Maintenant, ma question, c'était plutôt en termes de redevabilité. Parce que on vient de sortir de la pandémie de Covid. Avant ça, on avait Ebola. Avant, il y avait aussi VIH. À chaque fois, il y a eu beaucoup de financements qui sont rentrés dans les pays. Mais après, à chaque fois qu'on a une nouvelle épidémie, on se retrouve avec les mêmes problèmes. Aujourd'hui, en RDC, dans la zone de Panzi, on parle depuis quelques jours d'une maladie mystérieuse. Ça fait plus d'une semaine maintenant, on ne sait pas ce que c'est. On n'a pas encore arrivé à amener les échantillons, à les tester et on dire voici la situation. Et c'est la même chose aussi dans plusieurs pays. Ça, c'est juste un exemple. Donc pour moi, c'est en termes de redevabilité, si on a les financements, mais aussi comment on peut bâtir sur ce qu'on a eu déjà pour mieux se préparer par rapport à l'avenir. Encore merci beaucoup, vraiment pour la disponibilité, mais aussi toutes les idées partagées. Merci.
Oui, pas Moussé, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Sosé. Dr. Pape Moussé Ndiaye, je suis le directeur pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest d'une ONG américaine, PAS. Et c'est avec beaucoup de plaisir que je rencontre toutes ces autorités. En tant que partenaire technique et financier, toutes les questions que nous nous posons tous les matins, c'est l'impact que nous cherchons. Nous cherchons de l'impact et comment nous allons y arriver. Nous allons y arriver. L'une des choses qu'on nous reproche souvent, c'est la verticalité de nos interventions. Nous agissons sur une partie de l'humain, en un moment précis dans une zone géographique parfois très limitée. Et il est difficile d'avoir cet impact-là parce que les humains, par exemple, n'ont pas juste des problèmes d'ORL ou des problèmes d'ophtalmologie, ils ont d'autres problèmes de santé. Des programmes de santé intégrés souvent se posent difficilement parce que les partenaires qui financent vont avoir également des approches très, très limitées. Alors la question peut-être au ministre de la Santé ici, c'est à votre niveau, est-ce qu'il y a des recommandations ou des orientations sur lesquelles vous pouvez travailler pour que quand les ONG, les partenaires viennent, qu'ils puissent s'aligner sur quelque chose de très précis et régler un problème, même si c'est dans une zone géographique limitée, qu'on règle un ensemble de problèmes de santé dans cette zone géographique. Au moins, ça permettra à ces communautés d'avoir leurs problèmes réglés, mais pas seulement une partie de leurs problèmes, et ils feront appel à d'autres pour que d'autres parties de leurs problèmes soient réglées. Merci.
Merci. Je vais me limiter. Tchernobyl, et toi, moi, j'ai le pouvoir de te dire de ne pas parler, mais je te donne la parole.
Je le savais. Mais ça va être une question très rapide. Évidemment, on est en train de beaucoup apprendre ici. Mais très, très sincèrement, quand je vois ce panel-là, j'ai une curiosité. Peut-être que vous pouvez m'aider vraiment à la résoudre parce qu'on se rend compte que les problématiques ici, là, vont au-delà du secteur de la santé. Les problématiques de financement. Le financement est décidé dans d'autres secteurs, à d'autres niveaux de gouvernance. Avec toute votre expérience, vous avez été ministre, vous avez côtoyé tous les grands chefs d'État et tous ces... Qu'est-ce que l'on fait véritablement pour pouvoir faire adhérer ces décideurs-là, peut-être à donner un peu plus de ressources, un peu plus d'attention aux problématiques de santé et de sécurité sanitaire? C'est-à-dire je ne sais pas, c'est un des panélistes qui a parlé de cette amnésie-là, je pense au docteur Michel Sidibé, cette amnésie qu'on a vécue. On a l'habitude de dire, ou en tout cas moi je dis qu'il y a un seul événement qui a arrêté le monde entier, c'est la COVID. Il n'y a rien d'autre. C'était un problème de santé publique. C'est passé, il y a peut-être 1 an, 2 ans, les gens ont oublié, on est revenu à là où on était auparavant. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire à ce moment-ci? Je sais que vous faites énormément d'efforts, énormément d'efforts, mais y a-t-il quelque chose d'autre que l'on pourrait faire pour amener ça? C'est peut-être s'il y a quelques éclaircissements là-dessus, c'est bien. Merci.
Merci. Donc, la question sur l'appui des partenaires et la nécessité d'avoir une approche intégrée. Et je vais laisser ça au ministre du Sénégal. Donc, bien entendu, les pays ont des plans de développement et des plans de développement sanitaire. Les plans de district, il est important que les partenaires investissent sur ces plans. Et la question de Tchernobyl, c'est comment faire pour attirer l'attention des décideurs. Peut-être que je laisserai cette question à Michel. Et l'aspect de redevabilité d'Abdurrahman, je pense qu'on en a parlé en bonne partie, mais on se rend compte que même quand il y a des surges de financement, à la fin, on n'a pas les mécanismes donc solides et des stratégies de financement qui permettent de maintenir cette redevabilité. Donc, je vais commencer par Dr. C. Merci.
Elle est extrêmement importante et je pense que lorsque je suis arrivé à la tête de ce ministère, l'une des choses que j'ai eu à faire, c'est d'abord d'avoir un entretien par partenaire bilatéral pour savoir ce que chacun fait au niveau du pays, quelles sont ses zones d'intervention, quelles sont ses priorités, et voir le niveau d'alignement avec les priorités du pays. Donc cela a permis de faire une bonne cartographie des interventions selon les zones géographiques, mais selon les domaines d'intervention très précis. Mais cela a permis de faire une petite évaluation et une capitalisation de tout ce que les partenaires techniques et financiers sont en train de faire au niveau du pays. Maintenant, après, on a puis continuer le développement d'un document important qu'on appelle le compact. Et sur la base de ce compact, on a prévu sous la houlette de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé de faire une rencontre entre tous les bailleurs de fonds qui interviennent pour leur donner cette cartographie-là et leur demander maintenant comment on peut aller vers une vision beaucoup plus rationnelle beaucoup plus optimale et beaucoup plus intégrée des interventions pour que toutes les zones du Sénégal soient ciblées, mais que les domaines aussi soient ciblés pour qu'on aille à plus d'efficacité et plus d'efficience dans les interventions, pour que aussi que les actions qui sont menées par les partenaires au développement soient encore mieux alignées par rapport aux priorités du pays en matière de santé, parce que je vois mal un partenaire continuer à intervenir dans un endroit où les indicateurs ont déjà été atteints, par exemple en matière de santé maternelle et infantile, alors qu'il y a des zones géographiques qui traînent encore. Et pour moi, l'approche serait de voir 2, 3 ou 4 partenaires qui viennent investir dans un même secteur, dans une même zone géographique, pour aussi accélérer l'atteinte de ces cibles-là. Et on est dans cette dynamique et on est dans cette approche-là. Et on avait prévu que dès le début de l'année, on aura cette conférence des partenaires où on présentera en même temps le nouveau référentiel des politiques publiques, surtout concernant les axes stratégiques qui sont prévus et les actions prioritaires qu'on compte mettre en place. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur Ami. Je pense très clair. Donc, Michel, que faire de plus pour engager les politiques?
Une question à $1 million. Mais je voudrais tout simplement dire que, d'abord, moi, je crois qu'il faut qu'on considère que ce n'est pas seulement le problème de la maladie, n'est pas nécessairement égal au problème de la santé. Donc, il faut que le leader politique comprenne qu'il y a une question politique, sociale et qu'il y a un problème d'équité qui est au centre de la discussion que nous menons. Et quand je parle d'équité, je voudrais rebondir sur quelques données. Quand on regarde les dépenses de santé en Afrique aujourd'hui, en tout cas les dépenses des ménages et des ménages les plus pauvres, malheureusement, représentent entre 45 à 50% de la dépense de santé de la plupart de nos pays. Donc, quand vous avez, et cela conduit à pratiquement 11 millions, je dis bien à peu près en Afrique, cela pousse 11 millions de personnes dans la pauvreté absolue. Donc, il faut d'abord qu'on fasse comprendre qu'il y a comment dirais-je, un lien direct entre, quand je dis santé, et développement. Deuxièmement, lorsque nous prenons les pandémies, moi je me rappelle, j'ai visité le Mali, après j'ai été en Sierra Leone, et à l'époque, la Sierra Leone avait le taux de croissance le plus élevé de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Ils étaient pratiquement à 13% de taux de croissance. Je me rappelle très bien. Et 6 mois d'Ebola, le taux de croissance était négatif. Donc, il faut arriver, moi je pense, à démontrer aux leaders politiques que c'est vraiment un problème de développement et que l'affectation des ressources qu'on met au niveau de la santé va certainement conduire des transformations plus pérennes au sein de la société. Ça, c'est mon avis personnel et je pense que l'expérience que j'ai eue, et chaque fois qu'on est en face de ces leaders politiques, ce n'est pas en leur parlant essentiellement de maladies qu'on va les convaincre. Il faut arriver à démontrer que ce que nous faisons quotidiennement, chacun d'entre nous transforme la société. Hier, j'étais à Johannesburg, j'ai dit à une discussion qu'on avait avec Gates et les autres, j'ai dit, vous savez, si vous venez me voir, moi, en me disant augmenter l'argent du VIH, moi, je me suis battu toute ma vie pour ça, et je vais vous dire, mais vous savez, ça fait combien d'années qu'on est là-dedans? Combien de condoms sont produits en Afrique aujourd'hui? On va me dire, oh, 2%, 1%. Combien de tests viennent de ce continent? Oh, après 40 ans, 40 et quelques années de combat, peut-être 4, 5%. Combien de comprimés que nous donnons à nos populations? Oh, peut-être maximum 10% si on enlève l'Afrique du Sud et les autres, il n'y a plus rien. Est-ce que les traitements que nous proposons pour le futur, alors maintenant je me projette dans le futur, seront disponibles quand chez moi? Alors quand vous me donnez toutes ces réponses, moi en tant que président de la République, je me dis, si vous ne m'apportez pas des solutions sur ces questions, parce que là c'est le développement, c'est la création d'emplois, c'est la transformation pour la pérennisation, je ne vois pas pourquoi vous allez me dire de mettre là-dedans aujourd'hui, demain encore, Global Fund s'est arrêté, je reviens encore. Il faut qu'on arrive à aller vers la pérennisation de nos systèmes en faisant en sorte que les structures que nous proposons dans ces pays-là sont des structures qui peuvent soutenir le développement. Je m'excuse. En tout cas, en tant que président, je n'aurais pas demandé une augmentation. Mais comme je ne le serai pas, ils peuvent continuer.
Il y a toujours de l'espoir. Merci beaucoup. Je vais revenir encore une fois pour un petit mot de l'autre grand frère. Après. Ah ouais, vous allez venir après. Donc c'est bon. Donc je pense que je vais juste demander à l'audience un grand round d'applaudissements à nos éminents panélistes qui nous ont régalé aujourd'hui. Leur dire un grand merci pour cet excellent panel. Merci. Ouais. Ouais. Vous pouvez rester. Oui.
Voilà, comme l'a dit le professeur Sidibé, merci surtout à notre modérateur, Dr Ibrahima Socéphal. Alors, j'ai demandé à ce que nos panélistes restent en place puisque nous arrivons au terme de cette journée riche en échanges, riche en apprentissage, tout le monde l'a dit, moi la première. Hein. Alors, je vais demander simplement pour cette partie conclusive, juste avant qu'on passe au cocktail de networking et pour continuer les échanges, je vais demander s'il vous plaît aux représentants de l'Organisation ouest-africaine de la santé, le professeur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧, de nous rejoindre ici même. Puis nous donnerons la parole aux grands frères, hein, je reprends vos termes, aux tontons, pour moi peut-être, le professeur monsieur El-Hadji, de venir ensuite, et ensuite nous donnerons la parole à monsieur le ministre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Monsieur le ministre de la Santé du Sénégal, Madame la ministre de la Santé donc, du Cap-Vert, Mesdames et Messieurs les anciens ministres de la Santé, honorables participants, je prends la parole ici au nom du directeur général de l'Organisation ouest-africaine de la santé, qui n'a pas pu faire le déplacement parce qu'actuellement, ils ont une réunion statutaire à Abuja. Donc, il m'a demandé de le représenter et aussi témoigner de toute la collaboration que nous avons avec l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar. L'Institut Pasteur de Dakar et l'OAS, depuis quelques années, ont compris qu'il fallait que nous travaillions ensemble. Comme l'a dit Monsieur le ministre de la Santé le matin, Pasteur n'est pas seulement pour le Sénégal. C'est un dispositif régional qu'on doit utiliser. Et je crois que c'est ce que l'OAS et Pasteur ont su faire. Et ça nous a permis, je vais juste vous donner quelques cas qui montrent que cela doit être renforcé. Et nous sommes en train de vouloir le renforcer avec d'autres partenaires. Pasteur, en tant qu'institut, est l'une des structures qui a la capacité d'aider à renforcer la capacité donc, des biologistes pour la détection des maladies. Et cela, l'OAS et Pasteur l'ont compris. Avant, juste au début de l'épidémie de Covid, on n'avait que 2 laboratoires dans la région qui pouvaient avoir la capacité. Mais très vite, les 2 institutions avec l'OMS et l'Union africaine ont organisé ici à Dakar une formation qui a permis en une semaine de donner la capacité à au moins 2 personnes par pays avec des tests diagnostiques. Ce qui fait que le 1er mars, avant qu'on ait nos premiers cas dans la région, tous les pays avaient au moins une capacité diagnostique. Cela a permis aussi de continuer avec le réseau Pasteur, de continuer à avoir des réactifs.
parce qu'il était difficile d'avoir les réactifs. Mais je crois que Pasteur a un réseau qu'on ne doit pas lâcher. Le réseau de Pasteur est très fort et l'OAS l'a compris et qu'on continue d'utiliser. Il en est de même quand Marburg a été signalé dans la région africaine, nous avons repris la même opération, Mpox la même opération en 2022 et Mpox tout de suite la même opération. Et ce qui m'a marqué pour pouvoir le faire en août, soit 2 semaines donc après la déclaration de l'urgence, Pasteur a utilisé tout son réseau, comme l'a dit Dr Baldé, à faire venir des tests dans un système rapide qui a permis aussi au pays d'avoir les dispositifs. Cette collaboration, je pense que nous devons la renforcer parce qu'on ne peut pas avoir cette chance d'avoir cette structure dans la sous-région et ne pas l'utiliser. Et c'est comme ça, en réfléchissant avec le hub de l'OMS, nous avions tenté de faire une soumission au Pandemic Fund pour renforcer donc cette collaboration. Malheureusement, on n'a pas eu les fonds, mais je pense qu'on ne va pas se décourager. Nous allons continuer à chercher les fonds pour que cette collaboration puisse permettre de mettre en place des mécanismes au niveau régional pour soutenir les pays au cas où nous sommes dans des situations d'urgence. Le hub de l'OMS nous a permis de voir que on peut ici disponibiliser du matériel à Dakar. Et dès que nous aurons des problèmes, de Dakar, c'est facile de rejoindre les pays que de commander en Europe ou en Chine, ce qui va être difficile. Aussi, pour ce qui est de la production locale, quand Pasteur a voulu faire de diagnostics une approche de développer des tests, l'OAS a contribué, nous avons participé, parce qu'on pense que c'est la seule manière de pouvoir aider nos structures dans la région à pouvoir produire. Je crois que nos honorables ministres le savent plus que nous, que quand il y a des difficultés, quand nous sommes en situation d'épidémie, c'est très difficile. Et nous devons travailler donc à pouvoir réussir cela avec l'expérience que nous avons à Dakar pour que nous puissions avoir quelques tests rapides à notre disposition pour nous permettre d'être très vite opérationnels et circonscrire les épidémies dans notre région. C'est pourquoi nous voulons remercier Pasteur pour tout ce qui a été fait dans les 100 ans, parce que ce qui est en train de venir devrait être le meilleur. En amenant tout un chacun autour de cette table à collaborer, comme nous a dit nos autorités, dans une vision donc de développement pour que nous puissions nous-mêmes croire en nous et produire pour nous. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais à présent appeler pour un rapide mot de clôture Monsieur 𝐄𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧, le président du conseil de la fondation de l'Institut Pasteur Dakar.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre de la Santé, ma sœur, mon frère, Madame la ministre, mon frère, chers collègues et amis. Je crois que les chocs et les dangers sont naturels, mais les désastres sont humains. Elles sont humaines parce que, quelque part, nous, les humains, nous avons cette arrogance de penser que nous sommes les seules espèces sur Terre. Et de par notre comportement, de par notre mode de consommation, de par notre croissance démographique, donc nous envahissons tout l'espace et quelque part aussi nous nous mettons en cohabitation de proximité avec les autres espèces. Et cette cohabitation, souvent, elle est mortelle. Notre cohabitation avec les chauves-souris ne nous porte pas toujours du bonheur. Donc, nos cohabitations donc, avec les autres espèces de la forêt non plus ne nous portent pas bonheur. Ces espèces vivent avec les virus et nous, on en meurt. D'autre part, je pense que nous ratons toujours l'occasion de mettre en place des systèmes d'alerte précoce Et quand nous les mettons en place, nous pensons que c'est suffisant, mais cela doit forcément être suivi également d'actions précoces. Et si nous mettons en œuvre ces actions précoces, nous devons les inscrire dans la durée, de sorte que si nous quittons les lieux d'intervention, nous laissons quelque part en ces lieux et au sein de ces communautés des capacités qui feront en sorte que la prochaine fois, quand il y a un choc similaire, on ne se retrouve pas dans les mêmes situations de vulnérabilité. Mais combien de fois sommes-nous allés dans la même région en République démocratique du Congo? J'entends Zérékoré, j'entends Macenta, j'entends 𝐄𝐲𝐢. Bon, tous ces noms qui sonnent et qui ressonnent, on y a été combien de fois pour le VIH-Sida? Combien de fois avons-nous été pour des épidémies de méningite? Combien de fois avons-nous été pour des épidémies de choléra? Et enfin, nous y avons été donc pour Ebola. Et ces mêmes communautés qu'on avait laissées là-bas dans les mêmes situations de vulnérabilité se sont retrouvées exactement dans les mêmes qu'on les retrouve. On se demande qu'est-ce qu'on y laisse. Et je pense que c'est dans ce continuum, à moins qu'on s'inscrive dans ce continuum, donc on va toujours se retrouver dans ces mêmes situations. D'où, donc, bien sûr, nous allons avoir des chocs qui vont se répéter, sont devenus plus fréquents, et vont devenir plus sévères, quelque part, mais les enseignements que nous en tirons ne sont pas traduits en des comportements qui s'inscrivent quelque part dans ce continuum donc, que nous attendons. Et c'est là où on se retrouve dans ce cercle vicieux dont parlait Cécile tout à l'heure, qui est le cercle vicieux de la panique et de la négligence. Nous paniquons quand il y a un outbreak et une épidémie, donc on intervient. Quand on pense que la situation se calme, on se retire et on néglige jusqu'à la prochaine fois. Comment sortir de ce cercle vicieux? Je pense que c'est la grande question qu'on est en train de se poser. Et je pense que les différentes interventions qu'on a eues tout au long de la journée ont peut-être quelque part semé des graines, donc qui peut-être, quand elles pousseront, donc nous guideront dans une direction qui soit peut-être la direction donc la plus adéquate dans ce sens-là. Ensuite, il y a eu Covid qui est passé par là. Je ne pense pas qu'on ait jusqu'à présent appréhendé le degré de désillusion, de désillusion dans la solidarité internationale après le Covid. Tout ce qui a été promis a été faussé. On nous a dit d'attendre que les vaccins vont arriver, ils ne sont pas arrivés. On nous a dit d'attendre qu'il y aura des mécanismes globaux donc qui vont permettre de satisfaire les besoins des plus pauvres dans les situations, dans les contrées les plus reculées. Ce n'est pas arrivé. Je crois que c'est arrivé à un degré de désillusion dans la solidarité internationale, parfois accompagné d'une colère qui est en train de se généraliser, d'une très grande frustration, et donc qui se manifeste à travers donc, des choix politiques forts qui sont faits, parce qu'une demande sociale très forte est là. Les populations africaines n'ont pas compris que quand même, il a fallu qu'il y ait le Covid, qu'on se rende compte qu'on ne peut pas avoir de paracétamol donc, dans nos pays. Nous ne parlons pas de médicaments sophistiqués. Que nos pays donc se rendent compte qu'enfin, il va falloir peut-être faire quelque chose quant à la production donc, locale. Bien entendu, il y a 1001 raisons d'inaction. On peut se demander est-ce que ça va être durable? On peut se demander est-ce que le cadre régulateur, il est là? On peut se demander est-ce que si les financements vont suivre? Tout cela, ce sont peut-être des questions légitimes, mais en fin de compte, c'est un choix politique. La santé est un choix politique. La santé est une demande sociale. Et si le rôle des politiques est de répondre à la demande des populations, bien entendu, donc des choix politiques vont être traduits quelque part en des actions qui soient des actions concrètes. D'où l'émergence maintenant de ces initiatives quant à la production donc, locale. Malgré les obstacles qui se présenteront, les gens vont essayer. Et je pense que c'est leur droit. Leur droit d'essayer. Il y aura des obstacles, donc chemin faisant, il va falloir peut-être les surmonter. Il y aura des questions de financement, mais j'entendais tout à l'heure, je pense que c'est Safietou qui disait, il nous faut un engagement politique fort. Il nous faut ensuite des financements qui arrivent. Ben, les financements existent quelque part. Donc, il faut aller les trouver. Il y en a parmi nous dont le travail est de trouver ces financements, que chacun fasse son boulot, qu'on aille les chercher, donc là où ça se trouve. Quand il y a eu une crise mondiale économique et qu'il fallait trouver des moyens financiers, on les a trouvés. Quand il fallait sauver des banques, on a trouvé les financements. Bon, quand il y avait les subprimes, on a trouvé les financements. Quand il fallait avoir des vaccins dans certains pays, on a mobilisé des vaccins qui pouvaient satisfaire 150% des besoins donc, de ces pays. On peut les trouver. Ce n'est pas donné à tout le monde que ceux qui en ont les possibilités le fassent. Les ressources nationales sont beaucoup plus importantes que les ressources gouvernementales. Et je pense que là aussi, il faudrait que nous élargissions notre champ de perspective qui fait qu'une réponse nationale, c'est beaucoup plus qu'une réponse gouvernementale. Une réponse internationale, c'est beaucoup plus qu'une réaction des institutions des Nations Unies. Il va falloir trouver donc toutes les institutions et les différentes formes d'organisation qui émanent des communautés dont on a parlé tant, mais également aussi accompagnées d'une citoyenneté qui soit une citoyenneté active, qui interpelle à la fois nos dirigeants, mais qui interpelle également aussi l'ensemble des institutions, donc y inclut les propres institutions de ces populations pour voir dans quelle mesure est-ce qu'on peut apporter les financements adéquats pour répondre à ces grands problèmes qui sont des problèmes de l'heure. Mais n'oublions pas, dans ce pays, quand il fallait mobiliser des ressources pour un fonds Covid, combien de personnes ordinaires, comme on peut les appeler, l'homme de la rue, donc ont contribué de leur propre poche donc pour avoir les fameux 1000 milliards dont on a parlé donc pour le Covid. Donc c'est juste pour donner un exemple, pas tant concret, donc qui a existé, mais au jour le jour, donc les populations, les communautés se réveillent, développent leur propre stratégie de survie, mettent en œuvre leur propre réseau de solidarité et d'entraide, que ce soit de manière formelle ou bien informelle, pour répondre à ces besoins de l'heure. Donc il nous revient. Donc comment mettre tout cela en place donc, pour pouvoir donc, répondre à ces défis-là. Mais le problème n'est pas seulement que les financements. Michel, tu as beaucoup parlé ensuite des cadres légaux et des régulations qui doivent exister, des partenariats qu'on doit mettre en œuvre, des marchés qu'on doit mettre en synergie. Tout cela, c'est extrêmement important. Et ensuite, tu as touché du doigt le problème névralgique qui est celui donc la propriété intellectuelle. Combien de fois avons-nous parlé donc des TRIPS et des provisions qui ont existé et dont on n'a pas fait usage? Qu'est-ce qui nous empêche de le faire? Parallel importing, c'est acté. Compulsory licensing, c'est acté. Mais on nous a toujours dit que quand un pays se trouve dans une situation d'urgence sanitaire, donc la loi et la réglementation lui permet à ces pays-là de faire recours à ces mécanismes qui ont été actés au niveau de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, du commerce. Mais pourquoi on n'en fait pas usage? On parle de capacité, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous, prof, au niveau des universités, mais capacitons également nos dirigeants, capacitons également aussi nos fonctionnaires, nos propres personnels techniques, pour qu'ils comprennent davantage quelles sont ces possibilités, ces mécanismes qui existent déjà. On n'a pas besoin de renégocier et donc d'y faire usage. Et donc, ce faisant, pour pouvoir faire donc, les partenariats qui puissent apporter les solutions concrètes dont on a parlé tout à l'heure. Et enfin, les communautés, donc on nous dit, oui, ben, c'est vrai, ces communautés ont toujours été là. Bon, on semble peut-être maintenant les découvrir, mais n'ont jamais bougé. Et ces communautés se souviennent, se rappellent, se souviennent. Ils ont une mémoire. C'est pourquoi ils nous disent, mais où étiez-vous quand nous, on avait ces problèmes-là? Et parfois aussi, cette non-flexibilité et ce non-respect, je dirais même, donc, des communautés. On dit faire ce qu'on appelle un needs assessment dans les communautés. On leur demande, vous avez besoin de quoi? On nous dit, on a besoin de l'eau, on a besoin du pont, on a besoin de sentiers de production. Après, on revient, on leur dit, oui, mais nous, notre programme ne nous permet pas de faire tout cela. Après, ils nous voient le lendemain débarquer avec une colonne de 10 Land Cruiser Prado et à mettre en place donc un hôpital rural pour isoler donc les gens en leur promettant qu'on va les amener là-bas, les traiter, les ramener à la maison. Et dans la plupart des cas, 50% ne reviennent pas. Et on pense que maintenant, on va être là, établir ces liens de confiance. Ça ne va pas marcher comme ça. Encore une fois, être là-bas avant les crises, être là-bas pendant les crises et y rester après. Parce qu'on ne va jamais établir une confiance durable au sein d'une crise. Je pense que tout cela, nous l'avons vécu de manière empirique. La question fondamentale qui se pose est la suivante. Quels enseignements tirons-nous de tout cela? Et cela, Monsieur le ministre, et vos collègues, nous avons besoin de votre leadership. Donc, c'est dans ce sens-là. Et ce leadership doit être accompagné par un mouvement, qui est ce mouvement qu'on voit émerger donc, dans les salles comme celle-ci, que je considère comme être cette communauté de soignants, de communauté donc, de gens qui veulent être ensemble avec vous dans ce même sillage. Et nous nous invitons tous, peut-être au-delà de cette salle, à continuer ce même cheminement ensemble. Et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup pour tous ces points importants à aborder. En un laps de temps, je dois le reconnaître, assez court. Je vais maintenant donner la parole, mesdames et messieurs, à son Excellence 𝐈𝐏𝐃'𝐬, ministre de la Santé du Sénégal, pour son mot de la fin. Et juste après, nous nous retrouverons donc pour le cocktail dans la salle extérieure. Je vous remercie. Monsieur le ministre. Ah, juste un mot de clôture rapide avant que je vous laisse partir.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maître de cérémonie. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier très chaleureusement Madame la ministre de la Santé du Cap-Vert pour son déplacement et tout le temps qu'il a passé avec nous depuis ce matin. C'est vraiment très apprécié, vraiment au regard de l'agenda du ministre de la Santé, dans un état quand même insulaire où tout n'est pas accessible tout de suite, avec beaucoup d'urgence. Merci beaucoup pour la marque de coopération, de collaboration sous-régionale. On aurait bien voulu avoir aussi d'autres ministres avec nous, mais certainement il y a eu des conflits d'agenda. Remercier aussi notre grand frère Michel, qui maintenant, je pense, est devenu un vrai Sénégalais, parce qu'à chaque fois, il m'envoie un message pour me dire « Ah, je viens dans votre pays ». Souvent, peut-être qu'il y a aussi un conflit d'agenda de ma part. Remercier Madame professeur 𝐄𝐝𝐢𝐭𝢢𝐴 pour tout son engagement. Je pense que depuis très longtemps, elle est quand même dévouée à promouvoir la santé publique au Sénégal et ailleurs. Et si vous voyez jusqu'à présent, elle est dans le forum galien, c'est pour impulser cette dynamique de réflexion qui aujourd'hui est en train de tourner sur un nouveau domaine qui est extrêmement important, le changement climatique et la santé. Et je pense que même si l'OMS m'avait demandé d'assurer le livre en changement climatique et santé, je risque de vous le laisser. Comme ça, vous allez assurer le livre. Remercier aussi le président du conseil d'administration de la fondation de l'Institut Pasteur, ainsi que l'administrateur de l'Institut Pasteur, de nous avoir donné
cette opportunité de participer au centenaire de l'Institut Pasteur. Et je pense que on a passé depuis lundi des jours qui sont très riches en débats et on a vraiment pu revisiter tout ce que cet institut-là a eu à faire au Sénégal. Et le charme, c'est qu'on a eu aussi la participation d'autres institutions comme l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, l'Agence française de développement, disons tous les partenaires au développement, la Fondation 𝐀𝐲, qui aujourd'hui sont en train de soutenir tout ce qui est promotion de la santé au Sénégal, mais également en Afrique. Je ne peux pas citer tous les partenaires qui ont eu comme à soutenir l'Institut Pasteur, et je sais qu'ils sont très nombreux. Et si aujourd'hui, ils ont pu développer le projet Madiba, ils ont pu développer l'usine de fabrication de tests rapides, ils ont pu avoir aujourd'hui un laboratoire de référence. Ce n'est pas seulement le financement du Sénégal, c'est aussi le financement des partenaires au développement, de toutes les organisations philanthropes qui sont venues en aide à cette institution-là, qui fait aujourd'hui la fierté du pays et qui est en train de jouer un rôle capital dans le processus de promotion de la santé publique dans notre pays. Et remercier vraiment toutes les personnes, sans oublier, bien entendu, nos universités, qui sont aussi aux côtés de nos institutions de formation, nos institutions de recherche, pour donner des personnels de qualité, aussi bien dans le domaine de tout ce qui est laboratoire, mais aussi dans le domaine de tout ce qui est formation ou personnel de santé dans nos structures de santé. Merci beaucoup. Je ne veux pas être très long parce qu'il y a aussi d'autres événements qui m'attendent. La journée n'est pas finie. On doit aussi aller célébrer l'obtention de la MNM 3 de l'Agence de régulation pharmaceutique. Mais je sais qu'il y a aussi d'autres rendez-vous qui attendent au bureau. Mais c'est toujours un plaisir vraiment d'être avec les personnes ici parce qu'aujourd'hui, on est entre le mélange entre la science, la formation, la recherche, mais aussi l'action, et avec des regards croisés qui montrent un peu la richesse de l'action à laquelle nous appelle aujourd'hui le secteur de la santé publique. Merci beaucoup et je vous souhaite une bonne suite. Merci.
Merci à tous, merci pour votre attention. Merci encore de nous retrouver ici demain. J'en profite également pour remercier notre interprète du jour, Roberto, qui a bien voulu assurer la traduction de son Excellence Madame la Ministre Philomena Gonçalves. Merci Roberto, merci beaucoup à tous les participants et participantes et aux autres interprètes, bien évidemment, ainsi qu'aux hôtesses, aux hôtes et à la régie, aux techniciens, tous ceux qui ont permis que cette journée se passe à merveille. Merci à tous et à demain.